Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in a crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curve design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello, Shanghai, and welcome back to the 2025 Extremesland CS Asia Cup Finals. I'm your host, Victoria.
And my name is Jacob. Thank you so much for tuning. 观众朋友们，大家好，这里是2025极限之地 CS 亚洲公开赛总决赛的比赛现场，我是你们的主持人江北。
And what a legacy this event continues to make. The very first Extremesland was in 2016, and this marks the 10-year anniversary. This annual festival continues to provide a platform for CS players across Asia Pacific to compete and learn from one another, where players can compete to earn their own glory.
自2016年首届极限之地 CS 亚洲公开赛以来，极限之地已经走到第10个年头。我们一直致力于提升亚洲整体 FPS 游戏环境和竞争力，打造一个专门为亚洲 FPS 玩家展现和提升自我而准备的平台。
In order to provide more opportunity for Asian players to step onto the international stage, the 2025 Extremesland CS Asia Cup continues to adopt a multi-regional, fully open qualifiers approach. The 9 qualifying areas are China, Mongolia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, South Korea, the Middle East, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Oceania. The final 12 teams are here in Shanghai to represent the region. And this tournament is ongoing until the 21st, this Sunday, where we're going to be finding out who's going to be the champion of this year's of Extremesland.
为了给更多亚洲选手登上国际舞台的机会，2025极限之地 CS 亚洲公开赛延续采用多赛区全公开预选的方式进行，设有中国、蒙古、新马泰、日本、韩国、中东、越南、菲律宾以及大洋洲9大赛区，共12支战队晋级亚洲总决赛。所有晋级者将于2025年12月18号到21号齐聚中国上海，争夺最后的2025极限之地亚洲总冠军。
Now, for those of you who might have missed out on yesterday's really intense action here at Extremesland, we had Group A and Group B competing. Now, we had 4 teams advancing to playoffs. From Group B, we have Eruption from Mongolia, Jijiahao from Middle East qualifiers. And from Group A, we have LVG qualifying to playoffs, and a surprise upset by Team Nemesis Asia from the SGMY and Thailand qualifiers. Unfortunately, the Philippines Deep Cross Gaming and South Korea's Sensation suffered defeats and were eliminated from the tournament.
经过昨天激烈的角逐 ，A 组来自新马泰赛区的 Team Nemesis Asia 和我们中国赛区的 Lim Vision Gaming 晋级淘汰赛，而 B 组来自蒙古赛区的 Eruption 和来自中东赛区的集结号杀入了淘汰赛。而菲律宾的 Deep Cross Gaming 和来自韩国赛区的 Sensation 战队不敌对手，遗憾离开了本次极限之地的舞台。
Now today we are going to be seeing more teams that we haven't seen competed in 2025 Extremesland Finals yet. Today the first battle is for Group C. They are VTM Esports from the Vietnamese qualifier. We have Rooster from the Oceania qualifier and Rare Atom from the Chinese qualifier.
今天将会进行的是 C 组和 D 组的对决了。首次先要打响的是本次2025极限之地 C 组之争，他们分别是来自越南赛区的 VTM Esports， 来自大洋赛区的 Rooster， 以及我们中国赛区的 Rare Atom。各位，让我们用掌声欢迎他们登场。
The Vietnamese powerhouse VTM Esports is known for their flexible roster strategy and consecutive championship wins across 3 seasons in Vietnam. Coming into Extremesland with a championship mentality, they represent the Vietnamese CS community and march onto the international stage with relentless spirit. VTM.
越南强队 VTM eSports， 他们有灵活的阵容策略，有越南3连冠的顶尖实力，更有我们即是冠军的信念。他们将代表越南 CS 用持之以恒的努力冲出重围，走向世界。
Thank you, VTM. Fear the cock. Hailing from Australia, Rooster is no stranger to the international stage. With bold personalities and veteran sharpshooters, they are set to make noise in Shanghai.
来自澳大利亚的 Rooster 战队，国际赛场的常客，他们带着张扬的个性与老辣的枪法，即将在上海掀起风暴。记住他们的口号 ：Fear the cock.
Rooster, everyone. You may please take your seats. Rare Adam has quickly risen as a pillar of the Chinese region with stable strategies and flexible rotations. Having won multiple international and APAC titles, they now enter Extremesland with new talent, aiming for even greater breakthroughs. Bakaze isn't quite gone yet. I saw him helping out on the coaching staff.
Rare Adam 作为中国赛区的中坚力量，以稳健战术与灵活轮换迅速崛起。他们已斩获多项国际与亚太赛事的冠军，此次带着新鲜血液而来，期待他们在极限之力能展现更大突破。
Rare Adam，
掌声送给 RA， 有请就座，准备比赛。
All right, I hope you guys are ready for another day of Asian CS. Jacob, shall we send it over to our casters for Group C?I
can't wait！ 太棒了，各位，你们准备好了吗？即将迎来 C 组的比赛，来点掌声！再次欢迎 C 组的选手，首场比赛即将开始，让我们把画面交给解说席。
Everybody to Shanghai, China. It is Extremesland 2025. Elfish Guy, it is day 2. Group C, yes. Group D are going to be coming at us today. It was an up and down journey yesterday, and I don't think today is going to be any different.
Yeah, look, I actually think today might be a pretty similar day to yesterday, where we have a pretty hot contest in the morning, maybe in the afternoon, the evening. that group looks a little bit more cut and dry when we do get into Group D, but we'll have to sort of wait and see what we do get. We had a couple of surprises yesterday. I thought Sensation being able to push the issue as much as they did against Eruption was pretty interesting. Obviously the Deep Cross versus Nemesis discussion as well earlier on in the morning. Lin Vision getting upset. There was a lot to kind of love about yesterday's games, and again, hoping obviously that we're going to get the same for today. I think we're starting off with an absolute belter. For me, probably the match of the group stage coming up, the Rooster versus Rare Atom one, and I know that obviously there's a little bit of bias involved because we are Australian, we are Aussie casters, so we are looking forward to seeing Rooster play on the stage here in China, but I think it could be quite a competitive match, and I think there's a lot to be excited about. With regard to both of these teams and obviously the changes that are happening, obviously in particular more so for Rare Atom, the changes for Rooster are not ideal for Rooster, but there's definitely a lot happening on that side of the coin as well. So I think there's definitely quite a bit to be keen for this match in particular.
Yeah, for sure. We'll break it down a little bit later when we get there, but it's just interesting because for both of these teams, you sort of never really know what you're going to get, I suppose. Yeah. But we'll walk through yesterday's games and today's, obviously. So yesterday we did have D-Cross Gaming lose by one singular round. At the start of the day, we were sure that that was not even going to be the case. The way they beat Lin Vision, and then obviously the same on the flip side. Unfortunately, we do say farewell to Sensation. But they had a decent run against Eruption, and that's all that really matters. That's the opportunity for Extremesland. You get to come over and have a bunch of fun. So today's matches are here on your screen right now. Once again, 6 best of ones, and starting off with a heater. And then, look, VTM, I got to admit, Pilski's sort of been talking up the individuals a little bit. There's not really sort of much information that we can grab on that. But then the group run on D, Chinggis Warriors changed the game, and Ravens. So a little bit of Chinese, Mongolia, and obviously the Japanese team with a little bit of Brazilian flair thrown in there too. So as usual, we've got those 2 sort of outlier teams, I guess you would say, Jordan. The others are sort of a little bit more obvious. But I suppose here even there's limited sort of information on Change the Game. We've got a few more reps and things like that, but you never really know. I guess it's similar to Group A in that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think there's definitely quite a bit more to be said for Change the Game and for Ravens than what we could have said about Sensation yesterday. So there's a little bit more that we can dig into and dive into when we do get to those matches. But realistically speaking, Chinggis Warriors in that group should definitely be the favourites to walk away with it. Again, have to kind of wait and see. Sometimes you sort of see some more interesting results. I mean, even VTM, we haven't really touched on too much. They're in this group that we're going to be watching to start off the day, and I don't think we really came in with too many expectations for the Vietnamese team last year, and then they did pretty well for themselves. Obviously, they didn't make it super deep, but there was some good moments. I think there was definitely a lot of, again, positives to kind of take away for some of those minor regions, Vietnam, Philippines, and the like. So hoping that will be the same case again this year for Vietnam, and Japan obviously hasn't really been for Korea. But anyway, on to the topic at hand. Juicers into the lineup here for Rooster is probably the big question mark that we have coming into this game in particular. I think the rest of the fellas are pretty known quantities, even internationally, but Juicers definitely just doesn't have that experience, right?
No,
He's even quite freshly back into the lineup, only been there for a couple of months, so be interesting to see what kind of X factor he can bring to the table. I've been very impressed with what he's been able to deliver domestically. I think he's been actually really, really strong firepower-wise. There has definitely been a couple of moments and instances where you kind of look at how he plays the game and you think, he might, there's like that little bit of inexperience showing. He might like get a couple of kills, go for one more, give up his life, or take a fight where otherwise he should maybe not. Those kinds of things. But in general, I mean, fantastic raw individual aim, very mechanically sound. Certainly, I think a firepower upgrade for this lineup over Slimy, and I have liked what I've seen from the Rooster lineup with Juicers in it. It's just unfortunate, obviously, that as we know, ASAP and TJP are now going over to Thunder Down Under. I can understand their reasoning. I can understand why that's happening. This is kind of a last dance for Rooster, and I almost feel like that kind of just takes a bit of the pressure away from them a little bit. They come out here, they just want to have fun, have a good game, and see what they can do. And I definitely think that they are a team that could really test Rare Atom today. I know that there's a couple of other pundits, let's say, that don't have as much faith in Rooster. We'll see which one of us is right at the end of the day today. I think it probably is still a world where Rare Atom do come in as the favorites, but I think this Rooster lineup is definitely one that can be scary, not just for Rare Atom in this group stage, but also going into the playoffs. I mean, they should definitely be making the playoffs. There's no question that they should be beating VTM, if not also potentially taking a challenge to Rare Atom. But should they make those playoffs, depending on who they play against, I think they're a team that could make top 4. And that will be very interesting to see. On the other side of the coin, obviously we have Rare Atom here, led by Summer, who's on your screens right now. They also have themselves a recent change. It's been a bit of a debacle for Rare Atom, I would say, over the last sort of 6 months. A lot of roster changes happening. Tiger in, Kaze out. Marek in, trash in, Marek out, trash out, somebody out obviously as well, and now Chenking in. And again, looking at the lineup on paper here for Rare Adam, I don't hate it. You know, I think you've got a pretty good core of Tiger, Lihang, Chilking, and even Summer to an extent. I haven't been a huge fan of Summer and his in-game leading in this lineup, and I don't think I've been a huge fan of the direction of the team just in general for the most part. But I think Chenking into the lineup is a positive step, and I'm quite intrigued to see what we're going to get from Rare Adam here at Extremesland. Last event of the year, maybe gives us a bit of an indication as to what we're going to be going into earlier on next year. We'll end up on Inferno, which is an interesting choice, I think, actually, here for Rooster, because Dust 2 as an option, I would have almost been a little bit more keen to see them on Dust 2 than Inferno. I know Inferno for Rare Adam has been a go-to in the past, and it's typically been one of their better maps. So I guess backing themselves rather than trying to play to their opponent's weaknesses, and we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, look, it's a map that Rooster obviously have lent into internationally as well. You know, we've seen them pick this at EPL, obviously getting rid of Ancient, which was, what, 4 of 6 maps yesterday played, I think in the end it was. So that's going to be thrown out the window immediately. We'll see that into their next series as well, very, very likely. So we should have some map diversity today, but I think the thing for me always is, Jordan, for at least both of these teams, you know, in different ways, is what version are we going to get today? You know, are both going to show up and we're going to have a heater game? Is one going to absolutely kick the bucket? We just don't know. And I think for me, the positive sort of is that coming into an event like this, I was speaking to ASAP before, saying, you know, what is going to be the version of the roster that actually does come over to Extremesland?
Right.
And they were pretty comfortable with the fact that it was going to be this last dance, right?
Yes.
So, and I think the thing for, you know, a lot of the Aussies obviously are aware of this, but maybe not globally, it's the fact that this core, where ASAP, TJP, Chelios has been around for so bloody long, it's the first time it's actually been shaken up, and it moves into such an interesting place, you know, for ASAP and TJ joining some very, very different personalities like Alistair, Liaz, and Dexter. There's potential there, and they might actually cook with that roster if it does sort of come over time. And then we've, you know, got Ground Zero, we've got obviously Semper Fi, things like that. So maybe there's some things that are sort of going to be happening a little bit back in Oceania. But for Rare Adam, obviously same thing. You know, China is in a bit of a weird place, as we know. You know, you have this really sort of hot runs from your Lin Visions from time to time. Tyloo's got the capacity there. We know how good they can be, but then, yeah, falling off, it does make it really, really rough. So I don't know, hopeful. Like, again, an event like this, you're really not going to put too much merit on it. Like, really, the Chinese teams, the Mongolian teams, they should have that level of comfort. And then, you know, you sort of throw your Rooster and your Zhizhe Hao into the mix a little bit here too. So I don't know. Look, these two teams are the ones that I am pretty much guaranteed that we're going to see them make the playoffs. But yeah, who knows about VTM? You know, I want to be surprised by them when we get there.
Yeah, me too. That'll be a discussion when we get into that VTM match, but at least in regard to this matchup in particular, I want a really good game out of both of these two teams.
It has to be.
And I imagine that we're probably not going to be seeing the full strength Rare Adam or Rooster in this game in particular, just because Rare Adam, pretty new lineup, obviously pushing Chenking in. You've still got some stuff to work on there, and then Rooster, I don't imagine they've been playing a huge amount of scrims with this lineup in the lead-up.
Well, all the officials that they've been playing under, as Thunder Down Under, right? You know, it's two different rosters that they're kind of playing at the moment.
Exactly. They have been scrimming. They have obviously been practicing. There's some great practice setups here actually at Extremesland. I've spoken to the players, and they were very, very impressed actually with the setups that they've got, and that is not just marketing shill. That is actually genuine.
Everything so far
Everyone
has been perfect,
said they were
right?
really, really good practice setups. So I think Rooster's been getting some prac in. I walked in on them scrimming earlier on in the week, but it hasn't started well with ASAP just getting deleted by Child King there in second mid, and that's going to prompt Rooster to try something over here in Banana. Looks like they're going to walk into a pretty big stack, but Juices and TJP do not care. And that's what I'm talking about with this Rooster lineup. It's not, you know, again, it's not the official roster, or it's not the roster that we're going to be seeing going forward, but these guys have quite a bit of firepower in the back pocket, and they are an experienced lineup. So I think they can really cause a bit of a ruckus here.
There was one EPL where they were just missing. You know, I think they ended up losing to Cold Zera's team, 0-0 Nation, by a very, very small margin, which would have pushed them further in towards the tournament. But, you know, locked into this 3 versus 2 right now. Child King and Tiger, no kits between them. I mean, TJP is relatively low here, but sitting in pool with the Julies, it should be very, very hard for them to overwhelm here. Child King does get one. Juices, another, and Chelios to close. So very nicely done. That was 3 people sitting top Nana, Jordan, completely murked, and Rooster walk away with the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually quite a disappointing round, all things considered, for Rare Adam, right? Like, they had the perfect setup to that round. They get the info, second mid's clean, they find the kill onto ASAP. They kind of force Rooster into the setup with 3 players in Banana. Rare Adam needs to be doing better than what they did here.
It's a good flash, the opening too, you know, to lose that pick second mid to ASAP the lurk, and then to not be able to turn around the round is a very disappointing start. But I guess that is the joys of Inferno, Jordan. We do see the pistol go their way. TJP already up and about, and hoping to see plenty more of that this competition.
Need to get some of those crowd mics working at some point so that we can hear it.
They were good yesterday.
They were. Nades over the top. Not really doing a whole lot here to disrupt Rooster. Terry took a little bit of damage, but beyond that, not a whole lot. So he's going to pop that smoke in for Coffin, see if he can start to put a bit of pressure on the site, maybe force out a bit of the counter util. Has been successful in doing so. I'm going to take top sandbags, or top 9 sandbags here for Rooster, and just try and pull some of that RA CT util out. And this is a very standard Rooster style. They are a very, very slow team on the T side. They like to really, really slow it down and hit the site with 30 seconds left on the clock, maybe even less. So you expect to see a bit more of this throughout this game.
We saw before, Coach Viridian has his notes.
Yes.
So getting that utility down now. Another smoke to sort of keep him at bay for a little while longer.
Again, just sort of trading that util, which is exactly what Rooster want to be doing here. I mean, you can still see they've got plenty in the back pocket. Whereas it is starting to fall for Rare Adam.
Yeah.
Here comes the push.
Gonna go through straight away. Really well done. Didn't expect those couple of kills to come through. Even Li Hang not able to find anything onto ASAP there.
Beauty.
So that'll just likely be the save of the lesser weaponry for Child King and Tiger over to the other side. But that was a really nicely done round from Rooster.
Yep.
Even with the HE not blowing up the full smoke, they were still okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it could have probably been, a little bit cleaner if that had been the case. I think they could have even potentially waited out that smoke, but then you're running the risk of there being maybe another smoke for Rare Adam available. Then you're pushing with 20 seconds on the clock, and it gets a little bit testy at that point. And we have at sometimes been a little bit critical of Rooster leaving it a little too late.
Yeah.
So I actually did, I appreciated that one from Rooster, and it's good to see. I mean, again, early days, obviously, 2 rounds in, you can't really draw too many conclusions, but I have to say, it's a stable-looking Rooster lineup so far, and that's what we want to see with, we had some questions about TJP and ASAP coming back in and how it's going to look, have they been pracking, etc. What are they going to look like? But I think it's quite easy for them to kind of like default back to what they were doing as a lineup for such a long time. And, I don't know how it's going to necessarily shift the roles with, Juices being in there as opposed to Slimy, if that makes much of a difference. Regardless of that fact, they're a team that's played together for a very long time. At least 4 of these guys, and even with Juices, there was a point for a little while where they were playing with TJP, ASAP, and Juices as well.
Yeah, Juices was like back in that original, all the way to sort of that mad like Wizards core.
Well, I'm even more so referring to just more like recent times. Like even prior to the point where Thunder Down Under was announced, there was a period where Juices was playing in Rooster with this exact team. So it's not as if they don't have reps, it's just that they don't have them as a priority in the last month or 2.
It'll be very interesting, though, just seeing, like, the LAN performance of Juices over this competition coming back from a 5-year hiatus, right? Like, it's always impressive that someone's able to do that, take some time away, whether it be work, uni, whatever, and then be able to get back into it. All right. So Kelios has found the opening 2 so far. Nicely done. Yeah,
it seems like Rare Adam are wanting to kind of play a little bit aggressive in this bedroom position. Again, how much can you really read into it when it's a pistol and an eco? But just sort of trying to send a probing force a couple of times towards second mid. First time it worked out with the kill onto ASAP. But they're easily dealt with, like you said, by Chell.
Good decisions, though, so far, I think is the main thing, right? Child King does get a couple, okay. This is not so good as I'm just prepping them up. Not trading at all. A little bit rough. Oh, come on, boys. I got to sing your praises a little bit here. The flank around from ASAP. Oh, okay.
Well done from ASAP. I mean, he was booking it. He knew Chell was in trouble. Chell was probably screeching at the top of his lungs. He was like 8 HP. Very important that Chell gets that kill. But he's then being run down, and he needs ASAP, and ASAP was like all the way over it, like pit basically.
Yeah.
So, it gets a little bit awkward there. Spacing maybe not so great from Rooster.
It's just crazy, isn't it? You start singing their praises about how they're playing some pretty disciplined Counter-Strike, and then they just walk in one by one. But I guess that is the game that we play, and, the lack of comms maybe in some bits and pieces. But, yeah, great round from ASAP to recover Chelios' position there.
I mean, I think that's the beauty of this Rooster lineup is that you do have a player like ASAP. Like, when the chips are down, he's very, very good in those, like, XVX situations. He's a really good late round player, really good closer, and there's another example of it, just sort of getting the team through. But it was an awkward round. Yeah, we've been positive about Rooster so far, but it has been against the Pistols, and now it's time to get into the rounds that are really going to matter. This time it doesn't work out. Terry tries to force it through the smoke, or rather through the molly.
Nice shot.
And an easy kill there, but on the other side of the map, ASAP getting some work done. Bit of damage done over to Li Hang and Chen King as well. So yeah, it's a 3-on-4. But Rare Adam are pretty battered and bruised in this round so far.
It's pulled the rotation though slightly. It's forced Lihang to actually go for that boost now here. So still looks like they're going to be ending B, but as ASAP starts to come his way around, they've cleared back top mid again. So Chen King's actually going to get that information. Child King going for walkabout. He's going to find ASAP for sure. Yeah, no. Gets the little bit of chip damage, throwing down. Juice is actually trying to fang his way down too, and Child King's going to drop back to second mid.
Yeah, good recovery there of ASAP as Juices helps him out with the flash. They'll be pretty aware that Rooster have worked their way into Banana though, and so Rare Atom are going to rotate a third player over to this to this B side, which is going to make it pretty difficult for Rooster to get in. They've got enough util to do so. They can smoke coffins, they can smoke CT, but yeah, Chell just caught on the timing, trying to sort of work his way out, contact play in onto the side. Didn't have too many options. It was always going to be a tough round for Rooster at that point once the info came through for Rare Atom. So Chell takes a risk. It doesn't pay off. They lose the round. Fair enough. You've got a bit of a buffer here for Rooster though. So first gun round going the way of Rare Atom. This contest is really starting to build.
Great utility game from them, I think, as well. You know, they were able to really buy that additional time. Even Lihang going for this early peek on the Chelios as it starts to go down. Some are pushing the smoke at CT.
Yeah.
So nice and clean there.
It's pretty good util usage from Rare Atom there. I mean, the first kill of the round came from Terry pushing into an incend at Car, and now we're again sort of seeing that nice util usage out of Rare Atom as they defended that B side nicely. Good timing on the incend as the push came through. So overall, pretty solid stuff from Rare Atom in their first gun round, and I think we're going to get a good contest out of this match.
It had to be. Lihang going to be the first casualty here towards top of Nana. Great stuff from Chelios. He's actually been very active on that rifle so far. Formerly a player that really we didn't sort of see off the AWP. You know, big fan of Jane.
Right.
And his rifling in sort of more recent times, shifting that role away has been impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chell will definitely pick up the AWP at some point here.
Definitely now, after no longer having Slimy in there. Tiger, great flash in from Chen King, but Chelios again getting the trade, very good for it. Now they're going to be able to pick up the pace a little bit more. They will need that smoke down towards CT as Child King's got free vision for the time being. ASAP still finding space over towards top of mid. And they're going back. He's called it.
Yeah, and this is something that Rooster love to do as well domestically. Like, you know, they'll go back and forth around the map. Again, like I said, down to 30 seconds, 20 seconds left in the round, and make those sort of late hits, which makes it difficult to read where they're going to end up finishing. Someone just kind of has to come up big on his own, which is not going to happen, obviously. Dealing with multiple players heading in his direction, it was basically a 1v4. And again, I think that's kind of in part due to how Rooster likes to play the game, is that they will sort of force you to gamble stack a site, and then you kind of just have to hope that you've picked the right one. In this instance, Rare Atom, they had a player in CT spawn that was going to be a quick rotate, but like if someone doesn't multiple kill there, he's going to be dead before the rotate comes through. So again, Rooster playing to their style, it's working out. They're looking really solid on the stage at the moment, very comfortable, yeah. And yeah, good test for Rare Atom with this new lineup, and so far they're not really finding the answers that they would want.
That's the thing about Inferno in the current climate, right? You know, so punishing.
Yeah. If
you're not able to find those early couple of rounds on that CT side, and Rooster recovering immediately after the first gun round loss is nicely done. Economy is really, really solid for them now. Money's still good for Rare Atom. They're going to have a comfy buy here too, but you know, another loss, and they might be licking their wounds for the rest of the half.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this though is Rooster don't exactly have the greatest of track records on Inferno, so no. I am liking what I'm seeing from an eye test. I'm pretty happy with the game that we're getting from Rooster, but I'm not quite at that point where I'm prepared to say, oh yeah, they're going to walk away with this map.
For sure.
You know, if this was a team that, you know, we had a little bit more faith in just because they were a real team, that they had some really good reps on Inferno in the past, and they were up 4-1, we'd be thinking, yeah, this is fantastic, and it is a fantastic start, but I've seen enough Rooster games that have kind of fallen apart after a good start that I'm still not quite prepared to give them the tick in the book just yet.
I think just one thing, and I'm sure you'll agree, is that we haven't really seen over the last couple of years more is that sort of Australia versus China battle, right?
Yeah, we don't get to see it much,
We saw it, you know, 2018, 2019 all the time in the minors and things like that. It was always that test of, you know, were we better than Tyloo or whatever at the time?
Yeah.
And the answer was often yes. But in recent, I don't really think we've stacked up too well.
No, definitely not well. I mean, even more so that we just don't get to see it that much. I think, you know, the last really notable time has been obviously FlyQuest playing Tyloo at multiple international events, and then also FlyQuest playing
What was the
at ACL.
ACL this year? That was the one I was
but that was
going
back
for.
in like February.
Yeah.
So it's nearly 12 months ago at this point.
Yeah,
It's
whereas
just
at
not-
least we saw it like twice a year, you know, at the very minimum, right?
just not something that happens that much. I mean, there used to be a lot of international qualifiers that were run out of Asia that Aussie teams would go and compete in, even if it was just from Perth.
Yeah. And it was a good test before we then got to the next stage
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
Yeah.
But you don't really see it quite as much these days. But hopefully with the VRS system, we will
Another pick.
get to see it a little bit more. ASAP and Chell, easy entry into the B side here, and that'll be another round for Rooster. I mean, this will be a save for Rare Adam.
Man.
It has to be.
ASAP might even do some further damage here. I think he might actually catch the rotate. No, Child King gets it, but it doesn't matter because they know they have to save.
Yeah. So solid hold on B. ASAP gets a pick over on A. Easy as you like for Rooster, really.
Not
That
going for
round
this,
doesn't
surely.
work in the part. They shouldn't go for this, no. Money's not there for them. I mean, it's early in the half still. You know, you've got to play the percentages at this point. That's just the way that the game is played these days. So, you know, maybe 5-10 years ago, you might have considered a round like this. You might have had a bit more of a look. But these days, everyone's just so disciplined with the economy that the choice always will be to save in a round like this.
The amount of space ASAP's been able to find so far in a couple of these rounds has been very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. I think there's a reason that a lot of us have always sort of said very positive things about ASAP.
I'm trying to remember if it was 2017 or 2018, but he won the first ever LAN that I ran. Escape Portal in Perth. He drove, I think his mum drove him like 3 hours from like rural Western Australia to drive up with, I think it was like JJ and stuff.
Shout out, Mum.
Yeah, and it was just, his name was Lynx at the time, and he just dominated everyone. It was like, who is this guy?
Yeah. He's the next JKS.
Yeah. And I think now, in the last little while, he's moved up to Perth and is still going hard, which is awesome.
Yep.
Because I was never sure if he really wanted it, but clearly he does, and you do see the passion.
Well, yeah, I think that move to Thunder Down Under is really what has kind of indicated that for him, and maybe
wants to
for
make
TJP, it's like, yeah, you know, we're not just here for fun. It's a nice start for summer. First time that we've really seen Rare Adam put any early inroads into Rooster, and this
Another
round
good utility round.
will start to pull a bit of that momentum back away from Rooster.
There's only one at A, though, for the time being. Tiger, if he gets caught here, it could be a little rough.
True. He won't get caught, though,
Nah.
on balcony. I mean, that's a very safe position for him. And
Rotated fast.
Yeah, they're a little bit too slow to really take advantage of that as well. Now, though, Child King's timing, if he was caught there, that actually could have been the round done and dusted.
Summer's low, Jordan.
He is, exactly. That's my point. And now Summer's dead.
Got to turn now quickly. They've got the around the world potential wrap if they want to go for it, but let's look like they're going to be making their way in. Child King's not in the fantastic spot.
I don't think Rooster's going to play too quickly in any of these moments.
No.
Certainly not in this one. They're just going to continue to kind of try and hunt for a pick. If they can pick Tiger and Pit, round on.
Missed the timing too there. Utility in. Molotof's going to flush him out. Straight into the crosshairs of Juices. So that's two being picked up very, very nicely. If they can clear Child King, another round. There's no way they get back in.
Well, I mean it's 2v2.
They've got the kit. They've got the kit.
This is definitely a very winnable round for Rare Adam, but this has been a fantastic recovery for Rooster. And yeah, a little bit of an off angle here for Juices. I like it. Tight fight here against Lee Hung. Unable to win it initially, but still biding time. And TJP there to help him out. The pistol has to come out. TJ with the whiff. 34 HP for Chen King. He will win that. I think it was a little bit awkward there because, again, Juices had used so many bullets that if he had even like 5 left.
Who was it yesterday? Someone had the wrist shakes as well, remember?
I think it was Daymake.
Daymake, that's right, yeah. And I mean, look, I guess that's exactly what it is. Like thinking back, and please, anyone in the chat or wherever correct us, but I'm sure that the first time I ever saw Juices on land was back at like Gfinity and Nirvana. Like I think it was 2018. I think that was when that caster competition or whatever was on.
Right.
That was my sort of first big-ish break, I guess, pre-Extremesland.
I wish they would have chosen somewhere else.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
Yeah, but look, I mean, okay, it's good for Rare Adam to win around there, but the way that comes down to a 1v1 is not a particularly positive sign for Rare Adam. It's a really good recovery for Rooster. I think, frankly, Rooster probably should have won it there in the 2v2. Juices just a bit of a whiff from Juices, bit of a whiff from TJP.
Shot just too early.
Yeah, but overall, you know, really well played round by Rooster, and it still is going to be quite punishing for Rare Adam's economy to go down to one gun there. So they're really still with their backs against the wall here. This has been quite a punishing T-side thus far from Rooster. Zap going down, though.
Is that first time we've seen Tiger on the AWP?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, good opening shot as well, because ASAP has found a hell of a lot of space these last few rounds.
Tiger on the AWP could definitely change things. It's been pretty solid for Rare Adam since his addition.
buy some real time. Going through it again. Trying to take point here. Chen King, good flash over the top, but it doesn't actually catch. TJP's able to find him, and now Li Hang volleyed off too. So
Rooster look great.
It's going to be a tough retake.
The way that they... Oh,
hang on.
Bomb client goes down.
Lucky over the top. Terry, turn it on. Nah, not this time.
Can't be holding the spray that long. It's going to be a little bit too obvious there for Rare Adam, so that spray comes back. But a lot of damage done to Child King and Li Hang, so Rare Adam have to be perfect on this retake, and they're setting up for it.
Another flash in towards CT as well, so they're really buying that time. Jordan half down on that bomb now. Juice is holding the line, and the Li Hang finds it.
That's more like it.
Now they're moving through. TJP just sitting from the back of the site. Flash doesn't quite catch, but it does get Chelios, so that's a little bit awkward. TJP in the back of the site. Summer rolling back the bloody ears. It has to be Juices, has to be the man to clutch.
Unlikely.
Knows where it is, but he's behind the pillar. Child King connects. It's tight, but yeah, it's Child King standing up, and man, Summer's putting in some numbers too.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a case there. I think if TJP gets one kill from the position that he's sitting in, if he doesn't get flashed, then that's a round over actually.
Great
in
flash
favor
from CT.
Rooster, but because he's fully blind, he can't see anything. Juices is not really the one that is set up perfectly for the post plant. Like, the bomb's not planted for Juices here. Obviously, he's smoked off as well, which makes it a bit more difficult. Even had that not been smoked off, I think it's going to be a tough round for Juices to close out there with Tiger being able to cover. So another little recovery from Rare Adam, but it's, again, an expensive round. That's not ideal for TJP. I think we would have spotted Tiger maybe on the corner there with the jump, but...
I mean, it's just impressive that Rare Adam have broken the money. You know, Rooster really did come out swinging, and Rare Adam didn't allow themselves to get completely broken again. And it's maybe, that little shake in that 2v2 that's kind of sent them packing a little bit. It's come down to the near-on clutch the last couple of rounds, so it's definitely still a tight series.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Rare Adam has been a good recovery for sure, but they're not out of the woods just yet. And also for Rooster, I think, you know, they haven't quite done enough in this half to say that they'd be feeling really comfortable. Little dink in there from ASAP onto Chen King. It's going to keep him worried.
Only Juices has Kevlar.
It's going to pull a rotate from Li Hang, who's just going to come and reinforce Banana. Don't think we would have seen that happen had Chen King been full HP.
Just trying to pull him out. I was going to say, stacking here double wouldn't be wise.
Well, it's a little bit dangerous for Rare Adam to just have Chen King solo in Banana. If he gets knocked over, B-side gets taken. You know, you're up against a 4-on-4 retake.
I mean, if Li Hang gets taken, though...
Well, he's on full HP. He's okay to continue to take those fights. Now it does get forced away, but you just don't have the stopping power with the pistols here for Rooster. They've hit some good shots, but there's still 5 alive for Rare Adam.
I mean, the ever-optimist Smoke, a couple of flashes, 2 very, very low members, a single shot from the P250. Tiger's only got the AWP too. Maybe doable.
Flash has gone over the top.
Never mind.
Nice counter flash there for Tiger. Decent swing from Chen King. Bomb plant does go through for Rooster, which is something at least, but they would have really loved a bit of damage just to kind of keep that economic pressure on Rare Adam. The fact that they don't get a kill out of that round is going to be a big sigh of relief for the CT side, and feels like Rare Adam are starting to build into this half now. They've taken a little while to wake up into this one, but seems like they're good to go now, and this will be where Rooster really have to find a way to kind of dig deep, and that's where the timeout's going to come through. So we'll see what kind of an impact the coach Viridian can have.
The big man. Observing, playing, coaching, he can do it all.
Yeah, he's actually in the lineup for Rooster in the new iteration of Rooster without TJP and ASAP. And again, I don't know how long that lineup is actually going to persist. Is that something that will go into 2026, or was that just something that they were sort of playing with to continue and finish off the year? I don't really know. I haven't spoken to them about that. But yeah, he's quite familiar with this lineup. He's sort of been in and out of Rooster at times in the past as well.
And it was a 2-0 over Semperfi as well to actually qualify for this event.
It was, yeah. That was with Slimy and not Juices. But it's most of the same lineup.
But Juices has been pretty good so far.
He's been very good domestically.
Because that's really, outside of obviously TJP and ASAP leaving, that's really the only change since like earlier in the year in the defrag lane, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think Juices on an individual level has been really quite good for this team. But
for sure.
See what he can do here as Rare Adam looking to try to defend Banana, and it's a 1-for-1, but Chell needs to get a bit more work done. He is really stuck in the corner here, and he's going to be a dead man. There's just nowhere to go when you're stuck behind half wall.
Man, the second Tiger picked up this AWP, his versatility, you know, he's got a couple of picks over towards A now.
But so much damage done to Li Hang. So, again, Rooster just missing out on these kills by the barest of margins, but it's making a big difference to how these rounds are playing out.
Bomb's still in the hands of TJP down towards bottom Nana as they take control of jungle.
They just want to try and find a pick somewhere else. That's the thing.
They
TJP can't afford to die, and they, again, have found a great timing. ASAP and Juices on the walk up. They are going to be able to walk all the way into the A site. They have no idea. This could be 2 for free.
Oh, Sap! Traded?
Yeah, it has to be traded there. A little unfortunate that takes Sap so long. Just a little bit of a whiff. I don't think he quite expected that second
Molly
player.
can catch.
Good. Almost does. TJP in a very winnable 1v2.
For sure. We've seen him do big things here before. He is a man that likes to take a couple of risks, but he can't quite get into mini. He does get there in the end, finding the time now. Li Hang actually picking up the AWP. Bogdan's Law still rings true.
It's the place to do it from. I mean, Li Hang low.
One. Hey, there it is.
Headshot comes through from TJP. Nice and clean. Didn't pull off the 1v2 earlier, but this time gets it done. Both of them felt very, very doable. And so he's got a 50% strike rate there. That's not too bad at all.
Great timing around jungle though, right? You know, to be able to find that space between library.
And I think that probably, a lot of that will come from ASAP. You know, he's obviously a very experienced player. I think he's the one that's going to be calling that play with Juices behind him. You know, ASAP's on the lurk in a lot of these situations as well. He's kind of like that one in the 1-4. In a lot of instances, he's given a lot of space and freedom to kind of just play those positions because he's got a really good understanding of the game at the moment. Like he feels like he's in great form, and so I think he's probably called that and been able to get them in. And obviously it's Juices that kind of finds the trade, sort of actually enables that one in the end for TJP. But yeah, great work in the mid-round there for Rooster. Their mid-rounding has been pretty good in this match so far, and that's a bit of a punishing blow for Rare Adam because, again, it sort of opens the half back up again for Rooster. They'll be looking at this and saying, we could get 7, we could get 8, where it kind of felt like for a moment Rare Adam was really on that comeback and could still well be. But, again, big investment from Rare Adam, and I think this round's going to be a big one. This will really tell us a lot about how this half is going to end up going. It could end up 6-6, could end up 8-4, you know, 7-5's on offer. It feels like this is really wide open at the moment, and this round will decide it.
Warp up to Chelios as well. Util exchange very, very early on. TJ said he's going to try and find that space nice and early. Flashes himself across. They've burnt pretty much every single molly over towards B immediately off the rip.
Yeah, first time we see Chell with the AWP in the half as well. Very, very late in the half, but the rifle's been working for him. He's 8-6. He's been having a good time. Most of the Rooster guys are actually, delivering. Terry's having a bit of a rough one, but again, it's kind of not that noticeable when the rest of Rooster are performing, so it's fine. And this will be the first time that we really see like a full-on, proper 5-man brackets take from Rooster.
Full control gathered, but I suppose off the back of it, Rare Adam have dipped into top Nana.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Rooster have been seeing a lot of presence from Rare Adam and Nana, so they're going to try something a little bit different here, and it looks like it'll just be a straight-up A execute and see how Rare Adam will answer.
Yeah, Chen King actually dying inside that smoke as well, so it's awkward now. Summer has to try and do a hell of a lot. The smokes do go down, making it a little bit uncomfortable, but
again,
great timing, straight through the smoke.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's not just the timing. It's also that they just wait for each other, right? Yeah. There's a player pushing Carps, the guy coming short. These are moments which a lot of teams in this region, I think you would see the guy on short just push, and then the guy Carps coming late might miss the timing by 2 or 3 seconds, but the guy short waits. I don't know if it was Juices or ASAP, but whoever it was, they waited, and
wow,
they swung together. So even if the guy short gets taken down, which is a possibility there, you know, you have the instant trade, and the result's kind of still the same. You have the post plant, you've got the bomb down, it's comfortable. That's what I'm really enjoying about watching this Rooster lineup. Like, they just seem like they're on the same page.
And it's very, very different. Like, I think if you remember over the years of the level of discipline was pretty low from Rooster. You know, it was quite an aggressive type of play. You know, a lot of individual performances. You know, some of the players could put up some big numbers, but it was, a definitely erratic style of Counter-Strike, I guess you would say. But maybe the experience over the years.
It's definitely anything but nowadays. It's really not. I mean, these days it's super slow, super patient. You know, disciplined sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can still definitely pick some holes in some of the maps, but I think Rooster, in general, look, it was Juices that waited. So I mean, again, for a player that's, you know, been out of the game for 5 years at this level, if that makes sense. Yeah, it, by the way, has never played an international tournament. This is his first international tournament. Got to shout it out. You know, I think Juices is playing fantastically here in this Rooster lineup. But, you know, again, like, by all accounts, shouldn't be contesting Rare Adam. Like, this is a dead team with a player that's never played internationally, with players that are on the way out. Like, they're doing pretty well for themselves. Nice tag in there from Tiger. So having lost TJP early in this round is going to be a bit of a spanner in the works, and it's not the greatest of looking rounds here for Rooster. They don't have any map control, so they want to find a way to either take top Nana or take brackets, and They're pretty battered already.
I need to see them take 8 as well, you know, Child King being down onto the Deagle, Summer on the MP9. This is their real opportunity because I think without the pistol potentially as well, the second half would be challenging. And now as Lee Hang does manage to find that first and second, Terry drops Chen King. Now ASAP's incredibly low here. Chelios obviously still a bit of a distance away with that AWP. I mean, all they need to find is just a 10 HP Lee Hang on the site, and then they'll be able to have a sniff at the round.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to whether or not ASAP can win this opening duel. If ASAP wins the opening duel, and he does.
Okay.
Now the question becomes if ASAP can get any more. Because he is really the X factor here. He needs to kind of make this a winnable round for Chell.
I mean, that HE, if that comes in, that could take ASAP. Misses the mark. Chelios needs to perform here, Jordan.
Oh, they're both stuck at oranges, though. That really doesn't feel good at all. ASAP's been able to cross the new box, but Tiger's aware that they have not crossed over to Dark. And
there's one.
Important duel won by Chell. Again, they're going to be looking for him, and they're not sure where ASAP is at the moment. They might be wondering he could be in Banana. This is where ASAP can really come into play. He is just going to have to wait. He's going to have to bide his time. Oh, misses the shot, misses another. The chance was there for ASAP, but needed to be a little bit more patient, either with just his positioning or with his shot. He didn't need to shoot. The fact that he shoots gives away his position. He's low HP. He can't win that round. Very winnable, actually, in the end for Rooster. It's a shaky, shaky half. I think in general for Rare Atom, they kind of get given maybe 2 or 3 rounds there that felt like they very well could have gone the way of Rooster. So that could have been a really dominant half, actually, from Rooster. I think Rare Atom is lucky to be on 5.
Yeah, for sure.
That doesn't mean that the rest of this map is going to play out in that same capacity. Obviously, we'll swap halves. Rooster may crumble a little bit on the CT side. Rare Atom may feel more comfortable on the T side. 7-5, a very winnable half for both of these two teams. But my read on it, eye test-wise, is Rooster looks like the better team at the moment, and they've been a little bit unfortunate in the clutches.
Yeah, there was 2 clutches won by Rare Atom in really sort of key moments. One caused the reset for Rooster. 2v4 there, 14 points of HP for ASAP, and the round still almost goes their way. Yeah. I almost feel like if Chelios kept the AWP out, it might have given him a better chance, but he ends up going for the Tech 9. Summer runs in with the MP9, and then ASAP missing those couple of shots.
It's
so
just,
it could have been like a 10-2 half, really.
If ASAP doesn't get legged in Freezer earlier on in that round and he's full HP, I reckon he doesn't rush his shots there quite as much. You know, he maybe plays it a little bit more cerebrally because he feels a little bit safer. A lot of things could have made a big difference there, but end of the day, 7-5, again, like I said, winnable on both sides.
Pistol hugely
here
important.
Will be a big one.
And it's just the one single lean. Chelios, the sole member towards the side of A.
Again, this is exactly how Rooster often likes to play their pistols. You will see it on Overpass as well. If we see Rooster end up getting to play that map at this event, it'll be 4 players down on B and Chell just operating elsewhere on the map on his own. It's exactly how Rooster plays the game. And we'll see if Rare Atom are, again, aware of that. Have they done their research? Because if they find Chell here and then they just go super quick into A, then you'd imagine that they have that read as well.
Oof.
And that is exactly what they're going to do. So, yeah, so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It is kind of the nature of the beast here for the Rooster pistols. I'm not exactly the biggest of fans of it. I think you know, you're sort of living by the sword, dying by the sword.
High risk, high reward.
If Chell gets like a kill there or 2, then the round's super easy. If he dies like that, it becomes a very unwinnable pistol round here in the 4-on-5 retake.
No kit either. Single flash, single smoke. So they're going to start to make their way up now, but obviously the additional space found by Child King inside the apps now. So they're going to be pushing their way through. Will we see any damage? First of all, yeah, it's really looking easy. A couple trades back, but Tiger and Lee Hang are able to just sort of close it out. So yeah, I think it is really challenging, isn't it, Jordan? You know, and maybe, just very maybe, like Rooster is one of those teams that is going to have a bunch of information out there for you to do some prep on towards. And, you know, hopefully a team like Rare Atom would respect them enough to maybe make that prep. And they didn't really feel the need to clear A either. So maybe they did have a bit of a read on it there once they took Chell.
I think, look, if I'm picking up on it as someone that has a passing interest in the deep analytical side of Counter-Strike in terms of, you know, understanding what teams are doing what on a regular basis, as opposed to just they shoot good. You know, Rare Atom with a team which has multiple coaches has to be picking up on the same things that I'm picking up, and then more. You know, if I know Chell solo on the site 9 times out of 10 on a pistol round, Rare Atom should know.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. APAC Unite. We're all here. But yeah, this all of a sudden, Rare Atom getting a very easy pistol does make it challenging, because now we're seeing Rooster have to force back into it, obviously. Good nade onto Tiger. But that's a lot of their utility expended early. Still a couple of smokes left. They'll be able to buy it down to about 30.
Yeah, this could still be a scary round for Rare Adam if they make the wrong decision. A lot of this comes down to what the call is from Chell on this CT side. You know, where does Rooster congregate their forces? And right now they've got them congregated on A, which is the right place to be. Smoke's coming through. Brackets take for Rare Adam. They're going to go through that smoke straight into the double setup, and that's exactly where the problems can start to arise. A 2K for Juices. It's recovered by Lihang, but now with that time starting to become a bit of a factor, Rooster, if they find one more kill, could really put a spanner in the works.
Hang on. ASAP's got an AK now, Jordan.
Yep.
Another smoke. Does get taken, but he finds Lihang in the process now. It's a 1 versus 2 clutch, and obviously we do see TJP coming in for that rotation. He's at a distance. It's awkward with the Galil versus the 5-7, a flash on each side. And now it's just about the timing. He is going to get himself out. He's going to rotate around now to jungle side. Does he want to try and take the space here? It's awkward. He's walking up. Great shot, Summer. Nice, 3K. Good recovery, but the amount of damage dealt there, Jordan.
Yeah, too close for comfort, for sure. Was it ASAP that was in pit there that had? Was it
yeah,
that where he had the AK?
I think he swung a bit wide.
Yeah, if he lives, different story for sure. But just because that trade comes so quickly through from Summer,
Here it is.
We'll see if we get it on the replay. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, so he kept going.
If he stayed instead of kept going, different round. But just on a different page, I guess, to Terry. TJP was out of the picture there, but Terry very, very low, was kind of stuck in the site, a bit scared. Still, you know, some good damage done by Rooster in that round. They've got a quad nade set up here. There's one, and it's going to be a juicy grenade to start things off. So, again, already kind of forcing Rare Adam to think about things here on this T side, and we haven't even seen the gun rounds yet for Rooster. Grenades surely still available here for Rooster. This could be very dangerous for Rare Adam.
ASAP's got it. It just depends on how much they want to sort of press the narrative here. There's another throw.
It's a big nade.
ASAP still got his, Jordan.
Yeah, and this nade could be massive.
Oh, he's left it.
Might try and deny the bomb plant with it.
Yeah, potentially. Where's he going to go with it? Over the top? From the churches?
Bomb's not planting where he wants that grenade, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Ooh, okay, another kill. Ooh! See, this is the thing with those pistols. Like, once the grenades do that much damage, you really can get a lot of work done. I think if ASAP throws the grenade as they're walking their way up,
even just an underarm at that point.
Yeah, it really could have been a problem for Rare Adam. Two of those grenades go unused, though, by the way. Yeah, again, it feels like Rare Adam kind of fortunate in that round.
Yeah.
Rare Adam just not quite looking comfortable necessarily in this matchup just yet, but they have definitely got the rounds that they need to feel like this is going to be a winnable map. Now Rooster, though, big onus on them to get something done at the start of this half. If they can't get the first gun round, Rare Adam going to start to run away with things economically speaking, and that'll be a problem for Rooster. So there's a big important gun round for Rooster. And yeah, they've looked good. They've looked competitive in some of these rounds with weaker weaponry, but if you can't get it done on the gun round, then it doesn't matter.
But it's as I said, Jordan, you know, 7-5 is not a comfortable half, right? You know, Australian teams have always had that history, especially on Inferno, of doing well on the T side and then just completely fumbling the bag on CT. Like, you know, only real team that I've sort of seen a level of confidence in that over the years has been FlyQuest, but that's because it's Inferno. But this game has been pretty fun to be an armchair critic for so far. You know, it's been very entertaining. A lot of right things, a lot of like little micro decisions that have caused, you know, changes in pace. It's been good. Good start to the day.
Has been. We're going to see Rare Adam against VTM after this game as well, so a little bit of a test in there to see how good the Vietnamese squad is going to be.
So Pilski's been talking them up. Apparently some good individuals.
I have no doubt.
Skill set level.
We sort of saw the same thing yesterday with the Koreans.
Yeah.
Sensation. Obviously not a super strong team, but some of the individuals had some moments.
Yes.
It was kind of cool to see. Bit of a slower approach this time for Rare Adam. 30 seconds left on the clock, and you've got that 3-stack on B. Rooster have no info. This is a awkward round for them if Juices gets cleared, but for whatever reason they don't clear Juices, and he gets away with 3. That is just so illegal from Rare Adam. 30 seconds on the clock. They do have time to just have a cursory glance at Juices' position. And you just cannot let that happen.
That's crazy. I was thinking that ASAP didn't throw his molly down. So
I thought this was a bad round for Rooster. I was really like, you know what? Probably what happens here is Juices gets 1, dies, A-site taken, full retake. But instead, Rooster kind of get bailed out by the fact that Rare Adam are just not.
I can't believe that.
100%ing that round.
You know, maybe the first person not clearing it, but surely the second just having a sniff, right? He gets 3 there.
Yeah. I mean, 2 is pretty bad for Rare Adam. 3 is
And
really
it wasn't a good connection on the opening shot here. You'll see this, it was a bit of a whiffy and then over around. The fact that he gets 3 is crazy.
Yeah. None of them headshot kills either. Like, it's not as if that was the cleanest or quickest 3K from Juices, but gets the job done. And yeah, very, very poor from Rare Adam. So still some things to work on.
Really opens up the game here now. Money very low for Rare Adam, as you mentioned, but not much better for Rooster or putt for Chelios.
Now it's the 3-stack over on the A side for Rooster. You know, Rooster not up to a whole lot on this CT side. Yeah, they haven't really contested anything. They didn't contest Banana last round. They didn't really contest Brackets last round. And same to be said this round. I mean, that is the Sandbags retake util for Rooster. But happy to just play back in their sights, which has obviously worked in the previous round. It doesn't really assist Rooster in any way in finding information. Now they're going to have a little bit of a look at Brackets, and they are hearing a fair bit of util over towards B, so they'll be thinking that this is possibly going to be a B hit. Still a minute on the clock, though, for Rare Adam, and that's plenty of time to go any which way.
Child King's not showed his hand through Boiler either. Has actually almost taken a pull out from that position. Molotov goes down. Smoke. And they're throwing some utility back, so definitely looks like Rare Adam is going to be finishing A here.
It does. Rooster are anticipating a B finish. Chel's already on his way over there. So again, it's going to be ASAP and Juices that will be tested. It's a nice duo. Smoke's coming through, but it's a long rotate. These guys have to get it done alone. Flash is a good one. ASAP turns away from the initial entry, and Lihan goes down early. Juices for 1-4. I mean, it's a good effort from the fellas on the site, to be fair, but you just don't have that third player there to help out. That will ultimately mean it's a pretty easy 5-on-2 for Rare Adam.
Very tough retake here as well. They've got the kit, but with the AWP and a single flash, yeah, they don't want it. They're out.
Yep. It's just the difficulty sometimes with the CT side of the map, that if Chel is on the A side there instead of on the B side, and he's holding from Library, that's a much easier round for Rooster. And
yeah, the first 2 picks were so good, and they had to hard clear Juices there.
Yeah, the trouble is, like, you've got players that are just so stuck on their sides. Like, there's nowhere to go. They're both kind of playing one and dones. Maybe if ASAP doesn't get beat, and you know, he can have a little bit of a more fighting chance, but the fact that he's on 14 HP, he's just basically dead there straight away as soon as he takes a fight. So nice round for Rare Adam, but it doesn't shift the needle all that much, right? 3 players alive there for Rooster. 8-9's the scoreline. It's still a match that could go either way at this point. And there's a good chance we probably end up in OT in this game, it feels like.
Feel like it deserves it at this point. It has been a little bit of a game of tug-of-war, back and forth. But a chance at economic break here at the very least for Rare Adam. Fight towards Nana. Lihang has made it through, but he does get taken down quite low. They're going to be aggressing towards this now. Chelios, first time picking up over towards B. Molotov will force him back off the line. Wow, Lihang, great shot, great opening. Chelios doesn't even get a chance to play, and nor does Terry. Man, poor guy.
Yep.
He's having a really rough go of it. Now we're back to a 3-on-5 very, very early on. Sap caught out, but lucky to be alive here. Child King wants to go for the further investment, but peeling away.
Yeah, this will be where it starts to get a bit punishing for Rooster. This CT side is being picked apart a little.
Don't even know what to do here.
Yeah.
Stack A?
It's probably a gamble stack and save again if they hit the other side, which is pretty much what's going to happen. They're going to work their way into B.
Good round from Rare Adam.
It was. Wonder if maybe Rooster need to start getting a little bit more active on this CT side. Giving a lot of space over to Rare Adam.
I'd almost be happy for Chelios to go back to the rifle at this point, Jordan, for the rest of the map. You know, Money, he should be able to pull one together. I think it's, what, 1900 at the moment to get up to this next round, maybe 24. So they're going to have a comfortable enough position. But Child King, if he gets a single kill here, it starts to add that additional discomfort.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, again, economically, Rooster are fine.
Unless they lose more.
Yeah, even if they do, you got 2.1k on Juices, 3.3 on Chel. There is a bye next round for Rooster. Doesn't look like they're going to lose too much. Nobody's going to be moving. at this point. 8 to 10 again, and it's fine. We can say, yeah, look, Rooster can buy again, but at a certain point, they're gonna have to start winning some rounds on this CT side. They have to do a few in a row now, which we haven't sort of seen the ability to manage.
That was the first sort of really lackluster defense round that we've seen from them, right? And losing their first 2 picks for nothing.
In fairness as well, the one round that Rooster did win on this CT side was kind of an error from Rare Adam, right?
True.
Like it was Juices not getting cleared.
Yep.
So I don't have as much confidence watching Rooster playing this CT side right now as what I did on the T side. I think they were much more comfortable on the T side, and here on CT side, they have been exploited a little bit.
It was the thing that always killed me, just that lack of positioning, lack of space taken as the CTs. Looks like there's a little bit more proactivity this round. They are clearing top Nana. They're going to be able to find that. Terry's locked onto the half wall, but they pulled away. So 3 here this time. Chelios over towards the jungle side. They've actually brought TJP over as well. This is a good read so far. ASAP with 2.
Yeah.
Great opening, good hold so far here, Jordan.
ASAP's just so reliable, man. Like 17 and 13. Ooh. TJP clean shot in. Chell gets Chenking. It's a bit more like it for Rooster. It's a little bit more of a forward hold. You know, you've got Chell kind of holding in jungle for brackets. ASAP an aggressive line on carps as opposed to like tucked in pit. So it just makes it a little bit more difficult. Rare Adam have to fight for a little bit more space, and obviously some good shots being hit in this round for Rooster.
Yeah, and a great read off the back of the lack of utility coming up Nana from Rare Adam too. You know, they basically tossed Terry down towards bottom of Nana and immediately rotated TJ around off the back of that. That was a very fast round.
Still looking at that round though, you know, I don't know if that really tells us a lot here for the CT side of Rooster. I think you can put that down to just nice shots being hit. Great 2K from ASAP. Probably shouldn't get 2 there. Chell gets 1 after that fact, and it's like, all right, that's the round over. But if ASAP doesn't hit his shot there, if Chell doesn't hit his shot there, what does that round then look like for Rooster? A dead ASAP means they've probably got hit. TJP, you know, he hits a good shot into carpets as well, but still want to see a little bit more here for Rooster. I mean, it's a better round, definitely, but it's not enough to like convince me that this is going to be their map still.
Force the second time out of Rare Adam.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of legs left in this. I mean, if this was a BO3, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This would be a really, really enticing BO3.
Yeah, well, look, I can't help but feel this may be like one of those semi-final best of 3s, potentially. It just all depends on, obviously, how all the teams line up. You know, we're talking about that before in the hotel, wondering what the playoffs bracket was actually going to look like between the groups.
Speaking to Impression, he was under the assumption that A plays B, and that would mean that C plays D.
Yeah.
So winner of this group would play second place of the other group.
This is bold.
It is. Oh, it almost works.
Oh.
TJP got clipped by a bunch of grenades by the looks of things.
Just didn't quite connect as well. Chenking's down to 19. Tiger and Summer also low, so it's not a unwinnable round for Rooster.
Forward position though here for ASAP, and with
true.
the low HP that Rare Adam have got, this is still a very treacherous round.
This is a crazy position to be playing now.
Yeah. Has to get something done. See if he gets cleared.
He wants to peek second mid, but
he's got a lot to worry about though. That's the problem. He's got to clear second mid. He's also got to kind of clear boiler, and if the push comes from freezer as well, he's got to be aware of that.
Oh, this could be timing like crazy right now. If he jumps out of freezer, having a look.
They know he's here though.
Yeah, but they can just walk past. Juices is trying to invest into brackets a little bit more to help him, but look at that sit from Chenking.
Chenking's low. Oh. Sap's got him out. TJP not on the side. ASAP's not going to clear this.
Nah. Oh!
That was a bit too close for comfort for Chenking. Don't know if ASAP's quite gotten enough done there.
Oh no, and Juices has to pull away now. That's unlucky. Well played from Chenking there, hey.
Yeah, again, it's this banana take that's been a bit of a problem for Rooster. Every time we see Rare Adam and Rooster fighting banana, it's come away positive for Rare Adam, and so that may be part of the reason why Rooster have been a little bit scared of fighting banana. Not exactly sure what happened to TJP there. I think he just got caught by a bunch of util, maybe some spam through the smoke as well, and finished off by the grenade. Rare Adam up to 11. Close contest here, though.
I'm wondering what the investment actually has to look like early round over towards B.
Again, money's actually phenomenal for Rooster considering the circumstances. Chill had 9K. So they've got money in the back pocket here. But at a certain point, and probably it's now, you're going to have to start going for those 2v3 retakes, right? It's too little too late. something has to get on the board here for Rooster. They're not far away from these rounds, you know. If ASAP clears that corner, Chen King's a dead man, 2v3 in the favor of Rooster, they probably win that round. But these little moments, a lot of little moments are going the way of Rare Adam. There's been so many rounds where players have kind of gotten away on 10, 15, 20 HP, you know, 1 bullet difference for 2 players, and it could be a completely different round. So, I mean, Rare Adam are grinding their way through these rounds, but they are getting it done, slowly but surely.
It's a good game.
I mean, maybe we just need, we need more output from Terry. You know, if Terry's even just going 10 and 15 instead of 4 and 15.
Well, even if he's getting traded, Jordan, you know, that was the thing in the last round, you know, they send him down, he does a bit of damage, but then TJ gets taken as well, so there's just no opportunity. They lose B immediately.
Again, though, like Terry, he pushes that fight, hits the headshot, but dies because he's got an M4. If he has an AK or if he gets the chance at a second bullet in there, you know, again, he goes 1 for 1, but instead he's going 0 for 1, and so there's a lot of these close moments that just aren't quite paying off.
They've lived on this round, though. They've actually settled it a little bit more. Happy to slot back, but whether or not they'll bring the additional rotation over towards B is going to be the question. Juice is sitting at library side. A lot of pressure on the TJ and Terry now. Have to make it work. Minute left on the clock. Rare Adam definitely interested in this B side.
Yep, same setup really for Rooster. They don't have any info. That's the thing that you do have to be a bit concerned about with this CT side, is that they aren't really able to help each other out. It's just they will win this round or lose this round based on what happens on this B defense.
Is that the volley going down? Yeah, it is. TJ still got it. Lee Hang in a really awkward position. That's a huge pick from Terry.
Very big pick.
Needed to be the round. Yeah.
They're trying to fake this out, which I don't know if that's going to work here against Rooster. I mean, Rooster already seeing that there's not a whole lot happening on B, and they've been pretty solid on this A defense so far. Sap's also holding on to a bit of util. Smoke goes down on short. 20 seconds left here. This is a tough round, but a missed shot from Chell could cause a bit of an issue. 15 seconds on the board.
Great shot. And a second as well. ASAP's been able to put his head on a swivel. Juice is also finding Chen King. Really falling apart, Jordan. That was such a quick turn of the tides. I wasn't thinking the rotation was going to be ready.
Yeah, I don't like that round at all for Rare Adam. Why are you sending one guy into B and then deciding the fate of your entire round based on what happens there with 30 seconds left on the clock? That just seemed a little bit too readable for Rooster. You know, they're not a team that's going to fall for something like that. I suppose it's a different story if the entry happens, but, you know, then you're kind of just relying on, hey, do I win an unfavorable duel as I'm pushing my way into the site? No? Okay, we lose the round.
I think that volley from TJ, right? It came in pretty late. It isolated Lee Hang. And then even that additional smoke that comes down from ASAP with, what, like 20 seconds remaining. Yeah, great utility from Rooster.
The smoke on the A site was a real problem for Rare Adam. You saw 2 players trying to scale their way up short and then realizing, uh-oh, there's a smoke.
Yeah, what do I do here?
So Rooster is still in this contest for sure. Money's starting to get a little problematic for Rare Adam, chalking down to just the deagle.
Again, 2 glills.
Very, very winnable position for Rooster. Punishable. If they can win this round, Rare Adam will not have a lot of loss bonus at all. Maybe they'll even be down to 1900.
And even so, if Rare Adam finds 12, Rooster still have money.
I don't know exactly where that loss bonus is at for Rare Adam, but I don't think they have a bye next round if they lose here.
Nah.
Which would be an 11-11 for Rooster.
Make a wish.
You know what I would wish for?
I wish for you to take the first step.
We need Rooster to
Noah's.
Inspire me, you know?
Yeah,
Rooster to take the first step. That would be pretty inspiring.
All right, if Rooster wins, you know what you need to do. TJ, great opening here. The fact that he's even found 1 is beyond belief, and a second is massive. That gives enough time for the rotation to come around now.
He's solo holding B, and he's found 2 there, and done damage as well to Chen.
Got to be careful of Tiger, though, on the boost. They go low, but he's fallen off at the right timing. They've given enough space. I don't know what Chelios is still doing, Jordan.
He's worried about a potential lurk, and he's very scared about getting picked on this transition, but he's going to have to speed that move up a little bit sooner or later.
Going to peek straight in the Tiger, it feels likely.
The benefit here is, by the way, Chell will come late. and they're not going to be expecting that from Banana. So
Sure.
this could be a problem for Rare Adam.
Yeah, really having a look now. Tiger Molotov'd off, and he's actually going to be forcing towards the line. Chen King, though, does find Chelios on that flank, but they've smoked him off now.
Move.
ASAP getting one. Tiger goes down. Juices another. They have to get Chen King, and that Molotov is done. It's enough. Surely there's no chance of a defuse, and we do go to 11-11. This is a game. Chen King holding onto that AWP could mean something into the next round, but as you mentioned, loss bonus has murdered their economy.
Yeah, I think, what did they have, like 3.5k about? So they could potentially scrounge something together here.
It would be ugly, though.
They're gonna have a bit of a chat about it.
Yeah.
Gonna have a chat about it and see what they want to get. I mean, they've got the AWP to play with, so that'll be big, but I don't feel as though we've seen a lot of impact from Tiger on this T side. So it might just be pistol and armor behind the AWP, see what happens, obviously get a great buy next round. So was the loss bonus maybe about 2.4k in that case?
I think
so. They got the bomb plant down, so that would have helped out. Again, we'll see when we get back into the game here. It should show us what the loss bonus is. Replay.
This is crazy, though. The fact that he gets 2 and that no one was there for the immediate trade. He could have even potentially found 3 as well, but it was the race car from Chen King.
Just played around the smoke really, really nicely, TJP. Get a little bit fortunate with the kill through the flash, but, you know, there's been fortune on both sides.
That's the TJ we need to be seeing.
Just quite didn't see the loss bonus there, unfortunately, but it is going to be the pistol armor buy. I mean, Hero AK out there, and there's the AWP, the impact.
Huge pick.
That is what is going to potentially make the difference here for Rare Adam.
Has he faced top mid just there?
Banana. I think it was a pick at car. Am I wrong?
I don't know. Yeah, I can't even see with the smokes going down.
I think the death is behind the smokes, but
yeah,
maybe you're right. Maybe it was top mid.
That's a very, very bold play from Chelios to be going for that now, because now they've completely ramped it up, and that's ASAP being found inside Freezer as well. What is happening from Rooster? The wheels are falling off.
Yeah, it was top mid. It was top mid.
Oh. I mean, Terry's here, but Juices has to go absolutely nuclear right now. He's going to be able to find his way towards the site. Maybe. There's a false sense of security here, Jordan.
Oh.
Lee Hang, what the hell? Race car P, but Terry, he's not had the best game, but now he's given an opportunity. TJP surely has to go for this, right? It's a 1 versus 2. The economy's there. They're going to be able to buy into the next round, even if it is for a chance for overtime. And he's wrapped very quickly. Has to overwhelm Tiger here.
Yeah. Another 2v1 attempt here for TJP.
I like this.
He's had a couple of chances. He's got a bit of time, you're
Kid
right.
in hand.
Pushing his way up into carpets, though, it will make it difficult to get out on the side. He needs a clean kill on the player in pit. And I don't know how he's going to get that. I mean, he's got an incend. It's over here. He's not got the kill that he needs. Tiger, easy swing. So Rare Adam gets a 12. Chell will be kicking himself. He would love to take back that peak at top mid.
Man, what, 15 seconds? We've already lost 2 players, felt like.
Yeah.
ASAP died very, very fast in Freezer.
I think ASAP's kind of incentivized to make the push because Chell's dead.
Look at that, wants to take a risk.
Yeah.
But then even so, like the fact that Terry opens up very, very late in the game.
It was a great shot from Lee Hang to trade Juices. If he doesn't clean that up, then again, different story. 12-11 here. Rare Adam could get it done right now, and they would love that because I think OT, again, will be fraught with danger. Still a very winnable game on both sides, but if Rare Adam get it done here and now, we won't be talking about that going forward.
Saw a 13-11 from Deep Cross over Lin Vision, which is a big upset. This one would be probably less so. Rare Adam still very much the favorite in this matchup, I would say, but still a very, very good game so far. And this time, at the very least, they have been able to slow the pacing down. Child King's right in the middle of that smoke here, Jordan. If ASAP opens up at the right time, but it's a HE, doesn't quite get enough, just clips the wings a little bit. And now we slow back down.
Yep. Again, similar approach for Rooster. Don't have a whole lot of info. Happy to sit back in their sights. Smoke up. There's a hole in it here for Juices. Oh, and he does exploit it.
No, the overpeak.
Again, this is exactly what I'm talking about with Juices. He gets that. He gets the kill, and then if he just takes a step back instead of going forward there, it's a great start to the round. But
Chelios doesn't take the additional risk, though. He falls away off that opening.
Seen that a number of times from Juices domestically as well. And it does bite him sometimes. But still, Rooster in a pretty decent spot here with that 4-on-3.
The double up. This is crazy.
Pushing Banana as well. So Rooster are getting information that there's nothing happening on B, but ASAP gets cleaned up. And Chell, a 1-for-1, not quite enough to save this round just yet. That rotation will come through quickly. Terry and TJP.
I don't know how good Chen King's spot is here. They've actually got to send Tiger down to go fishing in towards brackets now, and he hits the shot. TJ has to be the one now, and no! Ah, that's insane. What a turnaround. Rare Adam needs to be given the respect here in this matchup. They started down. It was 4-1 in favor of Rooster. They were looking very, very good. A 7-5 half lead.
Yep.
But yeah, look, Rooster just started to show their cracks a little bit. A couple of over peaks, a few too many risks.
Yeah, 100%. I think a different map, and it could have been a different story as well. I have so many thoughts on this matchup. First of all, Rare Adam definitely a little bit shaky in the first half. Kind of got it together. Still not looking 100% just yet, but good enough to get over the line against Rooster, which is obviously a positive enough start for them. But I think the real test for Rare Adam is going to come when we come to the playoffs. You know, theoretically speaking, a win against Rooster and a win especially against VTM should be more of a formality for anything else here for Rooster. Sorry, for Rare Adam. The matches in the playoffs, depending again who they play, best of threes, you know, important games. This is a team that needs to make top 4, probably wants to make the grand final, this Rare Adam lineup. Whereas for Rooster, it's kind of like whatever. So the fact that Rooster have been able to push that close, I think is a pretty positive sign. I think they played generally quite well. Again, a couple of micro instances where I thought they got a little bit unlucky. Maybe could have made some better decisions in a couple of moments there as well, but they weren't far away from toppling Rare Adam, which is, I think, a pretty good scalp. Should they have gotten it? They haven't. Now it's just a case of getting over the line against VTM. Look, I think from what we've seen there from Rooster, they should have no problems getting at least to the playoffs, which is going to be the bare minimum expectation for them. Terry had a bit of a rough game. If Terry plays a little better there, it's a totally different story, and I think Rooster will walk away with the victory there. So probably too close for comfort for Rare Adam, all things considered, but given the fact that they are integrating a new player still into that lineup, I'm not prepared to go too hard on them just yet. We'll focus more of our attention on how they go when they come into the playoffs. And, you know, at this point, 13-11 doesn't really matter how it gets done, as long as it gets done, and it was done by Rare Adam.
No, for sure. I mean, sort of, you know, running back to that conversation that we've been having about we don't often get to see that sort of AU versus China competition over the last little while, and being able to see it again has been very, very nice. And for me, Rooster did play some very disciplined Counter-Strike. It was good, it was entertaining. But yeah, as you mentioned, there was just a couple of different shakes, and I think that was really good because at the same time, it puts that pressure back on Rare Adam to take these opening matches seriously, right? Because right now, you know, we look at all the groups, we know that basically 2 come through from every single group. The playoffs is really where all the action is going to be happening in this competition, but it's kind of giving us a bit of an understanding of what those playoffs are going to be looking like as we move into the best of 3s.
Yeah, I think, look, again, if this was a BO3, series is still wide open, and that'll be something that I'll be looking forward to watching, again, assuming Rooster makes it through to the playoffs. They've probably done themselves a little bit of a disservice not winning this game, just because it will mean the playoffs game should, in theory, be a little bit more difficult. They will have to do it as the second seed out of Group C. But again, if Group C plays Group D, I don't think the second seed through from Group D will be that strong either. It's either more than likely Chinggis Warriors or change the game. Probably change the game. If you can push Rare Adam that close, you can definitely beat change the game. For
sure.
So again, we'll see how things do play out. Again, don't even know that that's necessarily what the matchups are going to end up being. We're just speculating at this point. But I've seen enough from that game to say I think Rare Adam, you know, will be a contestant in this tournament. And I think you can say the same thing for Rooster. I mean, the games yesterday, it didn't really feel like Linvision got off to a banger of a start. Obviously, they lost their opening game, still walked away with first seed. Eruption, GG Howl, neither of those teams looked fantastic or phenomenal either. So definitely, it feels like all of the teams are kind of still trying to work their way into the tournament and find their feet a little bit, which is, again, to be expected, kind of early days. A lot of these rosters having made changes or not being rosters going forward. So yeah, it's quite interesting to still kind of just see how things are developing at this stage. And like I said yesterday, the real tournament starts when we get to the playoffs for a lot of these teams. And this is kind of the warm-up, I think, for both Rooster and for Rare Adam.
And I guess it does give us a bit of a position now because, you know, VTM, I'm sure they've been sitting here watching that opening game, knowing what they're actually going to start to play up against. And it's a pretty scary prospect, right? And hopefully that's given them a little bit of fire because I think if they obviously put the pressure down a little bit, you know, Rare Adam might get pushed a little bit, same with Rooster. That's going to set us up for a very, very nice rest of the group and then obviously subsequently into those playoffs as well. So, yeah, today is just really, again, feeling out sort of everything that's coming. The script is kind of already there. It was from the very beginning. The only really one that we sort of sat there going with Group A was like, okay, you know, between Deep Cross and Nemesis, like who's going to be that second slot? And in the end, it didn't even feel like it was going to be Nemesis after a little while, right? It was just that one round. But yeah, so overall, it's been very entertaining. But I think for you guys, you're going to have to take a quick break and we'll see you back soon with VTM, back after the break.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA, because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your crosshair, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
大家好，我是 I 的狙击手 Tiger， 就是在 I 这种一线俱乐部，然后也有更多跟强队交手的机会嘛，然后也会不断的就是提升和进步自己嘛，就是这一年我也得到了很大的进步，然后在队伍里打得也舒服，就是没有感觉到紧张吧。然后因为卡泽也是跟我风格不一样的狙击手嘛，他会给我提供很多不一样方面的一个帮助啊，在队伍里位置因为半年来也适应了，然后也在队里打得更舒服了嘛， 现在也慢慢适应团队了，然后就是这半年来就不断的提升和进步也。我个人并没有什么预期吧，就是想，因为我们现在有一个小将加入嘛，我们就相当于是一个以赛代练，然后就是打好每一场比赛，打出我们自己的东西就可以了，并没有吧，在我看来就是我们重心都会在自己这一方面，然后可能更注重一些临场啊，一些我们自己的东西吧，没有说特别去关注其他队伍，我们只要打好自己的东西就 OK 了。
Hello, so my name is Hydred. I'm from the team VTM. I think they do it every single year, yeah. Like there's plenty more chances, like in Extremeland over here, like every single year they host one. And yeah, there are a lot of young talent in Vietnam that can improve more and more every single day. To be honest, we did not recruit any of like our teammates. We are just friends from before, and then we just decided to form a team. So it stays like that then. And there are a lot of new talents in Vietnam, but like the highest hope I have had is my teammate. His name is Day Before. He is very consistent. He knows every single util in this game apparently, and he is very good. For me, I would not say the future like that before, but what I can say is that I will keep pushing harder and harder to try more and more so that we can grow bigger and be stronger as ever. To continue my pro career, I just try harder, grind every single day, like playing code, whatever it can to like make us progress. And I would advise the same for the younger generations. Actually, it means a lot to me, more than just a trip to Shanghai. And it's just giving us more chances to prove ourselves. It is very, very, very needed in my life to prove to everyone. And it also provides me with more stages like this and more experience in my life. To be honest, like we came here as underdogs, so we didn't hope much. But we would, like I said before, we would fight very hard. We could get more experience and get more people to know about us.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360Hz monitor and 600Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
大家好，我是 I 的狙击手 Tiger， 就是在 I 这种一线俱乐部，然后也有更多跟强队交手的机会嘛，然后也会不断的就是提升和进步自己嘛，就是这一年我也得到了很大的进步，然后在队伍里打得也舒服，就是没有感觉到紧张吧。然后因为卡泽也是跟我风格不一样的狙击手嘛，他会给我提供很多不一样方面的一个帮助啊，在队伍里位置因为半年来也适应了，然后也 在队里打得更舒服了嘛，现在也慢慢适应团队了，然后就是这半年来就不断的提升和进步也。我个人并没有什么预期吧，就是想，因为我们现在有一个小将加入嘛，我们就相当于是一个以赛代练，然后就是打好每一场比赛，打出我们自己的东西就可以了，并没有吧，在我看来就是我们重心都会在自己这一方面。 然后可能更注重一些临场啊，一些我们自己的东西吧，没有说特别去关注其他队伍。我们只要打好自己的东西就可以了。
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also
Right, welcome back on in. It is Extremesland 2025. It is day number 2, and we are into our second match as well. There's a lot of 2s. I'm 1, he's 2. Or you're 1, I'm 2. I don't mind. It's fine. It's all good.
Whatever
number
works.
2 on the matches, though. Rare Adam and VTM. What are we going to get out of this one? That is a real question mark at this point. I think Rare Adam, you know, obviously displaying enough in that game against Rooster to say they're here to play, but, you know, still some signs of shakiness.
I think the thing we really sort of broke down is both these games, 2 and 3, could potentially be scrappy.
Yep.
There is a bit of talent behind VTM, you know, of these other teams that are kind of the outliers, you know, like Sensation, like Ravens. This is the team that I think does have a little bit more fire to them, and Rare Adam obviously showed some weak spots. So did Rooster in that previous series too. But look, Rare Adam should hard and amongst be the favorites. You know, they're a team that has that experience, has that tier 1 play. We've seen some moments from them over the years, and obviously, you know, knowing the combination of Li Heng, Child King, Tiger, there is power there, but It's just how does it look actually on the day in the server, as is the Classic, right? You can never sort of put too many eggs in the basket of Rare Atom.
Yeah, and I don't think it looked too phenomenal in that opening game, but again, it was decent enough. A nice way to kind of ease things in here for Rare Atom, and in theory now they should just be able to get this one over the line without too much difficulty. But you know, yeah, like you said, we've been kind of hearing some good things about VTM. Pilsky's been spruiking them up, and you know, just to corroborate that, I think a little bit, not so much in regards to VTM, but I do recall last year the Vietnamese team that we got to watch was not that bad, right? Like we sort of came in and thought, you know, these guys might have the same kind of level as the Sensation, or last year they were Miracle Play. The Korean teams has traditionally been the worst team at Extremesland, and then you kind of look at like Vietnam, and even I think in this case Japan, they're probably going to impress us. They're probably going to surprise us with the level that they do bring. Because as far as I understand, having had conversations with people from Vietnam, Counter-Strike is still very popular in Vietnam. It's just that for some reason, we don't ever really see that cross-pollination of Vietnam into any of the international tournaments. Even going back historically, you know, you think about how many Thai teams there used to be, you know, Southeast Indonesian teams, Singaporean teams. But like, when did you ever really see a Vietnamese team? Like maybe really early on in the early days, there was like one or two, and a lot of those events were the events that were Extremesland, right? Like, and that's where we saw them. But for whatever reason, they just play in their bubble, they watch in their bubble. You know, the viewership on Vietnamese broadcasts apparently is still really good for Counter-Strike, and for whatever reason, it's just not a game that they're actively that invested in as a playing nation. But I think there is still, to a degree, enough teams kind of kicking around in Vietnam that these guys do get to sort of have a bit of a run at one another now and then, and now we'll see how they go testing themselves against international competition. Interesting matchup for them. Certainly going to be a bit of an out of the frying pan into the fire type deal for VTM. Let's see what that map is going to end up being. Another Ancient. We're seeing a lot of Ancient today, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think we still will continue. But I think, look, the main thing for Vietnam, obviously, is, you know, it's a pretty rich esports region. You know, a lot of different titles being played in, things like that. And I'm just looking back at Blaze Warriors, who were obviously here earlier. So just looking back in, Baby 4 is returning, and I think that's the only player that we're seeing again. So I do remember him being pretty decent. So that's also another good thing, you know, a couple of those returning members, just like we saw on Sensation as well. So, yeah, I don't know, really, again, Classic, you can't go in thinking this one too hard. It's just about getting those reps, getting that representation again. Hopefully a lot of the Vietnamese fans are watching along, and also hoping that, you know, Rare Atom are able to put up some decent numbers against them too, and this game is competitive, because, yeah, as I was alluding to, depending on what version we get, we could see a bit of a scrap. You know, we think about yesterday's Sensation between GJ Hao and Eruption. You know, it was almost a chance where they could have potentially knocked down Eruption, but then GJ Hao 13 won them. So we don't know what version we're going to get in this series, and we just have to let it roll out in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we might still be a little ways away from getting underway here, as Rare Atom don't have their headsets on, but on the other side of the field, VTM, I think they're pretty keen to get into the server. You know, they'll be coming into this game feeling pretty nervous. You know, you can see there's just that sort of nervous energy bouncing up and down, bit jittery, whatnot. They don't get the opportunity to play on stage maybe ever, really, certainly not at an international level.
That's cool, man. You know, I think even the thing about, you know, staying in the same hotel as, you know, some of your idols, seeing them all around, you know, standing out in the front, whatever it might be, it's always pretty exciting. Like, even for me, after all these years, you know, coming back to stuff like this, and you get into the elevator with someone that you know, or that you've been fanboying over for a while, it's a very special thing. So I'm hoping that's the exact same sort of feeling for some of these, you know, more lesser represented regions.
Yeah, day at the office really for Rare Atom though.
Oh yeah, quite literally a day at the Perfect World office.
Yeah, it's such a formality. I mean, you're right, they've played here before. They will probably play here again. As far as I know, there was talks about another few tournaments next year for Perfect World, and that'll be something that Rare Atom is quite keenly aware of, being a Chinese team.
Perfect World has been crushing it, you know. Obviously the major last year was good. We've seen some good events come through this year. I'm sure next year will be no different from what we've been alluding to, as you were talking about. Need more. There were so many back in that latter part of the early 2010s.
I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what VTM is going to look like on stage today. I mean, again, an Ancient, know, it's similar, I think, in style to maybe what we saw yesterday for Sensation. It's a sort of basic map in the pool. There's quite a lot of sort of easy util that you can get by with. You know, if you can smoke Red Room and you can flash over the top, you can try to make your way out mid, and you know, getting into the B site is not too difficult either. Bit of util, long, short, boom, off you go. You know, you don't need a whole lot of nuance. Now we're going to get to see whether or not VTM is going to be able to cut the mustard, as we are going to jump into game here. And a win for Rare Atom will secure first seed in the group. That's very much the expectation for them now that they picked up that win over Rooster. Let's see how they go up against the wild card of VTM.
Definitely the one I'm most excited to be seeing. Again, Vietnam, obviously a region that has a bit to offer, but just needing to see a little bit more of it. We've obviously got a couple of players up in that tier 1 of Valorant. And now as we move into this one on Ancient, Rare Atom and VTM, what are we seeing?
Well, Rare Atom on the CT side, kicking things off. Bit of util there in the back pocket of Summer. No contest in middle. VTM just going to get their way out, but they're going to run into a double setup here in the donut. It's just a 1 for 2 thus far. VTM will be pretty happy with the proceedings. Chen King will be a bit of a concern for them. Swing not coming from main quite in time, but still gets the job done for a trade. 2-on-2, Plant's going to go down.
Or will it?
Summer unable to deny it, doesn't want to swing any further out. He needs to just wait, try and be the distraction as Tiger gets in position in donut.
Hatred's aware of it now, turning, looking towards that position. Summer obviously very, very low here. No kit in hand either. A little bit awkward there from Hatred, but same for Tiger. They missed a couple of shots, but he turns around and he has to look the other way. Baby 4 now needing to be the one to clutch it out here. Tiger does get shouldered out, and it's only a tap onto the defuse. If he can just buy some additional time, they're going to double up. He's looking for the jump over the top, and he does connect on it. Should be enough, and there it is. Baby, 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 ooh.
Yeah. I mean, hey, good round from Baby. Again, credit, you know, like this is what I'm saying about these Vietnamese guys, is that they're not bad players.
Yeah.
Seen in the past, they clearly understand what they should be doing, how they should be doing it. They probably just don't have the experience that some of these other players do. But I think, yeah, Tiger's going to be kicking himself because that pistol round was
yeah
rough. A lot of missed shots. He might have even ran out of bullets at the back end there. But
that's what pressure does, right? You know, when it's it can often come into like an easy game, quote unquote, and start to fumble the bag a little bit, but they're going to change the pace completely here. Jordan, Child King and Chen King, the King duo. Saw Impression tweeting about it earlier. What could be the Master King team? Plenty of them around, but that's a good opening pick. Hatred also taken very low as well, over towards B.
Yeah, this could be difficult. Force buy for Rare Atom, already making some inroads, and it's a really nice high-low setup. That's not too thrilling for VTM if they're just going to peak shelf like that. No added util, no extra anything, and get deleted. Yeah, I mean, nice pistol round from Baby. We'll have to give him some credit for that, but it has resulted in an absolutely nothing second round for them. And Rare Atom make that one look a little bit too easy for my liking.
55 points of damage in their first gun round. Nothing to show for it.
And it was very close to being none. Yeah, that was rough.
Oh well.
Back to the drawing board.
Yep.
Great start, of course, for Child King. And Chen King there in mid.
This is really one of those games that, as we said, that should be cut and dry.
Yes.
Like, Rare Atom doesn't really have much business losing too many more than 3 or 4 rounds in this map.
Yep, this is just a game where you kind of get the opportunity to focus on yourself, the fundamentals. Great nade, like you say. Child King in the corner here. Easy does it. And so far, 3 out of 3 rounds, VTM have tried to push their way through mid. So, if that's all they've got in the back pocket, then this could be a quick half.
I think from Hazumi, but shouldn't be much more than that. Everyone else happy to flood their way through, and it'll be Tiger to clean up. So 5 alive for Rare Atom in the last couple of rounds. And looks like business as usual for Rare Atom.
Yeah, coach in the chair usually indicates they're feeling pretty chill. Once the coach gets up and starts pacing around, that's where things tend to be taking a turn for the worse in CS.
Leg crossed as well, so extra cash.
Z8Z, the coach there of Rare Atom. Assistant coach Kaze as well here.
Said pracs been going well.
That's good. Bit of a rush out here for VTM. Has somewhat caught Rare Atom off guard. Li Hang will go down. Summer did well for the first two.
Two here in Cave, though. Should be fine. Picked up an AK, picked up an M4.
Yep. Not impossible to make something happen here, though, if you're at VTM. That grenade is going to go deep enough, yeah. Hatred even taking a bit of a tickle from that as well, so should be a pretty easy cleanup for Tiger on that back end if needed.
The scout misses, maybe Hatred can connect with the shot, but he's already slotted into lane.
Oh, there goes Tiger. That's a position given away. There's a player on long that'll be dealt with as well. So good coverage in the end there for Rare Atom. Gets close in terms of the time, but realistically, that was a very clean retake in the end.
Yeah, Icy had to go fishing there. Didn't give himself enough time to deny some sort of wraparound. But good round in the end, you know, at least being able to find something out of not really a hell of a lot. I think it was only the Glocks there. A couple of flashbangs. That seems to be really sort of all she wrote. Hatred finding two with the Glock. Oh, one tap it was onto Tiger. So it actually ended up not even being the member that was coming up long. It was, didn't think of that.
Well, back into the swing of things here. VTM have got themselves a gun round. It's going to be a run boost for Child King. They're pulling out all the stops here for
Surely they heard
RA.
that.
No, they would not be aware.
Ugh.
That was very swift for Child King. Li Hang also pumping into lane.
2 for 2.
But the smoke up. Oh, I was going to say we'll prevent Child King from getting the trade, but he's got no problems. So 3 on 2 now. A-site still being watched by Tiger too. So VTM, ooh. A little bit lucky that Tiger's fallen off the line, but it's still not going to matter. He hits the collat.
KJ now needs to live up to the middle of his name.
Okay. Yeah. That's one way of putting it.
16 HP. Wrapping around. I mean, he can isolate the 1v1s potentially here. Chen King.
He's got 2 Kings to deal with, bro. There's no chance.
Where does he go? The platform player. I think he's going to just sit pretty for now. Nice.
Easy dealt with again by Rare Atom. Sorry, just crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Want to get this one wrapped up nice and quickly so they can go back and focus in on what's going to ultimately be a bit more of a difficult playoffs run for them. They'll have tomorrow. Oh no, they won't have tomorrow. Tomorrow is the start of playoffs.
Huge bloody day tomorrow. 4 best of 3s.
4 BO3s. So yeah, you want to sort of have a relax this afternoon because, you know, depending on what game you're playing tomorrow, it could be a pretty long day. Having to wait for other teams, whatnot.
Yes, sir.
Got a tech pause out. It looks probably like it's on the Rare Atom side of the stage.
So far have been pretty quick. It looks like it will go away. So nicely done. Once again, we're jumping back into the server. But yeah, outside of that opening pistol where there was a little bit of a shake on the side of Rare Atom, everything else has been going their way.
Yes. Lost bonus building up on that T side. Not that that's anything to be too excited about for VTM, but got a hero AK in this round. So no attempt into mid or lane to kick this round off for VTM, who are focusing their attention on A.
No one's home.
Happy to play retake. It is a very retakeable site.
Yeah.
And you can often get a lot done, even as a rotator coming in before that plan has been in place. If you know, you're in Donut or if you're in CT, the spam lines are just so nice. And that's a good shot from Chen King. Can't follow it up. Child King, though, is there to ensure that there is a player advantage for Rare Atom. Should a retake be required, which it seems it will, as the plan does go down safely for VTM.
It was that single hero AK for Icy. Now Hatred's picked it up. They all do have Kevlar, but it's a very, very bold position here. Maybe we'll hear Summer knows that there is the utility being thrown out. But yeah, Summer absolutely ready for it here. 17 points of HP now. KJ looking to hold that line. Tiger gets taken. And yeah.
You know, the irony of it, Conky, is I don't actually think Summer was ready for it. But he looks like he's ready for it in the end because he wins the duel. He wasn't looking directly at him. And a lot of the time, like at the top level, if you see a player work through a smoke and someone's not looking directly at them, that is a very winnable duel for the player coming out of the smoke. But just a little bit of a whiff maybe there for VTM that could have had bigger implications for the round. If someone goes down, you know, then there's a lot of space opened up for VTM, but not the case so far. 5-1. Back into another gun round. Run boost again.
Yeah.
I mean, see, this, not ideal. See, again, this is the... Oh, yeah, that's actually worked out. We like it. Maybe that was intended. The thing is, for Rare Atom, like, this is the perfect game to be practicing that kind of stuff in a match environment.
Of course.
You know, you prac it in scrims and whatnot, but just being able to execute it in a match environment,
wow,
really good.
Oh, no.
Nice from Li Hang. Double kill.
The fact that they're able to get that just completely untraded, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a whole lot of nothing at the moment for VTM, unfortunately. Got a little bit excited after the pistol. It was really nicely played by Baby, but haven't seen much else coming together for them. And
unfortunately, just to be a bit more of a realist, it was a pretty poor round from Rare Atom too, that pistol.
Yeah, a few whiffs in there from Tiger at Donut. Another tech pulse. What seems to be the issue, sir?
A meal?
A succulent Chinese meal?
It's just a meal here, Jordan. What's your Jonggoren?
I don't know. How did I not know that? It's
me
just a succulent meal.
You met me at a very Chinese time of my life.
I mean, I don't call it a Chinese time of my life.
It's just my life.
For a guy like me, it's just my life.
Well, look, at this point in time, you know, 3 weeks in China right before Christmas.
Bro, it's becoming a bit of a tradition at this point.
Yeah.
Hasn't been every year for 10 years, but it's been close to.
How many times have you been here now? Not just to Shanghai, but because you've been
lost
Beijing
count.
a couple of times.
No,
Chengdu a couple
never
of times.
Beijing, but I've lost count.
Were you not for IEM Beijing?
No.
Oh, okay.
Shanghai, Xi'an, Nanjing, Taichung, Chengdu, Chongqing, Guangzhou. That might be it.
Bloody local at this point.
But that's a lot of cities.
It is, yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. And all, like, so different.
Yeah.
You know, I'm obviously very Shanghai-filled at this point in time. Very excited to...
More so, I think it's just that, like, if I look at the years, 2015, yes. 2016, no. 2015, 2017, 2018, 2019. So what's that? 2015, 2018, 2019.
All Crossfire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of CS for Extremesland back in 2019
course.
as well,
Yep.
as you were there too.
I was.
2020 was COVID, 21 was COVID, 22 was COVID still, I think.
And we still did them online as well,
Yeah.
the festivals.
But then I came back 23, 24, and now 25.
Yep.
So 6 out of the last 10 years I've been in China in December.
It's pretty cool, man.
It's like my Christmas
And it's
holiday.
different for us, right? You know, I suppose we get to go have like cold Chinese winter and then go back
Yeah.
to Australia to have the bloody 40 degrees
It's been hot
Christmas
at home.
Day. Back in Perth on Christmas Day, it's going to be 42.
Honestly, vibes.
Yeah, look.
Pool
pretty
and
good.
aircon.
Yep.
You'll get it done.
Yep. Except for the fact that I've got 2.5 hours in a car.
Where's that for? To?
Family side, we go to my dad's side for lunch,
Yep.
and then mum's side for dinner. And that's about an hour away.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. I respect the hustle.
yeah.
Have you considered having a German family where you do
Christmas
mum's
Eve?
side on Christmas Eve and dad's side on Christmas Day?
It's actually quite based, to be honest.
That is based.
Well, normally we do breakfast at my parents that morning too, so it's like
Yeah.
you know, sort of half an hour there, half an
It's
hour
all
here, blah,
busy.
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it'd be nice for
Spread
us
it
to...
out. Breakfast on Boxing Day would be.
Well,
the
we
play.
did breakfast the Sunday before we came here, so just gone. Yeah, that was good.
Breakfast was good at the hotel this morning too.
It was.
Shout out to the hotel one time.
Shout out to the hotel multiple
Had a
times.
few eggs, bit of chicken, some chocolate croissants.
Mac's not here to steal all the eggs this time.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah, the croissants are good. But anyway, 6-1, we're back in the game. Rare Atom. Well, they're kind of eating VTM for breakfast at the moment. Probably as tasty as a chocolate croissant.
Banh mi, best sandwich in the world.
Well, summer.
That's rough.
Take a little bit more than he can chew there. It's on to Chenking to try to salvage it. He
No
does a
way.
great job. Good adjustment onto the second player.
He's back in the cave too.
Yeah, how's he alive? I don't know. Chalkin's going to slowly creep back on the line.
If they traded Chen King there, that was a round on.
Yeah, 100%. But they didn't.
Nope.
And that'll
Such
be
is
the
life.
difference.
Yeah. Not really much to say about that one either. At least they were setting themselves up to trade, but yeah, Summer definitely got away with murder there for the first kill at the very least. 4 blind frags at the start.
It can be a bit of a frantic defense sometimes on that B site if you're the first player to hold the initial entry. Summer getting 1 is kind of all that he really needs to do. The rest of the job's kind of on the second and third player. But if he doesn't get his 1, then that's where the problems arise. Faster play this time from VTM. Charging their way into the A site where they've had a little bit more success. Child King sees that nade open the smoke up, but doesn't work out for him.
Chen King's low as well, so this is a pretty on round so far. Tiger going fishing, but he's hot under the collar through the fire and the flames. He will not quite carry on for the time being. We'll definitely have to Dragon Force his way back out in a second, but Summer takes down KJ. So 2 members very, very low right now as Icy's going to be able to pick up another. I don't think IRA are going to be able to find their way back in here, Jordan.
I don't think so either, but let's see what Summer has to say about it. Just 1, it's not quite going to be enough on the shoulders now of Li Hang, who's doing some good work. Time's a factor, smoke's going to go down. I don't think that's on the bomb.
Surely no time. Zumi should have this one.
Oh, he's got time.
It's close.
Has he? Yep.
Oh!
No! He was close.
That went down to the wire. That was a 3-on-5 with a very, very low couple of members. My word.
I backed him because he's sticking it.
Yeah.
You know, like, the way to always, or at least almost always, be right as a caster on the defuse is if they're defusing, they've got it. If they haven't, if they're not defusing, they haven't got it.
Wow.
Because the players know best.
Crazy.
But I wonder if here Chen King's like, yeah, he didn't know. He also could have wondered, it's ancient, I'm going to die if I run away anyway. It's too late, I might as well just sit it. Oh no, the grenade. Baby, lucky to be alive. The grenade just slows him down inside the molly.
Yeah, that's rough. Doesn't really get a chance to play much of this round.
Still alive at least. Better than nothing.
They want to fight this long play. Li Hang up pretty close. Summer doesn't have a flash to send him down, but maybe Child King does. Yep, there it is. But they turn at a good time. Still does manage to get Hatred, however. No setup to trade from Icy.
Li Hang down. Back to a 4-on-4. Chen King not afraid of the fight. Probably needed to be. He's flashed himself there, has he?
That was a pretty bold play. Try and peek into that, and now it's going to be a little bit awkward for Baby 4. Do they want to walk through this cave smoke? That's going to be the big question. We still do have the additional member in Icy down towards Long, but as KJ does get taken down in Red Room, that's going to be the flank taken down. Now they can rotate around if they wish.
Molly going to fizzle on ramp is just going to cost a little bit of time here for Rare Adam. If they would have burned another 5-10 seconds off the clock, it could have been beneficial. Summer wouldn't have had to make that play. Instead, he goes down. So 25 seconds on the clock now. VTM are into the site, and they are going to get a plan. Winnable round.
Still going to be a tough one, though. Tiger has got a level of information here. Chen King drops Baby 4, but Hazumi able to find 1, but it'll have to be 3 as he's taken down. Cannot quite find the clutch, and Rare Adam will be able to lock in 8.
Golf claps from the audience. Probably not getting quite as amped up as they were yesterday in the Envision match. Envision versus Deep Cross really had the crowd going.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun casting that game.
And I think we'll see more of that when we get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Envision already there. Rare Adam well and truly heading in that direction, as both of the first seeds as well out of their groups. They would not meet each other, at least in the opening match. Not sure again exactly what the group allocations are going to be in terms of who plays who in the playoffs.
It's up in the air a little bit.
Released yet?
No, yeah, I think like as we were sort of talking to Impression about, it would make sense to see the bracket flip.
I would think you say A plays D and C plays B.
Yeah.
That's normally how you would do it.
Just to avoid the additional matchups early on.
Yeah, you could have the same teams play each other, which is not ideal.
Not cricket.
That is just not cricket. Speaking of,
have we won the Ashes yet?
Yeah, not quite, but pretty on the way to.
We've upset Piers Morgan, that's all I know.
Yes.
Bowling Gary. Looks like the nades going out, back and forth. Hatred taken low.
Don't know about this from Hatred, just misking his way into Cheetah there on his own. I mean, there was flashes available for VTM. If they would have flashed the smoke behind him, could have been a lot of work being done, but not quite the case. Still, entry somewhat achieved, and if Tiger gets his timing wrong here, misses his shot, but Icy just couldn't find him in time. USP comes out, bombs down.
I need to see his POV there. I don't know if he was blinded or not, but just looked like he was playing the wrong level of anti, and now Hazumi going down. Unfortunately for KJ, only with the Deagle, he's not going to be able to do anything. I felt like there was a serious moment in time where we could have seen that kill from Icy onto Tiger, but they had the right idea, but the wrong execution.
I thought he was going to wait for one more spam shot through the smoke and then go with the flash, maybe.
I think he showed his gun barrel just outside the smoke too.
Yeah.
NT.
Yeah, another one on the board for Rare Atom. Just kind of looking like it's going in the same direction as some of those sensation games from yesterday here for VTM. Which I guess was to be expected.
As we sort of alluded to anyway, like, I think for Rare Atom more so, like, VTM getting any more than 3, 4, 5 rounds is bad on them for Rare Atom's sake. Especially if they want to, you know, make a real sort of play up towards the finals. So I think it's a little bit of a grudge match between them and Lin Vision at this point in time, right? You know, fighting for that sort of top 3 argument between the Chinese teams, Tyloo included. Li Hang's found Baby 4. He's just gotten away with so much real estate down long these rounds. Twice now.
Tiger on the perfect line. As long as he waits.
Right, I think. Damn, son.
You know, he's done everything right, and then he's decided to just kind of overcook it a little bit. Charking though, he'll make amends for it. Just a bit too sharp here, Rare Atom. It's a good trade. 10 and 2 the first half. Very, very solid result for Atom. I think Rooster will be sitting back in their team room watching this game thinking, all right, well, we should be fine to make it through to the playoffs at least.
They've got to not rest in their laurels though. Like, I think it's always a bit of a thing if you don't respect the team as equally. Like, I think there's a balance between it, right? Obviously, you've got to disrespect them a little bit, you know, be confident, run at them for sure, but don't underestimate them, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Because that's when you're going to get caught lacking. We've definitely
that's what happened with Eruption yesterday. I think they came
man.
into that just sort of expecting to win it, and then it was like, oh, you know
what? Stop it too, like, not just win, like.
Yeah.
Whereas I think the way GJ Howe played, it was a lot slower, a lot more methodical. They just sort of starved them of any information sensation. Yeah. We definitely have seen some Aussie teams lose some pretty abysmal matchups overseas.
That's right.
But I do have faith in Rooster in this one. Obviously all said with absolute hugs and kisses from me.
Yeah.
For sure. FlyQuest till I die, baby.
FlyQuest till I die.
As an Australian Counter-Strike fan, though, it might only be another few years.
Yeah.
Before I have a heart attack.
All right, Rare Atom back onto the T side now. And straight out middle with a red room smoke.
Poor Icy dinked already. Hazumi solo here, Jordan.
Hazumi might not be here for much longer if Rare Atom have their way of things. Just gets pushed back into Temple.
Couple of warning shots.
Yeah, 5-on-5 retake. Not ever really going to be an easy task here for VTM, though they do have a kit, so that'll provide them an extra 5 seconds to play with. A defuse in the smoke, maybe. Tiger gets dinked through the wall. He's lucky to be alive. 13 HP instead of 100. Li Hang 1 for 1 as Summer does fall, but Li Hang finding himself another and starting to put together the round is Rare Atom.
Hang on.
Some decent USP shots coming through, but this is the point at which it becomes a bit of a difficulty. That smoke's been used, the defuse kit's been dropped. They don't have the time for the defuse. Tiger's in a perfect spot. And, well, at this point, the round is over. And we're all aware of it.
Oh, the kit was there. Unlucky. There was a moment in time, like, Icy had the wrap and Hazumi got the kill, so I was kind of think that they might not have been ready for the flank, but they were both in donut anyway, so.
You were feeling particularly Vietnamese for a moment.
I was, indeed.
You a fan of pho?
I am a fan of pho, especially the one that Pilski recommended in South Bank.
Oh, yeah?
You were there, weren't you?
I was there.
Great place.
Pho A Go Go is what it was called.
Many 5-star reviews.
Many, many 5-star reviews. Only the finest to be found in Melbourne,
course.
actually.
We had to impress Bardov. You know,
Excellent service.
we had to take him to one of our best places.
Excellent decor.
Of course. Traded. But Hazumi blinded. Unfortunately, Li Hang will just march forward. Don't even think... oh, hang on.
Oh, wow, that's not it. Rare Adam, come on.
Could be on here. Look at the flank from Icy. Oh, never mind. Chen King has come through house.
Ooh, well, he could still do something. 2v1 with the Deagle. Bang, bang.
Best highlight of your career right here, Icy. I see it.
No, not quite.
Shooting at toes, unfortunately. In this economy.
Yeah, 12-2. It's a tough day at the office.
But again, you know, similar to the Sensation matchup yesterday, we were kind of expecting this. I thought a bit more fight. You know, I was thinking maybe there could have been like a 13-6 or something like that, but Rare Adam is a very tough opponent, and I did think we sort of overheard some sort of talk about VTM actually being nervous to play this team.
Yes.
Understandable.
Yes.
But
as you would be.
You can't be, though. You know, I get it, of course, but you've got to play with some gusto.
Rare Adam, top 3 or 4 team. Well, top 3 team in China. Probably top 4 or 5 team in Asia.
Yep.
Somewhat. Good on the entry, but Icy finding himself the double is low though. Easy trade, and this is the thing about Rare Adam. They're so confident that they're just kind of happy to keep on swinging one after another. There's always someone else that the VTM fellas have to deal with. Funny ragdoll there for Baby, goes flying. And that will pretty much be that.
I feel like they've been going for a lot of these flanks as well that just haven't really sort of had any moment to impact. Like, right idea, but...
It's because Rare Adam's playing so fast.
Correct.
Like, they're just out straight away.
Yeah.
So the flank has no time to even activate. All right, what can we do? MP9. Fire up.
Walkabout.
Well, that was the one you needed for free. Lost
Oh.
a lot of HP. Molly's going to prevent him from going further forward. He's literally not able to touch it. So, does avoid the flash nicely, but that's about as good as you can say for that round. 13-2 for Rare Adam. It was an expected result, a bit of a foregone conclusion from the outset there for them. VTM receiving their first loss of their day. Will it be their only loss of the day? That'll be the question that we have to answer when we get to that Rooster match, but that'll be Rare Adam taking first seed out of this group. So 2-0 for them. Nice and easy in the second game, maybe not quite so easy in that first game, but job done by Rare Adam. Back to hit the study books for this evening and figure out who they're going to play against. Come into tomorrow rejuvenated and hopefully with a bit of a higher level of play.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, you know, Icy had a couple of moments. He did have a couple of like, hero round rifles that did some damage. A couple of decent shots, but yeah, realistically just not able to kind of make anything work. And, you know, that was the pistol. And then they almost had, I think, the turnaround with the Glocks one round. So, yeah, it definitely could have been a little bit better from VTM, I feel. But, yeah, again, you know, you've just got to enjoy the fact that you get to come to Extremeland, get to come to Shanghai, and play some Counter-Strike on LAN in a great place.
And over till it's over, let's just wait and see how they go against Rooster. 13-2 defeat here, though. Not a whole lot to really write home about for VTM. Nobody going positive. No one really going close to positive. Chao King was having a really fun time. Li Hang as well.
Chen King only 3 deaths too. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Summer was the one that really felt like he was kind of getting stuck in. You know, he was on the entry quite a bit, so ends up with a slightly worse result in the KD department. But IGL things, you know, not too concerned. No doubt Chao King will be the MVP for this one. 21-6, pretty solid stuff. Easy rating farm. VRS. Not, but HLTV, yes.
Yes.
We get the HLTV points.
Beautiful stuff.
And then everyone thinks you're good.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, you know. My rating, 0.64, not very good. Understandable. So, but yeah, no, I think Child King put in some good numbers. Like, you know, he was always one of those members. I still remember when he was on Wings Up, right? And showed ours a pretty good hand at that ESL Challenger Melbourne event, which was pretty entertaining. Alongside, I think it was what, like gas and stuff, which was always pretty good. So when he got brought into Rare Adam, that was a good sign. So yeah, I don't know. Nothing that we can really sort of break down too hard.
Yeah, look, there's really only so much you can say about that one. I guess the only thing that we can touch on at this point is, well, Rooster, you know, what are they going to get up to in this next match? you'd want to see maybe more of the same there. Obviously, you'd want to see Rooster come into the game against VTM, just kind of demolish them a little bit. Bit of a confidence build, obviously. I don't think they'll take too much away from that game, frankly, but just get a win under the belt, you know, secure the playoff spot, and, you know, feel good about things and sort of brush off that loss against Rare Adam.
No, for sure. I think
close loss, no
yeah,
biggie.
no, exactly. Like, you know, they had such good moments, and I think, you know, given all the circumstances with the two players leaving, you know, Juices on land, first big international event, there was a couple of those rounds where there was those jitters, you know, that 2vX situation, I think, where he missed a couple of shots or shot too many bullets and ran out early. So I think it'll be a good redemption match for them, rather give them a nice rep on stage, on land, that will warm them up to the players.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really the main thing going forward. But hey, I tell you what, we won't have long to wait because we will have Rooster and VTM coming up in just a minute or two. Conky and I have to take a break though, and hopefully it won't be too long of a one, but make sure you stay tuned because Rooster is back on the stage right after this.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自澳大利亚 Rooster 战队中国香港的选手 Terry， 那我是担任队伍里面的突破手。那么现在 Rooster 队伍里面就是Chelios 就是我们的指挥跟狙击手 ，TJP 跟 ASA 分别也是步枪跟断后 ，Juices 的话也是我们的步枪手。我觉得香港的队伍可能就是打得比较纯粹一点嘛。虽然说我们澳大利亚也不是什么职业队，但是训练强度要比起来的话，那肯定要比在香港的队伍要训练得多。打法方面的话，可能香港队伍就更偏向于枪法、个人实力方面，那澳洲的队伍可能就更注重一些战术啊，或者说体系方面的东西。极限之地的话，其实因为我也打了这么多年嘛，每一年很多不同大小的比赛也会看，就也留意到，就是从网上 XLTV 那边就留意到了亚洲有一个这么大型的线下比赛，然后也看了不少。对，就这样。其实当时能击败 Samify 的话，确实很兴奋、很开心的，因为他也是我们澳洲的老对手了吧？基本上每一次的决赛都是打他们。其实当时的话，我觉得是实现了，就这么短一段时间，最起码当时是因为我们击败了冠军了嘛，当时的冠军，所以说也算是实现了一段小时间吧。就看着这么多不同队伍的明星选手是能从这个比赛里面诞生的话，就是希望自己也能成为那样的选手吧。从以前就很羡慕能登上这样的舞台，到现在自己真的有机会的话，就觉得很荣幸。那接下来的话，就希望自己能在这个比赛里面越走越远吧。
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diac2 is on. Diac is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diac on the old monitor, 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor, I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth. So I definitely recommend using the Diac on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we'll try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in a crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here again for Extremesland 2025 in glorious Shanghai, and we are at the tail end of Group C right now with VTM up against Rooster coming along in. I've had to bring in Pilsky, who is way better than Elfish Guy. Don't tell him that, but yeah, how you feeling, Mitch? You good?
I'm feeling good, feeling superior. It's not hard, though, when the competition is pretty irrelevant, to be honest, which is, I hope, how Rooster are going to be feeling coming into this game against VTM. But I recently saw VTM play at another tournament in Asia, and to be honest, I don't think that they played anywhere near the level that they're capable of against Rare Atom. I think that was definitely a staged nerves game, and I think that they're going to have a little bit more to show than that.
Well, as you mentioned, right, you know, coming into the game, if you're feeling a little bit scared, you're feeling that pressure, like, I get that you have to respect some of these greats, like, you know, a lot of these teams coming from the regions that have that, you know, less amount of practice sort of thing, you do have to come in with a level of confidence as well. You've got to back yourself in, and if you're not going to be looking to face up against and take your best form to Rare Atom, they're going to decimate you like they did. So I'm wondering if that's going to change a little bit now moving into Rooster?
I think so. I think they're definitely going to have shaken off some of those stage nerves. I don't know how much LAN experience some of these players on VTM have had, but these are players that I've seen definitely put together better performances. I've seen them play against teams like Alter Ego and some of these decent teams in Asia, so there's definitely more to show there. And for Rooster, I think undeniably the favorites. They were capable of winning that game against Rare Atom, but in classic Oceanic fashion, just let it go at the final hurdle.
Oh man, yeah, it was so close, and there was a couple of those like micro decisions, right? You know, a couple of XVX clutch moments where Rare Atom were able to get the better of them. You know, a peek down mid from Chelios, which allowed the opening pick to come in way too early in a round where it turned the tide. So yeah, look, these things happen, right? You can't break it down too hard. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Rooster, the current iteration of this roster is no longer. We know that ASAP and TJP have finally sort of, you know, broken away from that core three that has lived on for what, the last like 5 or so years.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit sad to see, but I do imagine that Rooster will come up with some kind of amalgamation of players and continue chugging along while some of the original cores, one of them on your screen right now, will probably continue on to you know, do some good things. I'm hoping. Already ASAP's looked like he's been in great form this tournament. Even in the loss against Rare Atom, he definitely was not having too many issues.
Nah, he was looking really, really good, finding a hell of a lot of space over towards the apartment side, doing his lurk thing, and yeah, look, it was good signs to come out from Rooster. But yeah, really, this one for them is hopefully just going to be a match where it's just adding some extra comfort moving into the playoffs for them. But this time, obviously, as we know, Rooster don't like to play Ancient. That will be gone out of this one so far. Inferno, Dust 2, obviously still being floated, but actually banned out here. So it's going to be VTM to make the decision, and it does go back onto Inferno. So not wanting to see Mirage. Already saw this, so it's a pretty big statement to go up when we know that Rooster almost took that away from Rare Atom.
Yeah, and by the same token, VTM will have got to sit back, watch that match. They're going to know exactly what they're going to expect from Rooster. So if they have a decent level of preparation and they can read into Rooster's game plan a little bit, then they should be pretty well prepared coming into this match.
I definitely think, you know, we talked about it in the green room a little bit. I feel like this one should be a little bit closer. There should be a few more rounds being brought out by VTM, much more so than we saw up against Rare Atom. So yeah, we'll just have to play time, right? We'll have to work out what it looks like. You know, what sort of position is Rooster going to put down on them? Did they watch the previous map and say, okay, we're that much better? But at the same time, you just got to hope that they don't get complacent. Because again, you know, these games right now happening, we've got, this one included, another 3 obviously afterwards, 4 more best of ones in total for the rest of it. And then the competition really starts to get into the meat and potatoes from tomorrow morning. So it's just kind of a bit of a sign of what's to come.
Yeah, so we're just kind of playing this last best of one match to kind of decide who's actually going to be joining Rare Atom in the playoffs there. I think Rare Atom, undeniably one of the stronger teams in this competition, one of the stronger teams in Asia, and we got to decide who's going to be the second seed coming through from this group.
Should definitely be Rooster. Just off the back of what we've seen so far, obviously it does come down to round difference, so even if VTM are to win this one, that does not guarantee safe passage. Or does it? No, it does. Sorry, never mind. Disregard me. I was about to say. I'm still getting my head around, obviously, after we saw the win from Deep Cross over Lin Vision, but the round differential is what ultimately led to Nemesis taking it through.
Yeah, I think the round diff shouldn't be too much of an issue here. Rooster, very, very close game against Rare Atom, and then an absolute stompage going against VTM. So they need a win here, and I mean, yeah, actually, I have to think about. I think they just need a win here, right?
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Yep.
Whoever wins this game is going to move on in the bracket. Pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward. But yeah, similar story. We're kind of hoping that Rooster really would just hit the lights out in this competition, have a bit of fun with it. Nice little final send for the year for the roster. And obviously, as we mentioned earlier, ASAP and TJP moving over to Thunder Down Under. It's been interesting for them. Like, I guess they've actually probably had a few reps like playing against each other, right? Some of those tournaments like Defrag, like CCT. With the changes now, but Juice is sort of slotting into the team relatively nicely. First time back in about 5 years after taking a pretty decent hiatus away from the game at a competitive level.
Yeah, he's playing very well though. I'm quite happy with what I'm getting from Juices. I think the only player that I need more from is Terry. He's not necessarily been in great form recently, and he did not play well against Rare Atom at all. I dare say if he'd just been playing decently against Rare Atom, that's probably a dub for Rooster.
Yeah, for sure. Need Terry to turn it on. That's what we do expect from the man. He's been a mainstay in the roster for a little while now. But, you know, it's always a lot of pressure. Playing into this Rooster roster in the core of three, Chelios, ASAP, TJP has been there for quite some time. We've had the likes of, you know, your ADKs, your Danny Gs. It's been a very sort of long time where you've just sort of had one or two players change. You know, we've even had, what, Danger there for a little while.
Yep.
Slotting into that support role. Many different iterations of this roster, of this setup. Whereas on the side of VTM, obviously limited information. Not nothing, like Sensation, maybe Ravens, but limited. And just not as many reps, as you would say, from Rooster, who obviously have had, you know, namely a couple of runs over at, what, 2 at EPL now?
Yeah, 2 at EPL. Obviously using a lot of these Oceanic qualification paths to be able to get themselves some opportunities overseas, especially in the eras where there were multiple slots for Oceania, because either FlyQuest was doing well enough in the world ranking or in the VRS to be able to justify themselves an invite.
Yep.
Opening up the way for a couple more Oceanic teams to qualify. I don't know if that's necessarily the case these days. Things are going to be looking a little bit different coming into next year. And the VRS is going to start to adjust over time once Thunder starts to get more reps, once the Rooster roster comes together. You're seeing your Ground Zeroes still playing. And who am I forgetting? Semplify, of course.
Yep, of course.
Starting to establish themselves as well.
Yeah, they're actually starting to look pretty good now. You know, they obviously had a couple of different changes. They've done a couple of boot camps. You know, they've gone overseas. They spent a fair bit of time there. And it does seem like they're starting to settle now with Hazard and Addict obviously joining into this roster. Had the win at that Samsung Odyssey event only a week or so ago where they actually did take down Deep Cross twice, I think it was. In the runner tournament there, we had another Australian team, Ground Zero, over there. An organization that has actually graced Extremesland. I think it was Ground Zero and Genuine Gaming that went over back in 2019.
Replacement teams in 2019. Very different looking teams.
For sure.
To what you're seeing now.
Well, I'm wondering, like...
In fact, actually, the Genuine Gaming players that are now on Ground Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have had APOC Dud on Genuine Gaming for sure.
It was APOC Dud, Jinx, Nightstar, Noobs. Yeah.
All those blokes.
Wow. God, we're really rolling the back there.
Yeah. Noobstar came to dim sum and ate all of the dim sum and then didn't pay. He got paid for all the dim sum. So
he
almost still owes me.
He almost slept through his visa meeting. I remember that as well, back for that event. Like, he didn't wake up in time to go for it and then had to, I think, do like a rapid visa somewhere else, like have to fly to do it, to actually get over to China in the first place.
Bloody hell.
Classic.
Fair enough. Well, still waiting to get this game started. Sorting through a few teething issues on the stage, I'd imagine. VTM, hopefully they're feeling more comfortable, more well set up than they did against Rare Atom. They definitely looked quite uncomfortable there. For Rooster, I mean, they have been really put through their paces at LAN. We've talked about them having a few reps internationally at some tier 1 events, but even, you know, luckily for us, down under, we do have a few LAN events that some of these teams do attend and play at, and it definitely helps you get comfortable and get yourselves organized for this kind of event. Whereas VTM, I'm not really sure if that's the case, at least from as far as I can find. The one event that I did recently get to see them play out was an online event. So
sure. Yep. And as I was mentioning to Jordan earlier on, Baby 4, one of the roster players from the roster earlier in the year, the Vietnamese representation. So we do see some returning players, some returning individuals, but obviously, again, at the end of the day, when it's just like often like a mixed 5, you know, that's being made purpose-built for a qualifier like Extremesland, something like that, it's hard to find that consistency, find that regularity, and then they always sort of just go back to the worlds of, you know, Face It, 5E, stuff like that, just pug it out for the rest of the time.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely just kind of like 5 stacking. Rooster, I believe, did play them in the qualifier already on ping. And I do believe that Rooster are quite familiar with these players and have played against them stacking on Face It and things like that. So they're well aware of these VTM guys. It's just a question of, you know, you haven't really seen them play too many officials and things like that. But there's plenty of players in SCA that, you know, spam Face It, stack Face It together and all that kind of stuff.
That's the home for it. Obviously trying to get in as many games as possible. Still a game that never sort of really leaves you, is it, Counter-Strike? You know, after all these years, you come back. It's always a hell of a lot of fun to play. Still remember having a game the other day, which I think was the first time sort of queuing with the guys in like a good year or something like that. It feels like nothing ever changes, really. We just get older, more experience, but still hanging around, still being a part of it all.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the era of the 35-year-old talent at the moment.
Absolutely. So. Look at Carrigan, right? Still making major grand finals.
Carrigan v Apex in the final.
Crazy to think about, right?
Combined 70 years on this earth across 2 players. Old but gold.
Yep. That's the one. And Apex was like popping off some of those maps as well. So the individual prowess does still seem to come through, but so does the game, Pilski. We are finally going to be diving into this one, ready to rock and or roll. VTM up against Rooster. Should be, again, a relatively cut and dry result, but we'll have to wait to see in the server as we move into Inferno.
Yeah, advancement and elimination game for these teams. All of the pressure on this best of one here on Inferno. Do have the representatives from each one of these countries. The Vietnamese rep, VTM, going up against the Oceanic rep in Rooster. One of the more solid teams inside of Oceania. Got a lot of pretty solid teams, and for VTM, this is the only team I'm even aware of coming out of Vietnam these days.
Straight down mid, Terry looking to get very, very aggressive. Does has a team supporting as well, and Chelios will look in towards second mid, but he gets taken down by Hatred. Terry opening up the bank account nicely, but he's got to be aware. I do believe there's still a player down in Mexi as he is going to try to keep on clearing. Terry, TJP doing the damage. Juice is finding Baby 4, and Icy, unfortunately, is caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place here.
He just never even did anything. There was a full mid-crunch coming in. He was really just waiting for someone to charge down Banana. Little did he know there wasn't anyone in Banana from Rooster. Minute 15 on the clock. He's got a smoke to work with that is a relic of a game plan that was never executed on the T-side pistol here for VTM.
It's just so funny, the difference in pistol rounds, right? You know, when we saw this up against Rare Atom, it was Rooster just leaving Chelios solo on A and then the 4-stack over towards B. Now Icy's even going to be blinded up. He does get one. Look, I mean, if they do peek into him one by one, Pilski, okay. Chilling. But, I mean, chills down the spine at the exact same time as both those 2 remaining members were low.
An early smile from Terry and a good couple of kills, at least a single kill that I saw to open up the pistol there is a nerve settler for him.
Got to get above 5, I think.
Yeah. Bloody hope so. Jesus Christ, man. VTM, though, I mean, you know, Rooster will be well aware that VTM was sitting down watching their game of Inferno. So that pistol is the perfect example of them being aware of their own tendencies and just changing things up.
Yep, absolutely. You got to. And as I said, like, Rooster needs to have that level of confidence, right, where they know how much better they are than VTM. They've got the experience. Chelios is walking. He's doing Avicii right now.
Oh, he's so close. There's the pop flash thrown out by KJ as the rest of VTM stormed their way into bracket. DJ to take next contact, and it's just an absolute massacre on jungle side there for Rooster. The easiest anti-force coming out for Rooster.
It's going to be a nice confidence building game, this one, right? It's not often that you get to come to an event and actually like dominate someone, right? You know, especially for Rooster, who a lot of their international events have been like some of those Blast Risings, obviously the EPL games and stuff like that, where often, you know, you have to face off against some of the best teams in the world right off the rip. So changing formats as of late, where the stages do sort of push out. But yeah, they've had a couple of moments where they've almost won, but Rooster haven't quite been able to advance in some of those bigger events over the years.
Progression smokes to top of Banana. Top middle here. As the HEs and the mollies being thrown out towards VTM. They're well aware that the Tech-9s are up close and personal inside of the smokes, and TJ's going to go down early. That's a little bit more pressure on Terry. He's going to potentially just drop the smoke into main here for safety, but with the rotations coming out, he's not feeling pressured enough to waste too much util just yet.
Nah, and that's a differential against a team like VTM versus a team like Rare Atom, right? You know, Rare Atom likely would have just put down on the pedal straight after that and picked up the pace, but instead it's just going to be VTM with a very sort of limp approach in towards the side of B. They are setting themselves up to trade, but again, they're just caught behind those flames and not really able to get a chance to do a hell of a lot. Look, there's Terry, already getting 5,
He's
3 rounds in.
Having a much better game this time around. I mean, he is a player that, like, 5 and 15 is just not acceptable for him. He's a player on his previous team. He was the bona fide star. He was putting together like 1.3, 1.4 rating on average.
It was him and Banana, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the duo.
I can't remember exactly who was in only one word at this point. Coach Viridian was definitely there.
Yep.
So Rooster these days a bit of a mix between those two teams. And look, Terry, the bona fide star player of that team, an absolute farmer in it. More than capable of putting up a hard carry performance on a team like Rooster. So I want to see more of that.
Do you remember a little run with Art of War as well?
Oh, Art of War,
Similar
that's
sort
what I
of
was thinking
rosters.
of. Yeah.
Now it was only one word for a period as well.
Yep.
So just you know, slight variations between. But Top Nana has already been taken this time by Icy, so they've managed to force him back on towards B. But still, it's a level of comfort for now.
Yeah, for sure. Rooster giving it. They're looking to aggress here in the mid-round.
Reposition.
Yeah, Icy. Just sliding in between these smokes is in a bit of an annoying position, and Rooster, luckily, not going to be pushing the issue too much, but on the side of the smoke, Terry is able to punish despite the fact that he was low on HP. It's great to see him still win that duel and ASAP over on the other side of the map.
Oh, man.
Peeking down middle.
Terry's hungry this time. Really, really fighting for it. Chomping at the bit to get a few more frags.
VTM, it's just a little bit absent. Like, in response to those 2 frags, they just really haven't done very much of anything.
Nah. No, that level of hesitation, you know, questioning their plays a little bit, you know, waiting for a flank to come through. You can just see that they're not really sort of confident to try to make too many plays. They do have some utility set to at least try to get their way in towards the site with it here, but, you know, 3v3, utility is going to start to come through now. Flash into pull from Terry. Juice is going to be able to find the opening, and there's just nothing. No setup for a trade. Azumi does get one. Okay, hang on. Maybe I'll stop talking smack for a second, but TJP will be able to take him down, and a 4-0 start for Rooster. Very clean. Money's good. Chilling.
Yeah, this is a stomp so far. Not really too much pushback from VTM. Feels like they're kind of just passages in this game. Right since the pistol, Rooster has been setting the tempo. About push from ASAP yet again. That's why we love ASAP. He was previously, many moons ago, kind of that second in a lot of the star roles for Rooster. And then, you know, with Netic, he kind of became more of an anchor player, but he still has a little bit of an aggressive edge to his play that's lovely to watch. He knows when to push the issue and when to play passive and structured as well.
Definitely one of the most well-rounded players in Australia.
Yeah. Very complete rifler is ASAP. To see him get the nod from some of Oceania's previous best in the new lineup he'll be joining.
Yeah. That was very exciting to hear when that roster came through. You can see just completely blind, holding down the left mouse, and even able to fall away, pulling out that Tech-9. Juices is on cleanup duties over towards dig side, and yeah, unfortunately, Baby 4, again, you know, it's really at that point where you just want to sort of aggress in and try and do something, but instead he only does 96 to TJP. But as he runs through the boiler, punished, and not a single sort of moment in time, really, that we've seen from VTM. And, you know, even thinking back to the last map against Rare Atom, they won the pistol straight out the gates, and that was Rare Atom a little bit shaky. But there wasn't much else after that.
The attack timeout for VTM. This game not going the way that they will have wanted it to, starting to look pretty similar to what we saw against Rare Atom, which, look, given the fact that Rooster probably could have beaten Rare Atom earlier today, is not that surprising. But by and large, the thing that I love to see from this kind of game is just the fact that you see Oceanic teams have to play on ping in some of these Asian qualifiers time and time again, and they play against some of these Southeast Asian teams or some of these other teams, and the scorelines can look very close because they're playing at a significant ping disadvantage. But when you get on LAN, like, it is night and day sometimes, and it just sucks that a lot of these Oceanic teams just have to play at such a disadvantage in so many of these qualifiers in the current era of VRS.
It's like you can't even justify the cost, you know, like knowing that Semperfi did that run where they came over to Perth for a little bit of time. The amount of money that would have cost the org is just crazy to even sort of picture, and for not much opportunity, right? You know, they would have had to win those events quite substantially to justify it.
I mean, speaking of Semperfi, they just did the same thing. You know, they went over to that event recently, won it.
Yep.
So on LAN, see a lot of good performances lately in the region.
They made playoffs, Semperfi at Extremesland 24.
Yeah. I think they would have had loftier goals than that, but...
Yeah, for sure. I think they could have very well, especially when a lot of the, you know, stronger teams like Tyloo looked a bit shaky. Atox the same.
For VTM, they would have wanted to be at least competitive in this group, and so far we just haven't seen that. So, to another gun round here on Inferno. They have taken a fair bit of control. Like, this is where you want to be about this point in the round on the T side. They've got Bracket, they've got top of Banana, not too much information for Rooster, who are just going to rely on their late round protocols. They're trying to make VTM feel very uncomfortable about pushing the issue in on Banana, and Chell holding the line with the Orpiot.
They just give it up, though. You know, they take Bracket, they walk away for free. They don't even leave Hatred over towards that position. And now as the smoke goes down again with 25 seconds left, they just have to try and force their way through it. And Terry is going to be absolutely ready for it, but he does get punished this time. And at the very least, the fact that they force Chelios off the line, Hatred finds TJP. Okay, they could be on for a round here.
For sure. Shell's done well there to get even one. Icy pushed into spawn and taken this round over himself. Finally dealt with by ASAP. But it's already done by this point. A great round from VTM, and maybe too much space, too much respect given by Rooster, allowing them to have all of Bracket, all of Banana, and not too much utility over towards the B site left to actually stop that push. They had two smokes, but they didn't have any counter flashes, any mollies to actually stop them getting into the site. And when you're site anchor rifler can't even get one versus the entry, then of course you're going to lose the round.
Missed shot from Chelios as well. So yeah, that's one where really the cracks kind of get shown a little bit, don't they? So VTM will finally be getting around, and it's a gun round at the very least too. So that's nice to see that they're able to put that one on the board. And look, I suppose they've got a bit of an uphill battle ahead of them against the economy game of Rooster. But you know, it's not impossible. It never is. And yeah, as we sort of alluded to earlier, you know, I would have thought that this game would have been a bit closer than the Rare Atom rendition earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to VTM to make that happen, because Rooster is not going to roll over and feel too much pressure. I think they know that they're the favorites in a matchup like this. They will be feeling very confident going into it.
Icy's been very sharp as well. He's been the most impressive player to watch on this roster for me so far. Had a reasonable performance back on Ancient in the previous map.
Shut out of Banana this time is VTM. Gonna throw a molly up to Car and just continue to kind of, you know, fire a few pot shots through the smoke. Carp's at least secured by VTM, so you'd imagine that they're going to be making their way into Bracket soon. Oh, Icy trying to force his way through the smoke. It's a nice underarm flash to set him up for at least one, but Terry is making their life very difficult behind that, and he will once again wrestle control of Banana with that smoke to bottom.
Really slowing it down though now. Once again, a similar sort of position where they drop the smoke. Brackets will be waltzed into by VTM. And they're going to try and press the narrative over towards the jungle side this time. I don't actually know if Chelios spotted that line. Now, surely he did. And that'll be a free pick on towards Hatred. Now he can lean back over towards the jungle side. Should be another, but no, he unfortunately threads the needle there, baby 4. We'll be able to get the trade back. And they're actually trying to run down towards this round the world plate. It is just going to be Terry sitting in position. He's surely got the information now. Smoke towards CT, Pilski. It's going to be hard for them to get through this.
They got to wrap in through con side. Terry has already got himself one, starting to call that there are some footsteps over here from the T side. So rotations coming in for Rooster, but they got to be concerned with the lurk hanging around in Speedway. So it's going to take a long time for them to get into the round here.
Oh, that's a great molly. Hazumi is going to be able to try to push through that one. He's straight on towards the line here. ASAP's not going to be able to see him. So they've waited for the rotation to come through here, Pilski. It should be a relatively simple sort of reapproach here. They've got the flash, they've got the smoke towards Banana.
Nice flash.
But yeah, they want to be able to get that one in there now. Good turnaround from Hazumi, able to play the anti-flash there, and he does get the single one back towards Newbox here as ASAP has to try and find Hazumi, who's still sitting inside pool. Obviously with Terry going down and Banana, Juice is still in tow, and now they just have to clear out Baby 4. He was the one to find the opening, would have to clutch, but ASAP will deny, and they've got enough time for the defuse as well. Rooster will not bend over and die.
Yeah, great retake. The pre-fire and the movement from ASAP is so clean. Like, I can only imagine what that was like from that player in Barbecue's perspective.
Yeah.
Like, probably just saw his shoulder and got absolutely deleted.
See ya.
A good couple of frags on in there from VTM. I don't mind the approach to actually go around the world, but good patience from Terry. And Juices and ASAP working together well in tandem to complete that retake. It was winnable for VTM. I mean, that is disgusting. It's perfection. Like, the movement and the crosshair placement, he just, immediately as soon as he peeks the player, his crosshair's on his head.
He's 7-0, Mitch.
Yeah. He hasn't lost a single angel. And the gun round here for VTM. Once again, a little bit faster into Carps than they are into Banana because seeing Rooster invest so much utility. Ooh. And players trying to make their life difficult on the way on over in here.
They can't just leave him high and dry, can they? Chelios does need to sort of re-enter in with him. There's two members still here that are sort of spamming away right now. KJ on the top of the half wall. He's actually managed to find Chelios in the process. That's not good there from Rooster. And unfortunately, TJ is just high and dry here. ASAP has at least picked up the pieces for Hatred over towards the side of A, dropping out the apartments lurk. But this is a rough split.
Right, he's just peeked into Carps and taken a kill. Self-sufficiently, 8-0. Molly dropped to Bracket.
Coming back to A too.
Yeah, VTM, they know they've cleared out all of B, and they're expecting that they've pulled a rotation over from A in towards Speedway, so they think that ASAP's going to be solo over here, but they are actually running into the strong side.
ASAP and Juices can do this. Smoke goes down up towards apartment, so he's going to be able to poise straight over towards the Diggity side. Or would they take an investment in here? This could be very, very sneaky beaky. As soon as Juices finds that information, he does have the HE, but he's got to be careful. He made a mistake from here previously, and he's straight into 3, so ASAP has to try and be the hero here. If he wraps around towards Boiler, but again, surely they've got to be aware of this right now. Baby 4 does go in towards Grave, and unfortunately will meet an early one himself. And now again, ASAP just has to try and find these 1v1s.
It's waiting for TJ to get involved in the round. Movements from VTM over towards Bracket side. I don't know if they're feeling bold enough to wrap into Boiler. TJ's just going to save the orb. Yeah, Rooster are not going to go for this one. They're just going to let it go by the wayside. What's the money looking like for them? I mean, the money is still good, but there's still plenty of legs left in this half, so they're going to make the sensible decision, and I think that helped them a lot against Rare Adam. ASAP going for some exits. He's going to try to keep it expensive because you can see VTM don't actually have that much cash to work with here.
That's well done there from ASAP. Only going to have the 2 rifles saved along, and that's even if they're lucky enough. Obviously, they've got to escape the bomb radius. But they're going to be A-OK. Second round here for VTM, and that was nicely done again. And it definitely does appear to be a bit of a weakness coming through from Rooster over towards that B site right now. You know, Terry obviously had a good start to the map, but that definitely felt very, very disconnected on that duel.
Yeah, I mean, the jump up on half wall definitely was not ready for that. Yeah, it was Chelios, and then Terry, I mean, he's just playing behind card there, gets checked. It's just a little bit of an unfortunate set of circumstances, and a good couple of moves from VTM to get themselves a few openers that have been sorely needed. A second round for them is great. There's going to need to be some more good work done where that came from.
A little bit more life in this one, though, Mitch, is what I'm feeling right now, which is very, very nice to see. Like, as I said, you know, you don't come to these tournaments, you don't come to Extremesland to just watch teams get absolutely pantsed. You want to see every single region show a little bit of life and hopefully inspire the, you know, their player mates back home to fight for the next spot. Another missed shot from Chelios. Oy.
Try to go for the read peak. Unfortunately, the side effect of missing all of those shots is the space that VTM have on over here, but no utility covering library.
Yeah.
And they're not even ready for him to continue
come
re-peeking
on.
into them. This is just free farm, but in the meantime, the A site has still been folded by VTM.
There's no way Chelios has got 3 here. And he's still going to be able to live on for a little while longer. The man will surely be revved up to try and make this one work, as now TJP walking up towards brackets. Couple of warning shots. Does have the reload. What's the positional spacing looking like? Hatred inside the mini pit. TJP now making his way through Diggity side. That smoke towards lane will fade shortly. A progression to come out from Chelios, but again, it hasn't really gone deep enough. He's going to have to try and push his way through this one right now. And again, Chelios is just still sitting there waiting for something to happen, something to occur. And now he's on towards the site, but he doesn't have a hell of a lot of time. Just watching over straight towards the pit. He's going to be running on in with that 5-7, and I just can't help but feel like that was a bad 2-on-2 attempt there from Rooster. But well played from VTM. They get another.
We do. TJ cops a team flash, I think it was, from Chelios trying to come up dig side there. And
not great utility.
It just felt a little bit disjointed from the side of Rooster, despite all of the good work that Chelios does on jungle side. And previously, that dig side hold between Juices and ASAP has felt impenetrable. Even against Rare Atom, they kind of just made mincemeat of a lot of these A-takes. But actually, that time was not really doing too well at all.
Yeah. Bit of an interesting one. ASAP, unfortunately, tarnishes his initial, but Icy again, you know, able to do some seriously good work. Now Chelios completely left alone on an island. Nade doesn't even go past the half wall either. I'm not sure if that was the intent or not, but now ASAP has to try and do some investigative work further. He's been in this position before, but Baby4 just sitting outside Freezer, waiting for any over-aggression.
Icy is really hard carrying this VTM team right now. A lot of big impact from the man. Chel. Another missed shot. That's 3 or 4 in a row here. I mean, that's not true. I mean, he connected at quite a few on jungle side round previous. But
what was the Draken window? You know, misses the easy one, hits the challenging ones, and again, exactly that, right? That was the team flash, unfortunately, onto poor Icy, who has been fragging up a storm.
Jesus Christ, man.
Scrappy game.
Very scrappy. But that's not ideal for VTM.
Chelios has rotated off completely.
Yeah, maybe feeling the need to... Oh, this is a huge timing from
ASAP.
This.
I like this a lot.
Unbelievable that he's just sliding straight down bottom middle onto the flank and allowing the stack to come onto B.
Gonna get the call now. Chelios just needs to connect up onto a couple more. That's already 2. 3 bullets left in the chamber. The smoke not exactly perfect. ASAP could have some prime timing here. Bomb is going to start to be planted here now by Hazumi. ASAP should very well get the opening catch, and that's already back into a 3 versus 2. It was a 3v5 in favor of VTM so far. Baby4, the Molotov does not quite connect. ASAP, unfortunately, will have to dunk the nade in there as well to just sweat him up a little bit more. Another molly goes in. A great shot from ASAP. This utility is perfect, but Hatred could be even more perfect, Mitchell. Here we go. A 1 versus 3. Goes for the no-scope. Unfortunately for him, he won't connect the first, but he connects the second. Vietnamese flags are flying, and Hatred denies.
It's the reincarnation of Crazy Guy.
Oh my God.
I remember, like, CSGO era on Inferno just going crazy against the Frenchman.
Oh my
Hatred's conjured up a little bit of old mate.
Immediate timeout from Viridian too. He is not letting this one turn.
I mean, that was perfection from ASAP. He put them in such a great winning position. Chelios was doing such great work with the AWP. It was that 3-on-5 that should never have got that competitive. Shouldn't have even needed that massive clutch from Hatred to keep them in it. But this is what I was saying. Like, this shouldn't be a cut and dry game. VTM, a much better team than we saw up against Rare Atom. And I think you're starting to see a couple of reasons why. Like, the individuals on this team are definitely capable of putting some decent stuff together.
That should never be happening.
Great double opener, but then this is the other end of the spectrum. You can have a double entry, easy as you like off Dana. You can have a massive 1-on-3 clutch, and then sometimes VTM's just team flashing each other.
Yeah.
You know, that is the both ends of the spectrum, unfortunately.
Yeah, that whole round had the good, the bad, and the ugly, didn't it? But that's what makes Asian Counter-Strike very, very exciting. You know, one of those really sort of high-energy rounds, and Hatred getting a highlight reel moment. Love to see it. Able to take that one back home and put it on the fridge so Mum can look at it.
Rooster has definitely let them back into the game here.
It's not good.
Half buy around the hero M4 on Chelios, which is very Rooster-esque.
Such an aggressive line too here. He will be able to get away with one for free, though, onto Icy, who is the impact player.
Great start and advantage for Rooster. The pistols definitely do have some potential here to continue to do some damage. Rooster, if they're able to pick up a 7th here, they could start to right the ship in this half as the money starts to get a little bit sketchy for VTM, all things considered. Like, they have reduced their loss bonus quite substantially. If they drop this round, it could be quite bad for them.
I was about to say, Hazumi found a bunch of space up towards brackets for free, but missed that shot towards Library. Had an opportunity to one-tap TJP, but now the rotation's starting to come in. 50 seconds, Chelios taking point over towards Library here. It is going to be a very, very heavy investment. 4 players from VTM heading down Diggity side now and moving on in. Opening shot, TJP, 1 and 2, looking for the Deagle kills. There he is. Big TJ has to go for the reload. A missed shot from Hatred, and TJ, it's messy, it's scrappy, but he likes those odds.
Big round from him on Dig's side, and that is a reset on the side of VTM's economy. He's very happy with how that one has gone, and it's just a little bit sloppy from the side of VTM. They lose the opening pick to the totem pole boost, and there's just a lack of flashes coming up Dig's side. They're just running up Dig dry. You know, you've seen Rooster do that same kind of play earlier on in this tournament against Rare Atom, where when they came up Dig, it's a nade stack into pit. It's multiple flashes being recycled over on Valk's side to enable the entry to be successful up Dig. You can't just run up dry, man.
Nah. And Rooster so desperately needed that round, right? You know, it's the last of the half now. Obviously, the impact might not yet be there. ASAP does manage to clear out Baby 4. But now they're only left down to the pistols, right? 3 Deagles, a Galil.
He had a window. ASAP was fully white there. The Mac-10 definitely could have cleaned him up. But missed opportunity that you can't afford as VTM in a round where you just don't really have that much to work with to begin with.
Again, a similar story of where a couple of those individuals from VTM just aren't doing enough, right? You know, it's an effort by committee right now from Rooster. Everyone doing their part, pulling their weight. Whereas unfortunately for VTM, you know, we haven't really been able to see much from KJ, Baby 4. It's just really been that big clutch from Hatred. Icy also putting in some numbers.
Bombs drop to the top mid, and there's a certified firing squad on jungle. I just don't see how you get that.
Woo!
One dig onto Terry. He's having a tough time in Banana. His woes continue, although it's not as rough of a game as against Rare Atom.
It's the only really weak point that I'm kind of seeing at this point in time. You know, they've lost one entry in towards A, Rooster, but the rest of it has definitely been the lack of understanding of where they want to be inside Banana.
Yeah. I mean, the A defense did get folded once or twice as well, to be fair. ASAP inside a boiler. Gonna go for the knife. Insult to injury. Flashes fly up over the top, pushing VTM out of bracket, and they are just getting banged through the smokes. KJ quaking in the corner, does at least take TJP with him, but Rooster will secure 8 after a little bit of a slip up on New Box there.
Wild map, Pilly. Feels a little bit similar to what we saw between Sensation and Eruption. A bit more organized than yesterday, I will say.
The team names are just ridiculous.
It is really, isn't it?
Oh, man. Sensation often does lead to Eruption, in my experience.
Absolutely.
Looking comfortable for Rooster, but a couple of question mark moments. Couple of big plays from VTM. Hatred clutch on New Box. IC has been rock solid. All T half long. Moving on to the CT side, they have got their work cut out for them. I think a couple more of the individuals are going to have to step up for VTM if they're going to try to get this game done. I imagine Rooster moving on to the C side now, feeling pretty confident they can close it.
Definitely was their better side. 7-5 half up against Rare Atom. Unfortunately, after losing the pistol and the next couple, I think they got one singular round opportunity to return. But that came off the back of a little bit of a mistake from Rare Atom, so that was where they fell short here. But with the 4-round buffer, even if they lose the pistol here, there should be a level of comfort, so we can think and expect that Rooster would likely close this one solely in the vicinity of maybe your 13-5, your 13-6, something along those lines. But it's not over until the Fat Conky sings.
VTM... I remember watching them at another recent tournament, and their T side was pretty woeful, but their CT was actually kind of good.
Nice.
So I've got some quiet hopes that they could actually get this one done in a reasonable fashion. They're going to need a good start here on this CT side, though, and ASAP inside of carpets. It doesn't matter if it's CT or T. You just don't fuck with that.
Yeah. ASAP. Still absolutely sending in a heater right now. Baby 4, Molotov off. Good set of utility. They haven't yet cleared out Hazumi. Juices does get caught. Hang on a second. Hazumi's still alive, but Terry does march in so we can breathe a sigh of relief for the short time here. KJ, Icy, going to have to rotate all the way around. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, Plant goes in for Pit. KJ has got the dualies. Creeping in over on jungle side. Chell has inserted himself on bracket. I don't think that's a position you're really going to be clearing. It's going to come down to a case of time because Chelios is essentially surrounded here, but will find the side of KJ nonetheless. Icy should clean him up. Not to be done. Chelios on a swivel. Really nicely worked, and that is a confidence builder for Rooster. 9-4. You should get the force buy in the next round for VTM, but it's really feeling like Rooster's game on a silver platter at this point.
Yeah, it's got to feel pretty impossible to come back from here. Not, look, improbable. I'll go with that. I won't be too quick to close the door. Hazumi, another shot onto Terry there, and it may have already been a bit of a change in time. But nah, very, very clean from Chelios. A couple of good shots from the Glock. And unfortunately for VTM, it's just going to be back onto those pistols. Only KJ onto the Deagle alongside Icy. Everyone else with the 5.7s. Just need to see a little bit from Baby 4 and KJ. He's hit a couple of good Deagle shots, but I just couldn't really see him piece together anything with the rifles.
Rooster. Full control given over towards this B side of the map as they walk their way up into bracket. This will almost certainly be a wrap to B, surely, through jungle side. Rotations coming in from IC to back up KJ as the util has been thrown on out there by Chelios over towards Banana, or is it? No, it's TJ.
Oh, a little hesitant, actually. Surprising. They're trying to bait out Hatred out of position here. Hazumi actually does manage to find ASAP. So far, not going so well.
Yeah, rare mistake from ASAP. I think he's kind of overcooked that. I can imagine he's feeling his oats when he's 15-3, but he's essentially just lost to Galil on top jungle.
132 ADR will certainly get you a little bit razzed up.
Smoke goes to Moto for Rooster. It's going to prompt a push from VTM. This could be very ill-advised.
Oh, I don't know about
TJ
this.
didn't even have his gun out, but Juices at least able to double up with the MAC-10.
Oh, man, it's always the craziest thing, isn't it? The butterfly knife can sometimes be like a fidget toy, and TJP unfortunately drops the ball there a little bit, but they do allow some safe passage in towards the side. I think this is going to be still a very, very tough round to retake for VTM. They're going to give it a go.
You reckon? I mean,
nah, they're out.
I thought Hatred had a pretty good timing on the Nana flank there. I'm surprised he didn't even at least give it a crack peeking into the site, but especially picking up the Galil from ASAP over on top jungle.
Yeah, no kit, utility, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they get a Galil armor, then Hazumi can just drop the pistol over to one of the other boys and they can just re-up.
Yeah. It'll be something into the next, but that's going to be Rooster taking double digits here.
Probably going to get an exit here, or at least one or two.
Jesus. Bit of a strangle. They're still within range.
All right, Chelios just continues to do that somehow.
Yeah.
He's
Sort of mean, like...
He's like 90-degree flick one-tapping people.
I think he was such a good AWPer in CSGO. And CS2 obviously a lot more punishing. And, we really did sort of see some of those moments, like even in the previous half, where he missed like 2 sitters and then hit a couple of flicks. But he's been good on the rifle as a trade, right?
He's been good in general in CS2, but it's hard to top what he was doing in Go. Like,
yeah.
I thought he was cheating. Legitimately. Like, playing against him, I thought he was cheating. He was that good. He used to just drop 40 sometimes in MR15, so...
And I still will never forget, it was 2018 CGP LAN, Mad Like Wizards.
Yeah.
First map, like 37 kills on Overpass.
Yeah, that's when I think everybody was just like, yeah, okay.
He's alright. Yeah.
He's actually good.
Yeah.
Not just an onliner.
I'll still never forget me and Matt going up to the table and saying, which one's Chelios? And then he pointed down the road to 80k, so I did that guy. It's like, nice one, bro.
That's classic. He's such a troll.
He is.
But yeah, I mean, he's really earned his stripes. He's been a very solid player in CS2, and Rooster has evolved from a team that just pugs it, getting hard carried by Chelios and maybe one other player, Smooth Crim or whoever.
Oh, Smooth Crim.
To now a team that plays with great structure.
Yeah, just discipline. Like that's what me and Jordan were talking about a little bit before. It's very well thought out Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Now VTM did re-up. A lot of pistols purchased up around the Galil. KJ, yeah, cops an HE nade. That's going to soften him up a little bit, but it's not going to be too much of an issue for TJ. He's just going to go ahead and push into the B site nonetheless. So VTM, let's retake Simulator once again.
Well, he race 8 at Caulfield and racing. TJP straight on through there. Looking to get into Con now. 1 kill onto KJ, and he'll keep on keeping on with that UMP, I'm sure. Taking the additional control. Terry finding Hazumi. ASAP getting Hatred over towards the side of A. Obviously still going for that lurk. And I'm feeling for Baby 4. He's got at least a second kill here, but it's on the exit. No impact.
There's just exits with the pistols. Yeah, 11-4 is going to be pretty hard to overcome. Like these CT side comebacks against a T side team that already has the money built up. Yeah, pile the loss bonus on top of that. Like, I just don't see how VTM can win this game at this point. Which sucks, because I think they probably do have a good CT side behind them, but they're just, I don't see how they're going to get the opportunity to play it. At some point, something's got to give in MR12 format when you're on the CT side trying to overcome a big score deficit.
It's just that beast, isn't it? LAN, such a different environment. Some players thrive, others crumble. And I just, again, from memory, I don't believe Baby 4 actually underperformed earlier this year in Extremesland 2024. Obviously, this was the team that qualified, you know, in a region that likely had a bit more strength to actually make it out of that local qualifier. But then again, you know, when you've got established teams like Rooster, like Rare Atom in your group, it can be pretty hard to overcome mentally.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the... This is definitely... I mean, I've seen VTM playing better in the online event that I watched recently. Just is what it is. They need a bit more of this LAN experience. Play a couple more events like this, and you could start to see a little bit closer to what their level might actually be. But, you know, Rooster have been around the block well and truly at this point, so... You can see that they're not uncomfortable by any stretch of the imagination. No one is really lagging behind in terms of individual performance. It's an effort by committee.
It's a great game from all.
Oh, dear. Ice is in trouble.
Yeah.
Chelios just jiggles him.
Of course. Baited into submission.
Bracket side. Not a peep being made by Rooster, and that's making VTM quite uncomfortable. They're going to go for the info play on bracket side.
Yeah, it's pretty bold. If they find some good timing here, they might be able to get something, especially when a couple looking, and TJP and Chelios are both quite low, but instead they go for the warning shot, completely blind through that smoke. Kazumi does find one, but Chelios juices, gets the response onto Baby 4. And this is oh man, this is such a retakeable round. VTM have to go for this. They cannot save.
I think they'll save.
That sucks.
Like, either, unless Hatred finds something here, you definitely save here as VTM.
I got the volley. It's just, you know, like, what are you going to achieve out of this next?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see them go for it, but they're not going to.
Nah. It's just the Inferno hater in me, I think, that I
think it's just the team that they play on autopilot. Like, I think sometimes you don't play to win just because you've saved so many times.
Yeah.
Like, there's not the critical thinking. Like, you got to cut some corners to win a game like this as VTM, and they're not doing it.
Nah, and this is exactly what I mean, right? You know, in a map like this where it's kind of like, you know, the meta is to save 5 or 6 of these CT-sided rounds if necessary. And it has been since, you know, Go obviously even a bit more so prevalent in CS2 with the economy being so punishing. And it just sucks because it's got such a good thing where Inferno has been, something like those map 3 best maps of all time kind of thing. But then in the generic run, it can be so uneventful.
Yeah, it sucks.
Great take.
Yeah.
I think it's just been too long in the pool, I
don't think it's an Inferno problem. I literally think it's like an economy thing.
Yeah, CS2.
I like Inferno. I love this map. But yeah.
Okay.
The way that the economy makes you play.
Yeah.
Is just a side effect of it.
It's not just Inferno, right?
Look, story for another time. You get a 1-for-1 early on. ASAP's gone down in second mid. It's a good start for VTM. TJ punished from trying to charge up on half wall. And Rooster find themselves at a man disadvantage early on.
Couple of shots from Chelios whirring past the head of KJ. They're just going to slow down the pace again. Pulling away from bottom of Nana right now. Top mid smoke will fade in just a few moments.
I mean, KJ is still pretty alone here on Banana side. Hazumi going to rotate over in his direction as things start to elapse. Molly onto Bracket's side. Ill advised for Baby 4. loses a lot of HP even getting that down, and I'm not sure it really makes much of a difference, but it actually will push Rooster back towards this B side of the map. Molly is being held there by Hazumi. Both him and KJ are some of the higher HP players in the server right now.
Just running that clock nice and low. Likely be an entry in with about 25 seconds left on the clock here for Rooster. Molotov, though, from Hazumi, well timed. They will have to slow down slightly. I don't actually know if there's another molly on the site. No. KJ is going to be forced out into submission here. Very, very low now. It's going to be an awkward angle to hold. Juice is getting the opening, and unfortunately for KJ, so bloody blind, even glasses couldn't save him. And, well, look, all I can say is I think that's going to be GG here, Pilski.
Most likely. A little bit of util here for Hatred. Throws a decent nade towards Newbox, but it doesn't really connect. Flash going into Con to allow Hatred to take some space over there, but Rooster are tucked into the classic Heat and Potty here with even a bait setup over on Newbox side.
Snug as a bug in a rug. They'll be sleeping good tonight. A little kiss on the forehead to send them
though.
into playoffs. Yeah, exactly right. This could be some good utility to flood them in, but unfortunately for Hatred, Baby 4, tail between his legs, and Chelios is going to be taking him down. And Pilski, I just need to remind everyone that there was a 4-7 position at some point. There was a moment in time where we were thinking maybe this actually could have been not a win for VTM, but something a little bit more competitive. And, you know, you amp them up a little bit, saying they might have a good CT side, and they're just not able to do anything, unfortunately. So, well played from Rooster. We do have our victors that will be making it in towards the next stage of the competition into our playoffs. We now know 6 of our 8 teams that will be joining in the real sort of crux of the competition. Best of 3s that commence from tomorrow morning.
Great to see a little bit of love being thrown towards Terry there as well. He had a much better game for himself, and it's good to see the boys G'ing him up a little bit. They're going to need him if they're going to make a playoffs run. Unfortunate, though, to see VTM go out of the tournament this early on. Have seen Vietnamese teams be a part of a lot of these CS tournaments for quite a long time, and look, unfortunately, it's a bit of the same story for them. They're just never quite up to snuff compared to the rest of Asia. So once again, it's going to be back to the drawing board for VTM, although they would have got some decent experience here. They were more competitive against Rooster than we saw against their initial game of Rare Atom. Everyone has to go through those games. You know, this might have been one of the first lands that some of these players played. When I played my first Nationals, I was the lowest rated player in the entire tournament, and there were like 8 teams there. So look, I know exactly how that feels. I have been banged out of a LAN competition myself, but those are the kind of experiences that you have to go through as a CS player to start to get your feet under you a little bit, and then maybe move on to bigger or better things, or maybe just give up like me.
Yeah, look, I think that's probably my only stat that I've ever had is my first proper LAN we actually ended up winning. But that wasn't me that was doing anything. I just held my B site like a good little boy, anchoring, doing what I was told.
Well, the goat, Mitchell.
Yeah, no, that's all that matters. But look, I think taking a highlight away from all of this, I want to give a shout out to Hatred for that 1 versus 3. That was very, very cool to see. Yep. I think at the very least, you know, if you can go home and you can tell all the boys that have been watching along, guys, look at my highlight that I got on LAN when I went over to China. I think that was pretty cool. But, you know, also taking some pieces out for Rooster again, it really did G them up. You know, as you said, you know, pumping up Terry, getting a little bit of excitement going on for the rest of the team. I think hopefully they'll be able to take that momentum in because, you know, just like the teams from Group A and B, they don't have a break today. They had the break yesterday, so they're going to be straight into the Counter-Strike action tomorrow.
Yeah, getting nice and warmed up on the stage. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. Have a little bit of a look at the scoreboard there. Big shout out to Icy. He had a couple of nice plays, especially controlling Banana. MVP will go to ASAP, but I'll give the MVP to everyone on Rooster. That was an effort by committee. They were all within a couple of frags of each other, and I mean, bro, ASAP's just so good.
He's so good, man.
He's
and
actually
I think
insane.
His 10-0 start really slowed down. The rest of the team sort of did pick up to join, but there is the lineup right now. So yeah, one of the most dominant groups so far. -20 for VTM, unfortunately, and that's a little bit of a taste of what we're going to be seeing in the next group, Group D. Chingus Warriors changed the game, and Ravens, of course. So another similar one. I suppose for me, I don't really have too much of a finger on the pulse for Change the Game, nor Ravens. Japan, unfortunately, has never really been a strong Counter-Strike. You know, it was really not until they moved to Valorant where we saw some signs, and then even then it's been a bit up and down. So yeah, I just have no idea what to expect. And there's a couple of Brazilians in that team, obviously, for Ravens too. So yeah, the only really sort of favorite, so to speak, that I see immediately is Chingus Warriors. So we'll see what we go. But for now, we've got some voices. Let's hear from them.
VTM's Hatred right now. Thank you so much for taking this interview. I know this is a tough way to end the best of one. How are you holding up right now?
To be honest, this is not exactly the score we were looking for. We were playing very bad today, and we have to admit it. And yeah, there's no shame in that. We lose today fair and square.
那首先还是欢迎 Hatred 来到我们的赛后采访，自然在我们中间。Hatred 第一个问题是问到他，今天是2场 BOE 都失利了，这个结局对你来说，你现在有什么样的想法 ？Hatred 也说到，对于他而言，他觉得他们的目标并不止步于此，他们本来的目标可能有更高的预期，但是今天确实就是输了，他也对此表示非常遗憾。
But you did have some strong moments individually. What do you think that you or your teammates did do well today?
To be honest, the personal moments in the team that we do all have it, but to me, it's not enough to bring a team to a win. So yeah, we are not exactly proud of those moments, but yeah, we are kind of proud like we did that on the big stage like this.
And it's your very first Extremesland, right?
Yes, it's my first ever Extremeland.
第二个问题也是问到了，今天你们其实在比赛当中还是有一些非常精彩、非常高光的表现的。你能回忆起什么细节，或者你觉得你们是哪一些部分是做的比较好的 ？H 也说到，我们今天其实，在个人的表现有一些残局的时刻，我们也会产生多杀，我对此还是非常自豪的。我也为我的队友们他们今天能够打出的这些高光表现所感到高兴。那当然，我们可能作为一个团队而言，最后是输掉了比赛，并不能形成很好的团队沟通的效应，团队的比赛去赢得一场胜利。但还是觉得今天的表现还是 OK 的。
Now, I know you are disappointed with today's results and expected to do better, but you do have fans and friends who are watching you and here to support you. Do you have any message for them?
Sure. Can I say it in my native language? Sure. Mình xin lỗi tất cả các bạn là với tất cả những người chơi CSGO Việt Nam là bọn mình đến đây với thành tích khá rất là tệ, nên là bọn mình thật sự xin lỗi và bọn mình sẽ cố gắng khởi trở lại năm sau đầy mạnh mẽ hơn ạ.
那最后的话，也是让 Hatred 用自己的家乡话去表达了一段感谢，给到他的粉丝、家人以及朋友。当然，这也是 Hatred 他第一次来到极限之地的线下舞台去进行比赛。我们也祝福 Hatred。
Thank you so much, everyone. VTM's Hatred. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go into Group D.
再次感谢 Hatred 参加我们的赛后采访。接下来我们要进入一段场歇，一起等待待会儿 D 组的比赛。
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diac 2 is on. Diac is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diac on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the Diac on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and is just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we'll try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curve design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor, 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor, I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth. So I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we'll try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curve design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor, 360Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600Hz monitor, I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth. So I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curve design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE experience room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diac2 is on. Diac is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diac on the old monitor, 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor, I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the Diac on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background, so and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just in your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Extremesland CS Asia Cup Finals, live in Shanghai, China. I'm your host, Victoria.
And my name is Jacob. 各位好，欢迎回来，这里是2025极限之力 CS 亚洲公开赛总决赛的现场，这里是江北和我的搭档 Victoria。
Now, just earlier today, we saw the two teams qualifying to play us from Group C. We had Rare Atom and Rooster moving forward. But now we have the upcoming battle for Group D. We have three teams. They are Raven from the Japanese qualifiers. We have Chinggis Warriors from Mongolia and CTG from the Chinese qualifier.
在经历了 C 组的激烈角逐之后 ，RA 和 Rooster 成功晋级到了 Playoff， 也就是我们下一阶段的比赛。而在待会儿将要进行的 D 组的比赛当中，仍然有3支队伍，他们分别是来自日本赛区的 Ravens， 来自蒙古赛区的 Chinggis Warriors， 以及来自中国赛区的 Change the Game。 接下来，让我们用掌声欢迎他们登场。
Ravens is a team consisting of 3 Japanese and 2 Brazilian players, returning to represent Japan at Extremesland since 2019. They not only seek strong results, but also aim to challenge Asia's best and inject new energy into Japanese Counter-Strike.
首先登场的是 Ravens 战队，他们由3名本土选手与2名巴西籍选手组成。他们是日本 CS 自2019年后首次登上亚洲舞台。他们不仅追求佳绩，更希望挑战亚洲顶尖高手，为日本注入新活力。
Give it up for Ravens. Thank you, Ravens. You may please take a seat. From Mongolia, Chinggis warriors embody the spirit of Genghis Khan, forged through unyielding strength and fearless will. They are united warriors of the steppes, fighting with honor and skill for victory.
Chinggis Warriors 来自草原的精英们，以不屈之力与无畏意志铸就真我。他们是草原上的团结战士，将带着技术与荣耀，为触手可及的胜利而战。
Give it up for Chinggis Warriors. CTG is a team built by ordinary players who refuse to be defined by fate. They challenge the rules and strive to rewrite the game. Their journey proves that ordinary individuals can achieve ordinary, extraordinary feats.
CTG 他们来自民间，却以时间为鉴，向命运发起挑战。他们持续学习，潜心沉淀，立志在电竞长河中改写规则。时间将见证他们铸就非凡的一天。
They're here to change the game.
有请 CTG 入座，准备比赛。
All right, Jacob, very shortly we're going to be finding out which 2 teams will be joining the playoffs for tomorrow.
谁会晋级到下一阶段的赛事？再次欢迎我们所有的队伍来到我们的舞台上。接下来的时间交还给解说席。
Welcome back, everybody. Another time, another group, final group of this stage at this point in time. Number D coming through, and yeah, look, I don't know. This one is probably a little bit more open than some of the others that I'm thinking. Chingus Warriors very strong, but yeah, I'm not really too sure about Change the Game and Ravens.
Oh, I think Change the Game, you know, we've seen them playing a little bit in the Tier 2 kind of Asian scene. They're a Chinese team that, you know, often does decently for themselves, getting themselves into ECL and playing a lot of these Chinese qualifiers. So I think they're reasonably well established for themselves at this point. I've got pretty big question mark around Ravens. Some of these players haven't even really got officials under their belt. So I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. I don't know who's going to come through as the top seed from this group. I think Chingus would be the outstanding favorite for sure, but I actually low-key think Change the Game have got a decent shot at beating them in a best-of-1 and getting through for the top of the group. I've seen Change the Game take on a couple of the other Mongolian teams recently and be able to beat them in ECL. So, and I kind of rank a lot of those Mongolian teams around the same level, to be honest. Yeah. So I really wouldn't be surprised if you do see Change the Game actually defy the expectation a little bit. But maybe I'm just a Mongolian hater.
Maybe Pilski. And look, the whole thing for Chingus Warriors, right, is that they actually here in lieu of the Huns. The Huns is actually playing another event right now. I think they were the original qualifiers alongside Eruption. Chingus Warriors was in that 3rd seed, so they managed to come their way through here. So yeah, it really does sort of give that opportunity up a little bit more. And I don't know, yeah, they definitely don't have a safe position by any means.
Yeah, I think for, you know, I would have Chingus Warriors Eruption around the same kind of level. Huns maybe slightly better than that, and then a canyon to Mongols in the Mongolian scene. But a lot of these players, we know them quite well at this point. The core of Rooks, E-Fire, Yami, and Kulas. A lot of these players with a lot of experience under their belt, including even some runs over in the minor and things like that. So they've got some great experience under their belt. For Change the Game, they're a little bit more of a black box. They're a little bit more insulated because they're coming out of the Chinese scene from a Western perspective. We don't know a whole lot about them, but we have seen them kind of in some of these qualifiers that do actually get a little bit of representation on Wikipedia or on HLTV, those kind of things. And as I mentioned before, making a pretty deep run in ECL. I think they got themselves a top 4. Not bad.
Yeah, no, really, really good. We were speaking to Surf in the green room earlier, one of the Chinese casters, that he was saying that it's a group of streamers, is my understanding. So that's cool, you know, being able to put something together and, you know, make the game into something a little bit more, you know, maybe something like a bit similar to like that Mythic kind of thing over in NA, which, you know, works, does make some pretty decent runs into some tournaments around the bend. So yeah, it's very, very cool to see. And I guess the only sort of big thing to mention with Chingus Warriors, which we know now, is controls. Moving up to the Mongols, had a pretty decent start and then plateaued, unfortunately. One of the really sort of poor performances in those playoffs there. But look, again, you know, up against Vitality, like, come on, ended up winning the whole damn thing and having a really good run in the year. So that means that potentially leaves Chingus Warriors a little bit weaker. He definitely was one of their stronger players, but I suppose overall we've seen them make some good runs at some bigger international events as well, so there's definitely some capacity there. But I've got no real kind of expectations either side here. I think it should be fun. It's a best of 1. We've got 3 more of them for the rest of the day, as we mentioned, where obviously both of these individual teams will have to face up against the Ravens as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we'll see what map it does end up on, but Chingus Warriors should be feeling pretty confident that they can take this game. You know,
Ancient.
No Ancient, no Train. Nuke's going to go out as well, thanks to Change their game. I mean, yeah, no Ancient and Train. I'm surprised Chingus banned out Ancient. It's a map that they... I'd see a lot of Mongolian teams playing Ancient all the time. Getting pretty close to Inferno here again, and that will be the decider.
Come on!
Best of 1 on Inferno. You've seen a lot of Inferno thus far this event, and a lot of the teams quite comfortable playing it.
But what have we seen? 1 nuke at the very, very beginning. That was Nemesis up against Lin Vision.
Yep.
And then it's just been Ancient and Inferno. Otherwise, I guess that's the run of the gauntlet that we get with all these best of 1s, right? You know, there's going to be 12 best of 1s in total, and only seeing 3 different maps. It's pretty insane to think, but I guess there is that comfort, you know, when you've got Ancient being a bitty competitive map for a lot of teams. Same with Inferno, it's been around forever. Often you'll throw a little bit of Dust Tour or a little bit of Mirage in there, but yeah, it was, I suppose, a little bit out of left field seeing Nuke come in, but now we sit, and it's going to be Inferno to be the opening map of Group D.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Haven't gotten to see Change the Game really play at all, so I can't wait to get my eyes on a couple more upcoming talents within China, and a Chinese team that I'm not too familiar with as far as Chinggis Warriors is concerned. Pretty familiar, I know exactly what we're going to get from them. You know, Control's going out of the team, I don't think it's going to hamper them too much, although Control's has been fantastic in Mongols, and he did have some big games on Chinggis Warriors. He wasn't the hard carry on the team or anything. A lot of the times, Chinggis Warriors were quite a team that would get it done by committee, and if anything, they were all very inconsistent. Sometimes you would have one player just go missing, sometimes you'd have players popping off. At the end of the day, they've still got Kulas, they've still got Yami. Yami has been a promising player within the Mongolian scene for quite a while, so plenty of firepower still on Chinggis Warriors for sure, but they will have to start this one out on the T side.
Seen a couple of interesting runs of Inferno over the last little bit here. Rooster obviously getting 1 win, 1 loss, and it's Rook straight away to rip the head off of Zero, and a second onto Hacking as well. That is site nearly taken immediately. 957 unfortunately has to bow out of this round, heading back towards construction. And that's going to be that bomb getting planted now. A quick rotation back around from Vance. And I mean, if 957 can buy some additional time here, Yami's already found his way in towards CT, but Pilski, it's going to be a pretty challenging retake if you ask me. There is one frag already coming through from Vance, but then Yami can swing on in very, very nicely. E-Fire and Yami as well to get the last couple. So a relatively clean pistol here for Chinggis Warriors.
I mean, that is just quintessential Chinggis Warriors. They are going to run at you, and if you don't stop them, then you're going to lose this game. And Change the Game need to be well aware of that. They should know exactly the star that Chinggis Warriors is going to be bringing into this game. They've just played their way through an ECL season that Chinggis Warriors were participating in. So I think right off the bat, not being ready for a W up banana is not necessarily a great sign that Change the Game are going to be able to deal with Chinggis Warriors on this T side.
No complacency. Forced in around the pistols. A little bit of a slower start here from Chinggis.
Grab the force by on the side of Change the Game. To take banana control pretty early on here and establish themselves a smoke down the bottom. Hacking gets dropped off. 5-7 in hand to be backed up by Zero, who has gone back to get himself some more utility that was dropped over towards main side. So another smoke can be refreshed at bottom banana for the CT side. And it seems like Chinggis Warriors were prepping themselves for a banana retake. Still keeping a little bit of pressure on that A side of the map though. Creeping their way through carpets and taking brackets.
Made straight down, that hurts. 3 of these members, and with Hacking up very, very close and personal, surely Rooks is going to clear this. No. Seen that a couple of times throughout this competition so far, Pilski, not having those angles checked, and the next will be snapped as a part of it. Vance actually finding another onto E-Fire as well. Coolest very, very low here. Laikishu finding another, and now Yami has to try and pick up the pieces here. There is the wraparound, there is the single member of Laikishu with that MP9 inside the pit. It's awkward, it's wrapping around. Yami is going to actually fall to the final bullet in the chamber as well. And Coolest not even able to find that. What a round from Laikishu sitting inside that pit. It's his, and he's opened it up.
He's done very well for himself there. More impressively though is just the read on Chinggis with that big banana stack. Starting things off very well, dropping off Hacking towards the bottom side. Vance following up with the scout. Giving himself another, actually just spamming through the smoke there. That's a little bit fortunate. And then a really, really nice pit anchoring, as you mentioned. Not easy to put together a 3K with the MP9 there. But he's done quite well, particularly picking off that Moto peak from Hacking, I think it was.
Yeah.
Chinggis on the force buy here. To try to right the wrongs of the last round. Already dropping a round to the CT force buy is not going to necessarily leave a great taste in their mouth.
Ouch. Tikuak, great opening. Hacking also getting the dink as well from the additional Tech 9. I think they're just going to be running straight through this as well. The flash is decent. Coolest, great entry in with them. Vance also falling to the hands of Coolest as well. And I suppose we're just going back to basics here, Pilski. Run at them with pistol, get kills, win round.
At some point, you've got to stop getting destroyed by the banana rush of Chinggis. That was more of a flash timing, to be fair, but you know, it's not really too far out of the realms of expectation. Chinggis, when they are feeling confident and getting the W key held down, can be a very difficult team to deal with, as you've seen from the pistol in round 3 just then. Pretty straightforward couple of connections with the Tech 9 and not too much pushback from Change the Game.
Just some time to sit here and think about what they're going to do into the next round. Like Ishu obviously having the AK, all the utility. So financially, they have to invest into this one. Vance is going to be able to pick up a weapon. Hacking, obviously 1400, so it's basically just a pistol, light armor.
Chinga's looking solid though. Good response with the Tech 9s.
Big, solid, pumped.
Vance not going to buy up into that one. He had enough to purchase an M4 and armor.
It's a weird choice. Maybe saving for the AWP, I guess.
Yeah. Not about that one. Anyway, see how it goes for him. Quick banana take once again.
Jez from Sensation.
Oh, yeah.
That's not good. That's really not good.
I mean, that was a CT molly as well to put him in an awkward situation. Full white, Rook straight through the flash, finds 957. This is crazy. This is some crazy old school Chinese aggression. He doesn't actually commit to the walk through the smoke. I thought I was watching like primetime Tai Lu from 2015 there.
Let's go. Those were the days when everyone around the world said, how the hell do we play against this team? Very erratic styles on Inferno. Rotation comes around. Hacking does get some support. Very bold there, walking down straight away, dry in mid. Does find Yami. Now Zero has to reposition an MP9, hopes, dreams. Molotov into pit. The rotation is coming down Banana now. If he gets one, which he does, looking for a second onto Tikawak as well, but he is able to find it as a response. So Change the Game will rotate in here. They will try to fight this one, Pilski, and it's very, very quick. They're going to be walking into dig side immediately. Now as that utility does start to come down, Speedway will be smoked, and now as they walk on in, having a little bit of a look here, Tikawak will be the first to take point. Rooks very much watching towards the back of sight, and he finds one. Hacking gets the response back, and now it's on the Rooks to try and connect with the shot here, and he won't be able to. Hacking secures the round and Change the Game, go 2 for 2.
Yeah, Chinga's Warriors a little shaky in some of these situations, but with the bomb plant and a fair bit of cash having been built up, I really wouldn't be surprised to see them put a pie together here.
Sounds like there's a little bit of a turnout in the crowd for Change the Game as well.
I mean, a lot of the Chinese teams are definitely the favorites here in Shanghai.
I wonder why.
For Chinga's Warriors, though, a lot of hometown support, I'd imagine, as well.
For sure.
A lot of support behind all of these Mongolian teams, and there's a fair few pretty good ones to cheer for. I think, you know, it just goes to show how much love there is for CS in Mongolia and the depth of the scene, that you've got multiple teams that can be competitive at, you know, the level of, you know, tier 1 or 2 in Asia. And Chinggis, Huns, and the boys over at, why am I having a mental blank?
Eruption?
Eruption, yeah. We just saw him play the other day. Or, you know, you'd have your ISG mixers. Like, you've always got 2 or 3 teams that are kind of all jostling for position in the, you know, Asian domestic competition.
And then you've even extending out to, you know, teams like the Cube and stuff in that, like, tier down. There's a lot of Mongolians sort of nipping around at this point in time, which, you know, has definitely been driven up by the passion of the fans watching along as the hometown heroes in the Mongols have been still going strength to strength.
iPhone 7 down the bottom side of Banana. You do have the AWP out for Vance. Rooks cops himself a nade. They're looking for a Carps pop timing here, but 957 just pushing straight down Banana. I don't know if his foot's been stolen.
I think it did. Shadow. Well done from Coolest. Able to find that open now, and the pace is being picked up by Vance. Watching from top Nana now. But still going to be a bit of a tough one here. Yami finding like Ishu, and Zero has to basically do it all. Hacking has made his way through that smoke towards Moto, so he will be able to look to support. But I think Rooks is actually going to try wrap him around inside Library, but it's not going to matter when all they're taking space. This is good. I like this from Change the Game.
Got to get active. Slowly getting surrounded here. Hacking, waiting for his timing, pushing forward in front of the Molly, hand in hand with Zero. From Boiler's side,
Wow.
You needed to connect that kill, and now Chinggis Warriors is scrambling over to P.
If Vance finds one here, Pilski, this could be a massive round, a 3 versus 5. Change the game. I think they're all going to be heading through CT. There's the opening, gets the info on a second, narrowly misses it, but that's okay. He can slow it down now. head his way back. Hacking moving in towards CT. Great pick there from Coolest, but I think Vance actually wants to try and get a bit more active, waiting for the rotation to come around from Zero. Flash over the top now. Should know that one member will still be inside CT after dropping to that frag. Smoke will come down, but it looks like Coolest wants to get active as well. Straight to the smoke here, Pilski, and Coolest. Great timing, great proactivity, and Chingus Warriors find 3.
And some disrespect there from Coolest. Has been a player we've seen in the Mongolian region for a couple of years now. Got the call up to join Tiger, I think, at one point. It was the first time I got to see him play.
Man, remember Autumn as well?
Yeah.
August with Urcast.
August was all right.
It was. That was the first team that I think Urcast joined after moving back to Mongolia.
He's never really been able to do much on the Mongolian teams, unfortunately, for the most part. Maybe Tiger would be the exception to that.
Yeah, he was so good on Greyhound, but
for sure
had his moments. Fueled by the Woolworths rotisserie chicken.
Absolutely.
The Bachelor bag.
You can only buy it when it's been marked down, though.
For sure.
If you buy it full price, you're a monster.
If you're not risking salmonella, who are you?
Exactly. I've only been made stronger by the bacteria from the rotisserie chickens.
Who needs protein?
Rooks hopping around over the smoke. They're going to bust straight through it. 957. Back into main side to pick up yet another smoke to try to slow down the play of Chingus Warriors. They're trying to force out more and more utility, but over on the other side of the map, the bracket stack from changing the game lies in wait.
This is the issue that we've seen so far, right? You know, Chingus Warriors has won 3, but then immediately changed the game, has fought back. If the trending continues upwards, it will be change the game, finding this round off the back of it for people. And Rooks has gotten away with murder there. Hacking does get the trade in, but Vance able to find another one. E-Fire looking good so far, but he gets dropped as well. Zero ripping the head off of Coolest. These pistols are just too powerful. It's going to have to be Tikuak to find the 1 versus 3 clutch. He does have the bomb in hand, but he's going to have to go walkabout and find himself something here. This is so awkward. 20 seconds, has to hit the shot, and I think 957, no, denied. What's he going to be doing here? May actually be able to find the side. Should have just enough time, but he's obviously watching the flank. He's wasted a couple of extra seconds. Zero's just looking for him. Can he even get around the pillar? I don't think he can. He has to just plant open. He's going to go for the fake and runs out of time, yeah. Well done from Zero to at least just keep him interested for the time being and change the game. Have certainly changed the game.
Picked themselves up and all. Right at the end of that round, it's going to be a timeout for change the game. Just trying to steady the ship after a chaotic couple of situations. I mean, this is just quintessential Chingus Warriors, as far as I'm concerned. It's just a scrappy opening to the game, having a tough time against 4 spies and pistols and things like that. Both of these teams just kind of wrestling for control, tripping over each other to try to get on a little bit of a run here.
Definitely an interesting map. And, you know, we sort of put some question marks against it. I think the opening series for each of these groups has been the most exciting, except for that Nemesis and Lin Vision. Then the second game, like, out of nowhere, Deep Cross obviously taking down Lin Vision in a 13-11 fashion. Saw an overtime between Eruption and Chijehao, which was a little bit scrappier than the game between Rare Atom and Rooster. And so far, this one's living up to a similar expectation. So we've had at least kind of one decent series between each of the groups, between the top 2 seeded teams.
Straight up second mid. Looking for a carpet swap here. Zero shouldering, Molly in hand, backed up by Vance, which an AWP is going to be a very awkward gun to be trying to hold off this carpet's aggression. Molly goes a little bit awry.
Yeah. Now running in, like Ishu has to try and take that space. Vance finding Tikuak a second actually as well from Vance. Rooks does get the trade, and an additional shot missed. Rooks getting 2. That's the site now opened up. 957 and Hacking, they will rotate their way through. They look relatively interested in trying to find this round, but again, it's just that game of tug of war. You know, you push, I'll pull. Keep getting these rounds back. I feel like they kind of almost want to make the investment. Hang on.
That was not on.
All of a sudden, we actually can see the round open up here, Pilski. Both of them have kits. They can start to creep on in towards this position. Cooler sitting at the back of the site. They're not exactly healthy. They haven't been eating their veggies. Damage dealt onto Coolers right now. Change the game. Oh, what a round there. What a recovery. Beautiful stuff from the Chinese squadron. And finally, they break the shackles. They are free and they take the lead.
What on earth was that shot?
That was crazy.
That was nowhere even close to being on. I think it was slightly moving when he shot through the smoke there.
Yeah, must have just thrown it awry. A couple of good shots here from Vance.
Yeah, for sure. Defended
Let's
the
see this
waterfall
one.
well.
Oh, no way. Shot out left.
I don't know.
Yami done dirty a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Chinga's Warriors in general, they had a pretty nice timing there to try to be taken advantage of, but they couldn't just quite get that round. The try peak
Yeah,
on
don't know
middle
about
from
that.
E-Fire. Coolass is up on half wall.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God.
Chinga's Warriors, there's a level of disrespect that they're trying to assert here that is they have not earned in this game.
No. It's a little bit rough. You know, I was sort of personally putting Chinga's Warriors kind of in that, like, maybe 4-5 position. Kind of argue around with Rooster, Zhizhihao. But right now, it is not looking good. I mean, that round's interesting because Yami forced in with the hero AK. The rest just had pistols, but there was not a single kind of structural piece in that round.
No, I mean, that's very patented from Chinga's Warriors. Those are the kind of rounds that just mix in where it's almost just pucky. They just send it,
yeah,
run it down, and when it works, it's beautiful. Like, you've seen it work a couple of times with the banana timings in this game, and when it doesn't work, you're like, what on earth are these guys doing?
Yeah.
Like, I've casted a lot of their games, and there is a lot of examples of that.
Yep, for sure.
It's been a blessing in disguise for someone like Controls, who has just been put in a role of Mongols of just like, you just need to shoot people, man. He's like, great. I've been practicing that for ages.
Yeah.
I've been on a team where sometimes our plan for the round is shoot people and not much else.
And now he gets to do it alongside Blitz and 9-10, Mazinho. Still, obviously, everyone a little bit taken aback by the Senzu position. Wondering if he will make a return at any point in time, or if he's had his time in the sun as one of the Mongols' greats. But now pressure onto Rooks. 957 does get the kill back. It's not over Red Rover, though, still down towards Nana, as there continues to be a little bit of a fight here. Hacking stuck, 33 points of HP. And they are going to continue forward here. Vance does have the line, and he is going to be able to at least go fishing here. But what's he going to find? Will it be that beautiful first salmon of the season? Onto it. Great shot opening, but now will they not clear Hacking? They will, but he only gets away with one. And I think this is probably a round where you genuinely have to consider a straight save, but maybe change the game. We'll shift that up if they can find the opening pick like they did in the 3v5 in the previous Pilski.
Maybe. Coolass sitting behind the sandbags.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Maybe a position that does go overlooked as Chinga's Warriors set up quite nicely around the bomb. There's the off angle from Coolass. He's really putting on a little bit of a clinic right now. Zero trying to scramble into position, but a little bit flat-footed on top of the barrels. And that's two nice and easy ones to take the last two guns away from changing the game. May hamper their economy going forward, and some more success found by Chinga's Warriors based off of what feels like a couple of sloppy shots on Banana. It really feels like from changing game. That should have been a kill for sure for 957. And then nice shot from Vance. Hacking definitely could have got more done there, but he was pretty low HP, to be fair. Chinga's doing really, really well to just crack open Banana with a nice couple of entries.
Bit of a more aggressive approach here towards top mid. They've already taken bracket spacing. Akishu, though, finding a very nice one onto Rooks through the smoke, but now they're going to be pushing on in. Coolest doesn't even need that AWP. He's just going to go straight on in with the Tech 9. He finds two with it, but now Vance and Zero have found a couple back. Looking really, really rough. Ticklewack does get a response, but so does Hacking. Wow. He's hit some serious shots right now. Hacking is looking fantastic. So is Vance. Yeah. And I'm pleasantly surprised right now. This is looking good from Change the Game.
Change the Game are a decent team, man. Yeah, definitely not going to be any pushovers for Chinga's here.
Oh, I've done like...
Particularly feeling like very comfortable on the home soil right now. Like they're chilling in an event like this.
It's been a little bit of a time between drinks for me for ECL Asia, and I guess that's really where you do get to see some of these other teams, right? Like, show up.
Yeah, I think they've been playing for a little while. You just don't really get to see Change the Game too much. And in ECL Asia as well at the moment, like with the PRS points being the invitation.
Yep.
Coolass is infallible right now. Another opener And a double up Banana. Like, he is dominating this game. 14 and 6. Chingus Warriors are very lucky that they have this man on the roster.
Oh, Lakishu does get one back. And now it's really just sort of eyes on Vance if he's going to be able to do anything here. If he can get one and just buy some additional time, but it's a good flash onto the front of the B lane. Now he's going to have to fall back. Does get the Molotov down. Rotation coming around from Lakishu. He does have the AK now. Another Molotov, which should buy some additional time, allowing the reposition from Vance. He's getting a little bit shaky, and unfortunately, no Vesper Martini. Needs to be not stirred. This time, moving on up towards Nana as well. Zero is going to try take point. Lakishu gets one, but traded out nicely. A much cleaner round there from Chingus Warriors, as we only have one remaining in the half.
Yeah, courtesy of the double entry from Kulas. He is just really on a heater for Chingus Warriors right now. But this is just, it really just is kind of quintessential Chingus Warriors. Like, I feel like any of these players can kind of put together a half like this when they're feeling it. A little bit inconsistent in terms of individual performance. Like, you might see something like Yami, something like this from Yami later in the tournament. You might see a game like this from eFire or Rooks as well. Don't know what to expect from Tikwak. I really haven't seen anything from him. So that is the player coming in for Kulas. Nice opener again.
Oh my god.
From the aforementioned man.
Can do everything. AWP, AK.
Yeah, I mean, he has been an AWPer in the past. Followed up well by Rooks. Like, this B site is a certified liability. I think they're almost glad that this CT half is over at this point.
If they can catch the bomb though, Pilski, here, Yami's going to be able to peek up from Mexi, but he's then taken down. They're already running up so quickly. Look at the pace now. Kulas has to be the one to try and stem the bleeding, denying, holding that line. They've got to flash their way in though. Surely they're not just going to dry peek this. They do. And now he can reposition as well. There's that flash. I thought that maybe connected, but no, it did not, or it did.
I mean, minus 57 onto Vance.
Yeah,
there.
wow.
I don't know if that was a nade or he got legged through the half wall.
Irrespective, still a beautiful thing to see as they've definitely slowed down the pacing here from Change the Game, but they are going to look to blow up that nade now here as it goes on in. Rook's not yet spotted as he slots into pool. It's certainly not hot here in Shanghai. The man's got an ice bath going along, but he's going to take advantage of the benefits. And that will be in the end. Chingus Warriors managing to tie this scoreline 6-6. I thought Change the Game were going to start to sort of run away with this a little bit, but it's a very competitive map here on Inferno so far.
Yeah, I think you're seeing sloppiness from both of these teams. You're seeing Change the Game with a couple of opportunities, with a couple of shots. That B hold felt like more and more of a liability, and Kulas knew it. He took a full advantage of the fact that it was just effortless to crack open Banana with the rifle, with the AWP. He's a good 10 kills ahead of the rest of Chingus Warriors, and I think without Kulas right now, this would be a favorable scoreline for the hometown boys.
Still plenty of work to do for both these teams, Pilski. Nothing is guaranteed here. I mean, again, so far so good. The only potential question on the script was Group 8. And I guess many probably would have already put Team Nemesis slightly above Deep Cross if they haven't been paying attention. So we see a group of veterans returning to the playoffs from the sort of MYSG Filipino region. And that was the only really question mark. Groups B, C, D, all relatively cut and dry, it felt like.
I'm going to change the game over onto the T side now. Really anyone's game. Get some moves over towards Broom. Chingus with a full setup on this B side of the map. Flash being held by eFire, and they've got a little bait set up for Kulas, who sits on top of first Oranges, just waiting for that B hit to come in.
Still taking their time. Found the space up towards Car.
Rooks is trying to make it look like this is a retake setup with just him and a smoke. Really trying to beckon them into the B site right now.
Red flag flying. Trying to get the bull charging.
And 2 flashes and 2 smokes here for Change the Game. Very obvious that they want to go for this B site play at some point. It's waiting out that initial smoke. Counter flash out the ready here for eFire.
Now the utility does start to march in. How do they time it here, Pilski? Rooks and Kulas ready to go, calling on the splash. There it is. Pop. 1. Just 1 so far. Kulas still hoping for more, and he will be able to find them! Oh, beautiful stuff from Kulas. 2 guns, 4 kills. A beautiful round, and he just continues to add to his belt. He's found so many frags in this game, the sole proprietor at this point in time for Chinggis Warriors. And they managed to take the lead 7-6.
Yeah, 21 kills in 13 rounds is not too bad at all. Look, I think Kulas at this point recognizing that if you're the best player on Chinggis Warriors, then you might end up on the Mongols. So he better make sure that that seat is nice and warm in this case. No bomb plant, but a force buy nonetheless here from Change the Game. Chinggis Warriors have already had their issues against the pistol forces here, and already it's looking a little bit scrappy. Ticklewack goes down inside a boiler, and now there's only 2 players left on this A side.
Hacking, gets 2, ripping the heads off. Yami actually finding 2 of his own, but now that he is taken down, that is going to be the site secured. But Vance, unfortunately, has to head his way into the apartments. Real estate's quite expensive here at this point in time, so he's going to take his time and enjoy the moment.
Big flank from eFire, though. Joined up by Rooks. They're actually going to double up through Carbside, and I'm not sure if Change the Game will be ready for it.
Oh, that's good timing from Hacking if he didn't slot in towards that pit position. Now he spots out the head of eFire, and that's a little bit of a blunder there. Rooks is going to have to try and do it. Does get a little bit of damage over towards the man in the pit. They're both very, very low. It's just trying to bait them out, and they do absolutely. Hacking, panicking a little bit. Vance, a gentle breeze will knock him over, but he swings, and he will ding. And that is going to be 7-7, tied scoreline again. We continue this just kind of game of Tom and Jerry, cat and mouse, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, that's the 3rd or the 4th time this game alone that Chinggis Warriors have lost to pistols and armor. It's getting a little bit played out at this point.
Broken record, right?
Keeping the game much, much closer than it should be, especially when Kulas is putting on a clinic like this.
What do they say? A broken clock is right twice a day. More like 6 or 7 for Chinggis Warriors.
They will once again force up. Yami's got the mag 7 out. Big nade stack onto Rooks. Fully blind. It's Kulas.
Goodness.
Not much opposition being put up by Chinggis Warriors on that B side of the map. They look far too easy for Change the Game to fold that sandbags hold.
That's it. Change the Game's winning the major.
I don't think that.
Extremesland is the Asian major, Pilski. Do not worry.
That's true. I will give you that. But they've got to beat TJP.
True.
I don't know if I don't know if anyone could do that, unless your name is who have they lost to recently? I don't even remember.
Domestically?
Probably Elfish guy on Rust.
True.
I mean, we'll just let the Chinese commentators do it for us at that point.
The best part is the couple of good shots.
Yep.
The crowd is having fun.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's not give away too many more. That was at least 1 Mac 10, maybe 1 rifle. Not too bad. Change the game. Very, very nice round to swat away the force buy attempt from Chinggis Warriors. And now they get themselves into an anti-eco. They're up 8-7. About to step into a 9-7 lead here on the T side. This could be an early upset here in Extremesland in this group, which would potentially change the game up to be the first seed coming out of it.
And I guess that's the kind of conversation that's very much up in the air at this point in time. You know, what's the seeding actually going to be looking like? Which group will be facing who? The story is yet to be told here as the sort of high moments of the competition are upon us from tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. GMT +8 will be the commencement of the tournament.
Lovely.
Hacking stolen.
Good little lineup there. Only 1 gun lost from Change the Game. Setting themselves up nicely to tee themselves a little bit of an upset here on Inferno, but Chinggis Warriors, still plenty of opportunities on this CT side. We haven't seen Kulas get the AWP out just yet, and he's not going to get to do it here in round 17. I think, look, it's just going to be a cruisy game from the rest of Chinggis Warriors. You know, this is definitely not a one-man show most of the time. Definitely waiting to see, you know, the rest of the usual suspects start to have some impact for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, no one really heavily underperforming. Like E5's 5 and 10, E5's 5 and 10 rather, is not that bad, like not really causing too many issues.
I mean, he's not really causing too many issues for Change the Game though. True. Yami tested on a balcony side there, not quite able to get the clean execution that the T's were looking for, so they'll scurry back away into the apartments.
No utility now, Pilski. Very limited.
Oh, for the CT side, for sure, yeah. they still do have a reasonable weaponry advantage, at least over 957, but he's barely clinging to life anyway. And change the game, going to kick their feet up here in bracket and wait for some aggression from Chinggis Warriors. Like Kexu sitting inside logs there, but he doesn't have any utility to actually apply any much pressure to the rotations. In fact, he's literally just shooting his AK and hoping that's going to pull a rotation, and in this case it will. Efi is going to make his way into Con now.
Even Coolest pulling away slightly in towards the archers.
The best fake ever. Those bullets are basically free. Jungle wrap util. And Yami's got to do most of the work from Balk here, I would say.
Tikuak is there still. Yami is going to have a singular duel onto Zero. Putting him down very, very quickly now as Hacking does start to make his way past the archers. Great timing from Coolest. Getting away with murder really there. Tikuak does get punished, and now Yami is on a little bit of an island as 957's made his way back through the apartments, but unfortunately, Pilski, well, the game of Counter-Strike, you need to plant the bomb. If you take it to either of these sites, A or B, you will be able to actually win the round.
The issue is you need more than 3 seconds to plant the bomb, and Chinggis Warriors are well aware of that. Excellent site anchoring there from Yami. Chooses the perfect tools to be taking at the perfect time. Coolast as well, slipping through that arch smoke. Really, really well worked from Chinggis Warriors. That's a bit more like it from Yami.
Yeah.
Like, he's the player I'm used to seeing hard carry some of these Mongolian teams.
Yami the Chad. Seen him wandering around the hotel a couple of times already. And now it's that kind of awkward round here where I don't really know how hard they're going to reset the economy here for change the game. I still feel like, you know, both teams are just as equally pressured financially.
Great start from Zero. Already losing a pick over towards the A side of the map is Chinggis Warriors. Efi are hanging around on half wall there, backed up by Rooks. Won't be tested too early on here. Like, Kexu's just investing a little bit of util. They want to deny the info over towards B before they do anything else too much. They know that they've got that pick in Boiler. Zero's still hanging around over on bracket side. May throw out a jungle smoke to keep the CTs interested. Yeah, trust the sandbags hold here.
Oof. Pressure's on now. It's going to be a good flash to come in. Rook's completely blinded, but they haven't really done anything of it. This double up is going to be very, very awkward for Change the Game as they actually smoke the molly, make their way through. But Aikisha, who has been having a fantastic game, will be the one to take point, and surely this will be the first round where we see it, where Chinggis Warriors will just have to pull the plug. And Aikisha actually did even spot Yami out there as well, so unfortunately we have to play the inevitable game of the Inferno 40-second save.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Really gives me time to just think about all the things that have gone wrong in my life.
Yeah, all the regrets that I made between the ages of 0 and 32.
He's on the hunt here.
You know what's crazy, Pilly? Like, if I just saved my money from the ages, you know, 2 to 13.
Yeah, I've heard it all before, man.
I might have been able
if I
to
just Bitcoined and, you know, did a crypto, you know, backflip like 2 years ago, I'd be a millionaire.
If I invested in fart bucks, I would have, you know, been able to make it. Maybe the Talk Tour podcast would have changed my life.
Well, Hacking's taken the last 2 guns away. Nothing given to Chinggis Warriors as you see Change the Game get themselves double digits. This is very much feeling like they're going to be taking this game of Inferno. Last timeout for Chinggis Warriors. Tikuak punished early on from pushing Boiler and trying to play with confidence. Really was a bit of a liability in that round.
Money's murdered now, right?
If that was controllers, he'd be up through Boiler, he'd win the duel on balcony and continue to hold W down at the rest of God's Reign. No way, I'm actually recalling a memory of an Inferno game from one of the MRQs.
Oy, oy, oy.
Where I think he dropped 60 across the series.
Wow.
But he's not here.
He is
Instead,
not
he's
here.
dropping 0.46 at the quarterfinal.
That's my boy.
Better than I could have done.
Oh, look. The best part is, I think, like, he's had some decent stats since his introduction.
Oh, he's been fantastic in the Mongols. I just think it's funny to say that over and over and again.
Yeah. It's just the way it's got to go, right? It's like similar Vexite having that swing where, you know, he's best rated player and then worst rated player from stage to stage. It is a pendulum on the occasion, and I'm not talking tarantula.
Yami, Max 7 in hand. waiting for someone to overextend, but 957 just holds W and mouse 1. It's that easy, and over on the B side of the map, like Keksu at least taking one more with him, which just leaves Tikawak all on his lonesome on the site. Dig, no armor in hand, not even a skin to his name. Uh-oh, and I think he's in trouble here. Unlucky,
That's
E-Fire.
it. I'm convinced.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Change the game is winning the major.
The Extremesland major.
Yeah. Greatest event of the year.
I think they've got this one in the bag, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, like the money situation's so bad for Chingus Warriors.
Don't get me wrong, I love Mongolian Counter-Strike, but I can't depend on Chingus Warriors to win a game. You know, they might win. They can beat anybody, but they can lose these games as well.
It's always been the case, hey. Like, Mongols has really been the only consistent where they don't lose to teams worse than them often, whereas Chingus Warriors will beat teams much better than them, but then lose to teams that are worse than them.
It's why Atox was such a steady force, you know, because they were the consistent Mongolian team. It's like, I can rely on Atox to beat a team. I can't rely on Huns, Chingus Warriors, or Eruption to consistently beat a team.
No.
Like, they could just randomly lose. And
Breaks
this
my
isn't even a random loss. Like, Change the Game is playing pretty bloody good.
Yeah, there's been a couple of messy rounds, but mostly it's showing some pretty decent fundamentals. I mean, that's a bit scrappy there, but you would have thought that he did have a method to the madness a little bit. Rook's just getting the advantage. 957 dropped down to 17 points of HP as well, so this should be around going the way of Chingus Warriors, but again, you know, they're limited utility.
Yeah, they've shut the T's out of Banana and Bracket at this point, but quite happy to give them some space to work with the man advantage here, Chingus Warriors. Bracket taken by Change the Game. Dwindling utility for the most part on Chingus Warriors. Most of it actually lying over towards pit side though.
Creeping through. Coolest. It's a very, very bold position to be playing in now as he creeps back in towards the library. Now replaced with Wines. Getting a little bit of a look, but Zero is ready for him, and that's the advantage being brought back.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a 5-on-4 that seems like it's been squandered a little bit. Yami has got a nice timing for the push through carts. This is exactly the kind of move that you'd want to see from him. If he buys his time just long enough, he could still win this round for Chingus Warriors.
He's going to get information now as well, but unfortunately he cannot crack open a cold one. He is punished and put down. Zero finding Rooks. Oh man, it's all falling apart for Chingus Warriors. Tikawak hasn't had the best of games, had to go huge, but Zero trades it out nicely. This is going to be Change the Game, finding 12 Pilski. I think I just heard wee woo in the crowd. Shout out Carrigan one time.
I mean, I think we got to call some kind of ambulance because Chingus Warriors is about to get put on the stretcher right now.
Oh man,
which
they are bleeding.
Good news for them, might still be totally fine position to beat Ravens and go through the group anyway.
Yeah, correct.
And that's Pablo.
Oh,
the
Pablo.
savior of Japanese CS.
Right.
Can do something. Because you know that they've been grinding the Mickey Mouse Flying Pig Invitational number 45.
Absolutely.
Rip Chaikin.
Oh, goodbye. I mean, look, back in the day, the old Galleria Game Master used to run a few of those cups that actually did feed into Extremesland, sort of 2016, 2017. It's one of the first qualifiers I actually got the opportunity to cast as I was hunting to join the Ivory Tower of Extremesland.
I thought you were talking about some kind of like Atari console for a second there.
No, I think it is it is a gaming company, right? And I think they build PCs or something, but it was cool to see, like, that was back when Laz and Bass and Crow and all those guys were playing back on Scars, and then it became Absolute, then Jupiter, then Zeta. You know, for a very short period of time, they were sort of top tier in the Valorant world. Laz, my goat forever.
Top tier in public opinion. That's about it.
Look, they became rock stars, bro. I back them.
Change the game on the verge of winning here.
They can be rock stars themselves.
Here for Chingus Warriors, and not really a whole lot of utility to be using. Brackets has been pressured here by Change the Game, and they've taken Sandbags control. They've got everything that they need to be able to win this round. In comes the retake utility from Chingus Warriors, just trying to unsettle the T side here. Do they respect it?
Doesn't seem like they will. 2 members of Chinggis Warriors defending, 4 for Masters. A singular AK in the hands of E-Fire. 1 smoke in the hands of Rooks to stem the bleeding a little bit more. 40 seconds, it will give them some solace. Put a little bit of pressure on, but we have seen Change the Game move around. He's going to pop that smoke now, so it's well timed. I don't think they're going to care though, Pilski. They're going to make their way straight through here, and if they don't connect with the shots,
That's it.
well, they're gone. That's game, surely.
Yeah, wipe that B site nice and easy. Coolers, not much for him to do on the rotation, and even if they do get into position to try to complete it, Zero
hang
is on the flank.
Yeah, this would have to be a Falcons level throw. 3 versus 5. The best in the world can do it, Pilski. So can Chinggis Warriors.
I don't know if they're on that kind of salary, Mitch. I gotta be honest.
But there's an opening pick for Coolest. Vance does manage to find one back and a second as well. Oh, it's good. Coolest does get a couple more, but I think a 1 versus 2 is going to be a little bit too much to overwhelm here. Great shot from Hacking. The crowd roars. And it's a beautiful opening win here for Change the Game. Should surely solidify themselves into the next stage of the competition, into those playoffs, which is really where the glory is going to be earned here in Chinggis Warriors. Well, I'm sure they're going to have a bit of a look in the mirror here. I mean, it's not an unexpected result by any means, but they're better than that, man. That's all I can say.
I mean, yeah, sometimes Chinggis Warriors just on an individual basis a little bit inconsistent, and it felt like 3 or 4 of the players kind of going missing. Coolas went absolutely ham that game, and it still was not good enough to get the win against Change the Game, who, I mean, I guess it makes sense. They did outplace Chinggis Warriors in ECL recently, and once again showing that maybe they're in a little bit better form than one of the heavy hitters over in Mongolia. You know, I was looking a little different there, and Chinggis Warriors maybe not looking like their usual selves either, so hopefully they can kind of figure it out as the tournament goes on, get that BO1 win against Ravens, and show the better form, their better selves over in the playoffs.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, man, I'm stoked for Change the Game. That was actually quite an entertaining map. They did some really, really good things, and obviously we got to see the gloves get taken off by Chinggis Warriors for a couple of those rounds, but the better Counter-Strike was definitely played by Change the Game.
Yeah, and, but that's the thing, man. There's a fair few Chinese teams that are not too bad, you know, like these guys have been playing for quite a while. They're quite comfortable.
Oh, God, that sucks. 27 and 14 for Coolest, and not having anyone else positive on the team.
Yeah.
It's not a good position to be finding yourself in.
Get bro some help.
Yeah.
Like, he just needs a bit of help.
And even 957 doing, you know, additional ADR, clearly getting the utility out there. So it was a very nice overall performance, and Hacking was definitely one of those impactful players as well. A couple of multi-kills that really sort of got them going.
I'm not sure I saw 957 do anything but have a run around with a MAC-10 the entire game.
It's fine, man.
And look, there was some aura there. Good stuff from Hacking. I think everybody on Change the Game pretty solid though.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, had some good shots being hit by Vance. Pretty much everybody delivering across the board, and I think that's going to earn themselves the first seed and potentially a deeper placement here in Extremesland, unless maybe they get seeded against like wait, it was Rooster. Rooster was second seed. If they get seeded against a Rooster, that could be a tough game for them. But, you know, if you're good enough to beat Chinggis Warriors, you're probably good enough to take on a Rooster and most of the teams in the competition, bar maybe a Lin Vision or something like that.
Hey, Lin Vision lost to Deep Cross Gaming, right? You know, anything can sort of happen inside this competition, and that's what makes it the most exciting. So for now, I suppose we've only got one more team that we haven't seen. That's Ravens. We've been talking about them a little bit. A mix of Japanese and Brazilian Counter-Strike in a region that's obviously been a little bit quiet over the last few years. So I don't know. We'll have to see with how the rest of it all pans out. But for now, we're going to throw away a little bit of a break. We'll get Elfish Guy back in here for another couple afterwards. But for now, guys, we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA, because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello, my name is Cool Forest. I'm 23 years old. I'm playing from Chinggis Warriors. I think every Mongolian player's individual skills pretty good. Every Mongolian teams play like different. Some of them playing slow, some of them playing so fast. For me, I playing against the Mongolian team so hard because we know each other's, like 4 or 5 years playing versus Mongolian teams. Yeah, that's why. When I was playing 2 years ago, playing NKT, language barrier is the problem, but I learned very good in different CS culture, you know. I played Pro CS in 18 years old. I played in so many teams. This experience gave me chance to IGL in Chinggis Warriors. I think Mongolians play more CS other Asian countries. That's why we are good in CS. I was very happy in Mongols winning Extremesland. They gave me like a motivation as I want to win in Extremesland. I'm really happy in our team because I think Tikok is Mongolian next talent guy. We are happy playing with him. That's why we're gonna win in Extremesland.
Hello guys, my name is Fervi and I'm from Brazil. I'm 21 years old and I play for Ravens, and my team is composed of 2 players from Brazil and 3 players from Japan. So since me and Repablo, one of my teammates, are the ones that have more experience for playing tournaments, we try to share our experience to the new players, so those players, they can learn faster. That's the way that how we improved and started having the dominance in our region. I remember that it was 2019, and to be honest, I was not so much into the Counter-Strike competition that time, so I didn't know much about them, but I knew that they were the strongest team in Japan, so I had a lot of respect for them. I think going to the semi-final is the biggest challenge for us, because since we are a new team, we have a lot of things to learn yet. But of course, having the goal to go to the semi-finals and also winning this tournament is one of our goals to this tournament. So we communicate most of the time in Japanese. Me and Mortal, we are both fluent in Japanese, but sometimes during the clutch situations when me and Mortal are alive, those last 2 alives, we communicate in Portuguese to make the situation way easier for us, because we are used to communicate in Portuguese. So since Extremeland is one of the biggest tournaments in Asia, I think showing to the Japanese people that we still have one of the biggest tournaments in Counter-Strike makes people start coming back to Counter-Strike. So I think they will start feeling more motivated to play the Counter-Strike as competition. For Extremeland, this tournament means the biggest step for me in my career, because my dream was always to become a professional player, not only in Asia, but I want to be the best player in this game. So playing in this tournament, it means a lot for me.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have 2 monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diac 2 is on. Diac is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diac on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the Diac on and also AMA, because it helps both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because just doesn't feel natural. And the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So, and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro-player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diac 2 is on. Diac is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diac on the old monitor, 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor, I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth. So I definitely recommend using the Diac on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curve design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice.
Welcome back to ZOWIE eXTREMESLAND Asia 2025. I'm joined by Elfish Guy on the desk. He is the #1 Mongolian CS supporter, and he bullied his way into this cast. I couldn't believe it. Jordan is about, I'd say 30, 40 kilos, going up against Mitch Concannon. They had a fist fight to determine who would actually get to cast this game. And the passion that you have for Mongolian CS ended out winning in the end.
I said I couldn't not be here for the next Chinggis Warriors game after watching them play that last one. It was amazing stuff from them.
Guess what?
What?
They are taking on one of the greats. It's Rip Pablo
himself. And I'll tell you what as well, Pilsky, there is a reason they call him Half-Day Concannon. It's because he only does a half-day's work, and that's why he's not here anymore.
That's true.
He's out to have a lovely evening.
A lovely evening
in
with
Shanghai.
Pookie.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're still here to work. So
slaving away.
Anyway, he'll get his comeuppance tomorrow when he's got to cast 3 best-of-3s in a row. So he'll enjoy that one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. Yeah. Look, I have to say I wasn't super impressed by Chinggis Warriors in that last matchup.
Oh, really?
As I imagine you probably weren't either.
Our call-ass was pretty good.
Yeah, sure. Change the Game did okay for themselves. That said, I don't think Chinggis Warriors should have too much difficulty here against Ravens.
No.
Although, again, you know, I probably wouldn't have said that Change the Game was going to get that, like, it wasn't dominant necessarily, but like...
I had to sanity check myself because I was going through their last couple of results, and
no, they're not bad.
They outplaced them in ECL. I had to check my bias a little bit. I was like, yeah, Change the Game's not going to do anything here against Chinggis Warriors, and then I actually looked at the receipts, and I was like, wait, these guys are okay.
No, they're not bad. They're definitely not bad. I would have still, you know, thought Chinggis Warriors was a team that should get over the line against them, but yeah, I don't think Change the Game is a complete nobodies by any stretch of the imagination. No. But then again, I also kind of look at Ravens and I say, well, they're not complete nobodies either. You know, they do kind of compete here and there. They have a bit more experience. I think probably, you know, when we're looking at the likes of, you know, these quote-unquote weaker region teams, Ravens is in that discussion just because Japan as a region is not a super solid region.
Yeah.
So we'd be looking at Japan, Vietnam, and Korea as being the 3 weakest regions here at eXTREMESLAND. Yes. And of those 3 regions, I would say I think Ravens is probably going to be the strongest team, actually.
Really?
That would be my take.
I would definitely put VTM, but they just really didn't show up.
Today,
they didn't show up at all, unfortunately, and I think that you could really tell that got to them. Wow, yeah, I think that's an interesting take, and I'd be surprised if you're correct, to be honest. I don't know. I don't have any expectations for Ravens, although I have heard that...
Nor do I, by the way. But I think of the 3 teams that will give us... I would hope they would give us the best games.
Sure.
Put it that way.
Rip Pablo's been playing for quite a long time. I've heard that Kaito is a, somewhat of a CS streamer and things like that. But for the rest of them, I just really am not too familiar. There's the main man on your screen right there. Definitely be checking out his settings, because he just dropped 27 in a loss against Change the Game.
Bit of a struggle, isn't it, today? There's been a few players that have had good maps and lost.
Well, Boros almost dropped 40 and lost.
Boros almost drops 40 and a loss, so it's just one of those things, isn't it, really? Yeah, I mean, look, again, for Chinggis Warriors, it feels like you could look to a lot of these players, but, you know, Kulas and Yami are probably the 2 that strike me as being the most interesting individuals on paper. Tigwak, the new guy coming through from the Mongols Academy. I don't know if you guys are actually talking about that in the cast
We
previously.
didn't talk about I just didn't really know.
Yeah, so Tigwak's come from the Mongols Academy, the Academy team. So he's been sort of kicking around a little bit in Mongolia prior to this point, but I'd say this is a bit of a step up for him in terms of the level of team that he's going to be competing in. So
I mean, he was fine. I don't think he was necessarily better or worse than the rest of them. I think the big issue was that Kulas just needed some help, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned. So look, I expect that not to really be too much of an issue going up against the boys on Ravens here, but you know, you just got to suspend your disbelief whenever you get one of these teams from the minor regions. You hope that it's going to be a competitive game. You know, I was kind of hoping to see something out of Sensation. I'd already seen VTM, and I know that they're better than they actually showcased today. I mean, that is, at the end of the day, the question. Like, number 1, yes, they're from a minor region. You don't have any expectation. But number 2, because of that, they probably just don't really play on LAN anywhere near as much as these Chinese, Mongolian, and Oceanic teams.
100%. Yeah, definitely. Ravens, not exactly sure how deep the experience goes for them as well. So we'll find out, I guess, whether or not they're going to be able to contest here. Once again, we're going to get Ancient. I think we were a little bit blessed by the fact that we had Rooster this morning. We didn't get to see too much Ancient because they permaban Ancient. But it seems like in these BO1s, Ancient is really going to be the go-to map for pretty much everybody. So again, no surprise to see a Mongolian team happy to head toward Ancient.
Yeah.
Big map in that region. They all love to play it.
Yeah, I think Chinggis Warriors did take it out against Change the Game just in that last video, so I was kind of surprised about that because I'm like, I feel like those guys love playing Ancient.
I would have felt the same. I mean, I think Ancient over Inferno probably would have been the go-to for a majority of teams from Mongolia, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter. Let's see how things go here. Maybe they're just going to go back to basics, you know, sort of take this one a little bit away from that utility-based game quite as much, right? Like Inferno tends to just be a little bit more of a thinking man's game in some instances, whereas Ancient, you can rely a little bit more on the firepower, running out A, running out mid, you know, working your way up ramp, whatnot. Those aim duels can really open the sights up. For Ravens, I think they'll probably be pretty happy with that as well, because again, I think in general, you know, the level of aim that we've seen from most of the teams in this event has been kind of fine. It's been sort of let down by some of the teamwork and the strategic elements, a little more so in the likes of VTM and Sensation. So I think that'll probably be the same as well for Ravens. I feel like in this day and age of Counter-Strike, there's nobody that's mechanically poor, really.
Well, I think, like, yeah, I would agree with you for the most part, but I think particularly playing a team like Chinggis Warriors, Ravens are going to get skill checked pretty early on in this game. Like, you're going to have I wouldn't be surprised if Chinggis Warriors are just going to throw, like, 4B hits at them and say, like, can you hold it?
Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible. I mean, what else would they want to do? That's kind of just, that's just Chinggis Warriors' way
an A
in general. Maybe
an A. Run straight up red room.
BBBA. You reckon?
Abba?
Abracadabra?
Dancing Queen? Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Straight up red room is definitely an option.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is an option. One of the options of all time.
Yes.
We did just see one of the games of all time from Chinggis Warriors as well. I would like to see them just kind of go back to basics, make this one easy for themselves.
Oh, I love this song, man.
You've got to give time for Ravens to get themselves set up on the stage here.
Oh, pink mouse. That's a big no-no.
Yeah, I think was that what you're talking about, the stats based on the mouse color?
No, I was talking about Castard.
Oh, yeah, there's another pink mouse. No, I saw a stat or like a graphic or something of like mouse peripheral color correlated to game performance.
Okay.
At one point, and
what's the goat color?
I think black and white were just the best. And then if you had like green or red or anything, red was the worst, I'm pretty sure.
Red was the worst?
Yeah, surprisingly.
Wow, I thought it goes faster.
That's what you would think. Apparently,
sometimes going faster is not always better.
Goes faster to the grey screen. Anyway, we're going faster into the game, it looks like, as it is going to be Chinggis Warriors and Ravens.
Loki kind of digging their logo. That's cute. A little heart with the Raven on it there. It's like Corvid AV2.
I'd like Ravens to give us something, you know?
Yes, please.
We have come in with zero expectations, so...
They'll be on the T side first. So, look, we'll see what we're going to get from them. Chinggis Warriors on the CT side, but I dare say they're not just going to sit back and let Ravens play the game too much. And that's a perfect example of it. Coolast already spots out that the A play's coming in.
Yep.
But there's no rotation at all. Rook's looking on B ramp, is going to get some info for himself, and in comes the A execute here.
I already kind of like the way that Chinggis Warriors are playing that. Coolast is backing off. Rooks has got the info now. The rotation can come through. If Coolast can just get one, but no connections initially. There's a good one from him before he does fall, so kind of does his job, but yeah, the rotation didn't come through quickly enough, and a lot of damage done by Chinggis Warriors, but the headshots are elusive at this stage, so have to convert on these low HP players. Rooks is coming late in main, and that's going to work out well for one. Again, Kaito and Sachi both quite low here, but defuse kit not in the back pocket here for Chinggis Warriors, and so they're going to have to take this fight. They're going to have to do it pretty quickly. Rooks has to get on the defuse. They've got it.
Yeah, good couple of entries into A from Ravens, and definitely a winnable T-side pistol round, but not able to defend that last little retake coming in from Rooks and E-Fire. Bomb plant will give them pretty nice looking buy into round 2, though. They did get themselves a couple of kills as well. So definitely going to be some Galils coming out here. 4 rifles out for Chinggis Warriors, very much expecting a force buy, but strangely enough, there is no buy for Ravens there, despite the fact they got the plant down.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things that you sort of sometimes see. By the way, I think was there a miss smoke there from Chinggis Warriors in mid? I didn't quite catch it. It was
looked like it,
looking
yeah.
away, but yeah, I think they've missed the mid smoke. One of the things that you sometimes see from these lesser-known teams is they just come with a bit of a different idea on the game.
Yeah.
You know, they're not as into the meta that we are used to. So, opting not to buy into that previous round, it does mean they get to buy here into round 3.
Only lost 1 rifle there on the side of Chinggis Warriors, so pretty easy anti-eco from them. They're just going to re-up into the next, and we get to have a little bit of a look at what the first gun round for Ravens looks like. Not even any idea of what kind of style they want to play. I mean, traditionally looking at the only other Japanese team that has ever really made it international with consistency, Scars used to play a pretty tactical style, to be honest, pretty standard.
Yeah, looks like that mid-smoke hit this time for Chinggis Warriors. Yami right behind it. Oh, and Rip Pablo not cottoning onto that fact quickly enough. He was stuck, and he was wondering why.
Sachi is sat inside the smoke. Both of his teammates have died right next to him, and Chinggis Warriors are wondering, you know, what level of inaction there was there. Mortal, nice pick from bottom middle as well, evening up the numbers. Chinggis Warriors, they were kind of running away thinking like that. The start of that round has gone very, very well, but now things are really starting to get a little bit hairier.
Especially if E-Fire doesn't win this duel, he'll be really in trouble. Yami is going to be pushed back away by that Molotov. The spray a little wayward. It's finished off nicely by E-Fire, softened up a couple of targets there, Yami and Coolast, and the Janitor arrives. It's Sachi left solo now in a 1v2, but not an impossible one considering E-Fire's HP. Difficulty will of course be that fast flank coming through from Rooks is going to be a concern, but if he makes the decision to go back over to B, that may help him out, but he's just not done it quickly enough. Rooks catches up with him, 3-0. And Chinggis Warriors underway here on Ancient.
A few little moments from Ravens early on here. Like, they're definitely pegging in a couple of entries. Having some good moments, but by and large, still not able to come away with a round just yet. It's a bit more like it from Yami. I think outside of Coolast, him and the rest of Chinggis Warriors not really showing up to that last game, so it's good to see both E-Fire and Yami getting involved in the action.
Quicker play into lane from Ravens. Not really much of a contest yet for Chinggis Warriors, but they are sort of floating around ready to defend. Rooks on the ramp, bit of work done from him. Gets himself a double, while E-Fire giving space in cave. All the kills are going to Rooks at the moment. He's dropped that C4, so the rest of Chinggis Warriors are going to be in transition. Great round from Rooks.
Yeah, he's really locked in. Both him and E-Fire putting together multi-frags pretty effortlessly. It's a bit more like it for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, I think they would have disappointed themselves in that first match.
For sure. But maybe it's a side effect of just not really being very locked in, knowing that you're probably making it through this group anyway.
It's true, and I think that could probably be said for a lot of these BO1s that we've seen. It's a pretty forgiving format for those established lineups. You really only have to win one BO1, and you're all good.
Yeah, by the same time, there is a certain degree of risk factor of playing a BO1 to decide your fate going forward in a tournament.
It's true. And that is essentially what Chinggis Warriors are doing, even though we haven't kind of built it up like that. I mean, so far it's going pretty fine. No dramas at all. Looks like it'll be a force out through the smoke here for Ravens. And Coolast sitting inside of the fire gets his one. That's what he needs to quack for the double.
What's this spacing though? Like, Mortal and Furby are in a completely different mindset to the rest of Ravens. Half the team is forcing their way onto A through a smoke, and half the team's in bloody no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Nice shot.
Yeah, that could change things a bit.
T-Quack going to try and pick up mid. He has missed both of the players, so he's going to call that mid's clear. And they're going to assume that it's going to be a B take because there's nothing really else happening on A. That, though, from Rooks, again, a really nice mid-round move from him. He's been very, very active around the map on this CT side. Drops the bomb. Portal's position unexpected by Yami. But he is very low now, so it's going to be a tough one to win with 25 seconds on the clock, and he'll be finished off by Rooks, who finds his 10th kill. He's going at 2 kills a round. Doing quite well for himself.
I mean, that's where Chinggis Warriors really do their best work, you know. These are players that do like to play that patented Mongolian style, just stay active, stay aggressive. You know, a lot of these Mongolian teams are not the kind of teams that are just going to sit back and let the game come to them. Gulas got the AWP out. Haven't really even seen him need to do very much of anything just yet. Again, it's the tech and armor here for Ravens who prepare themselves for the B-pop.
Really looks like the first proper execute attempt that we've seen from Ravens, and well, they've got some nice space until it goes back in their face, and there's 3 for Chinggis Warriors. Nice and easy, the defense there in the end. So, I mean, again, I appreciate the effort from Ravens thus far, but it's not really happening in the server at the moment.
No. 2 guns taken away. Haven't seen attack timeout yet from Ravens. Might need to shift gears a little bit. I guess the change-up that they're looking for in this round, though, is bringing the AWP out on Kaito. It's going to naturally probably push them into playing a bit more of a slower style here. Smoke whiffed in spawn, it looks like, from the T side. It's not ideal.
That is not ideal. Might have been an attempt at a red room smoke, but they've got one up anyway.
Rook's out at shelf. Clears out all of middle. Knows that Ravens are probably set up around the extremities here.
There's a chance for Kaito, but he's going to be smoked off. So that chance gone begging. He's got a Dragon Lore.
Yeah. The streamer box.
Ah, that's what it is.
Oh, good one from Sachi.
Cool last. Picks one up in middle though.
Tikwak spawning out Repablo. I don't know if he wants to tussle with the GOAT. Does seem confident enough to push him away. I think that was the high-low there inside a cave. That's not what you want to be peeking into if you're Sachi. Kaito holding his hands up to the flames. Unfortunately gets burned by Yami. I mean, this is just another example of the disjointedness here. I mean, this could be a good timing for Repablo, but what exactly was the game plan here? Furphy's on the other side of the map, which actually might end up working out well for them. Although the Jiggle Peak is spotted out, he probably needed to connect that one if they were going to have a chance here.
Yeah, if he got that kill, round actually kind of got interesting, although Repablo was spotted with a C4, so I suspect those rotators might not have moved off of B anyway. 7-0. So far, no success for Ravens, which...
It's the second or third time you've seen, like, you know, some players are trying to force their way into middle and that 2 or 3 players die. And then, like, there's just players that are not doing anything on the map.
Yeah.
You've got a player in A main and Repablo's only just wrapping back around out of spawn. Just don't really understand what the idea was.
Seems like it's going to be a tough day at the office for Ravens and their fans. Shout out to Miraz Rai one time.
Yep.
Big fan of Japanese CS. It's not looking too good for them at the moment. They're going to try and bust their way out middle. A lot of bullets having been thrown in there by Yami. He's caught on the reload, but luckily, he's got some buddies. They got a bomb plan here, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got max loss bonus, though. So it's just not really going to matter too much.
Just made so much noise there. Tupac was ready for it.
Ace?
Could be. Oh, Kaito's got a clock. Not Kulast's finest work, but job's done.
He already did it last map. He doesn't need to do anything. I think I'd actually prefer him not to do much this map so the other players can get warmed up a little bit more in this tournament.
Fair.
Come on, Ravens.
Yeah, show us something. Do they have a coach?
Round, please.
Has Ravens got a coach?
Good question. I don't think you can really coach the GOAT, though. Like, what does Repablo really have to learn at this point?
Have a look.
Up shelf goes aforementioned man. Mourning the loss of a drug kingpin. It's an interesting way to be making your mark on Counter-Strike. Rooks, up shelf, has taken 2 players out. Traded out nicely by Sachi. So 3-on-3 ensues. You can tell Tikwak is itching to clear out middle here and take another duel.
They don't have anyone listed on HLTV as a coach.
The sky is blue.
That's a matter of opinion.
Again, this is just such a... I mean, it's kind of like a money man approach here for Sachi, looking to at least pull 2 players over here towards A, and then just get that 2-on-1 on Yami on that B side of the map. Oops, what's out, Sachi?
Tikwak not going to make a mistake there. Yami playing it pretty nicely here. Ooh, here's the jump. Easy kill. So, Fert will be given the bomb plant, but he needs to win himself a 1v3. Turns away from the flash and a nice duel against Yami. He might be on for it. He might be good for it. But a swing onto short will be a problem because there's multiple players headed in his direction. He made it interesting. That was the closest round so far. But no dice.
9-0. And, yeah. Mirazari's in tears. Poor fella.
Mirazari is in tears. Sadly,
nice shot from Guido.
You know, this was the team that I really had hoped would, like I said in that pre-show, had hoped would be the one that we kind of looked at from the quote-unquote weaker regions and walked away and said, you know what, there's still something happening in Japan. But so far, not really.
Like I said, I think if you're going to get anything, it would be from VTM, to be honest. But even them, I think the land cheaters got to them for sure. Not that they were going to have much of a chance of making it out of that group anyway. The Ravens have made it out into middle at least, not really contesting too much in terms of shelf in the early round, but it's in the mid round they're going to start to make some moves. They know that they've got Repablo dead to rights, but can the rest of the boys bail him out?
You're asking the important questions. Cool last. Oh!
Oh, they've thrown a smoke at him.
Yeah, why not? Anything that works. Yami, nice clean shot onto Repablo. Nothing more beyond that. This round might be one for Ravens. They've got the 3-on-2, although they've lost a lot of HP. Tikwak again activating. And is he aware there's a player that's already gotten past him? Seems like no. Boy. Yep, he was not aware. So it's on to Rooks, who is 15-3, and he has got the bomb. So I think he's actually won this round, Pilski.
Probably. Mortal. See if he lives up to his name here. Definitely feeling like he might be. Sachi closing in on the flank, applying pressure. It's just a little bit of a sloppier peek from Rooks, and there you go!
Ravens are on the board!
Yada.
Some golf claps again.
Love golf.
Do ya?
No.
I was going to say. It's news to me.
I do like going to the driving range and just hitting the balls into oblivion.
Yeah! Do you do that much?
Hitting balls?
Yeah, at the driving range.
Yeah.
How often?
Very rarely. But it is fun.
I did it recently, actually.
Nice.
It's pretty fun.
Cool last. Up on shelf. Punished by Mortal. We're getting cooking a little bit more. Out of the smoke goes Sachi. Mortal's been lost in the meanwhile. Here we go. Repablo. It's your time to shine, my man. Oh, he's going to cop the nade.
Right. He's actually done really well.
He's done excellently.
He has done very well there. So we're back into a 2-on-2. Again, another winnable round potentially on the cards here for Ravens.
What even is this, man? Just having a bloody Mexican standoff on A for no reason. And then over on that side of the map, guy just kills Rooks. Like, what are we watching here exactly?
Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Some goofy Counter-Strike.
You spent so much time in Korea, you forgot what this game's called?
I forgot how OT works.
You're a criminal.
That really pissed you off.
You're just a paycheck stealer at this point.
I guess so. I guess so. You've got me, paycheck stealer, and half decon cannon. Now you've got it rough.
I know. It's terrible.
You're the only one actually grinding out here. It's you and Rip Pablo who really want this.
Yeah. I mean, Sashi's done alright. He's 8-10. He's getting some impact. Rip Pablo's not in this round at least.
Well, he's gone toe-to-toe with Rooks, and I don't think anybody in the server is really able to do that right now.
Whoa! Certainly not through a smoke. Looking at a 10-2 half here, potentially for Chinggis Warriors.
Again, Ravens very, very disconnected. And not really doing anything. Feels like in a lot of these rounds, they're just waiting an extra 15 to 20 seconds for Ravens to do something. Or for Chinggis Warriors to do something.
Well, very patient approach from Ravens. Missed shot from Coolast. Tick-whack. Oh, I was going to say is the insurance policy. It's kind of like an insurance policy, though, in that it does nothing.
Oh my god! Bert is putting them in the dirt right now. Insurance policy is more of a Mitch Concannon's specialty. Rooks, though, could still win this round, let's be real. 9 seconds on the clock.
No.
Spotted in the corner. What a trade from Kaito, but Yami is also right here. Unfortunate.
Oh. Third, he deserved to win that round.
He did.
That was so clean from him.
What a shot onto Coolass.
Yeah. I mean, a great shot onto the site player as well. But not enough. So 10-2 is the score. Chinggis Warriors not looking too pleased with themselves, but, you know.
12-0 it.
Yeah, literally.
Not good enough.
Kind of not good enough, yeah. Mate, there's a spot in the Mongols up for grabs, you know.
You think so?
I think so.
After the quarters.
Yeah. Can't be dropping 4-6. It's at least 6-7.
I hate you.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no better time to be a Mongolian CS player than right now. Take it. Rooks is trying his best. Rooks wants to be on the Mongols.
The problem is, like...
Mongols, Rooks, it's got a nice ring to it.
This is like the most Chinggis Warriors thing ever. Like, it's just like, one game, Coolast is going crazy. Next game, Rooks is going crazy. Next game, Yami's going crazy. But, like, there's no consistency to any of this. And then half the time, like, players are just randomly going missing.
Bring back controls.
Bring back controls?
Controls would have dropped 30 this game already.
Yeah, but not consistently.
Yeah, against a team like Ravens.
Against a team like Ravens, he would have dropped more than 30.
Yeah, I know.
He
That's
is
right.
the ultimate noob basher.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah.
Yeah. Every team needs one.
Well, let's see what Ravens can get done here on the defense. Already the setup, not too bad. Especially if this smoke delays them, but Yami's picked up Sashi. Chinggis Warriors not picking the pace up too much actually here.
Comes to Util here. Pressuring over to the B site. Flash in reply, trying to set up Mortal to take some duels with Ghosts on B ramp. Finally, they're starting to scale onto his position. He didn't even catch a whiff of Rooks before his head got taken off. None of these Raven players even see Chinggis Warriors before they're deleted.
Yeah, that's rough. Yami's gone past the player on long, and now he's just doing the bunny hop. 11-2.
Big grin in the cam there from Yami.
Yeah, it's all fun. Is that Yami in the middle? Or is that Coolast? It's Coolast in the middle.
Oh, it's Coolast, yeah.
They look quite similar when they've got the bald head. I think Yami's bulking up. I think he's on the bulk.
It's on something. Rooks out mid. It's another full save from Ravens. I don't know if I'm taking a full save when I'm down 11-2. I got to be real with you, man.
No, probably not.
Okay, Fert. I don't think Fert got the memo.
No.
We were doing a mid-crunch.
We were doing it, well, yeah. First that guy like, I told you it wasn't a good idea.
Hindsight, Andy.
Yeah. I told you. Fert's actually the in-game leader. By the way.
He sent them to their deaths.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, mid-crunch, if we can. I'll be there. Trust me. Good job, man.
Yami's looking stoked.
This is going to be huge if Chinggis Warriors wins this best of 1.
It is.
This could really change the game. Too soon? The first CT gun round here for Ravens.
The only.
No, what do you mean the only? They're going to win this round. I give $10. $10.
$10.
$10
if they win this round.
Yeah, you give me $10. I think they got it on lock.
All right.
Oh, Kulas is pretty deep up mid though, isn't he? That's not good.
But the thing is, he's just going to walk through this smoke and throw his life away.
Yes!
Yeah! How did I know?
I'm on!
Oh.
Yami's deep up K. This is a good position. 3 players over here on this B side. Someone look at Yami, please.
Oh, the lights are going on in the green room. They already know. They already know the map is over.
No! Pablo, please.
Pablo, this is for $10.
Ravens just needed more sponsors.
It's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over?
It's not over till it's over.
That's the thing I remember about Scars the most, is they had like 20 sponsors. I couldn't even fit them all on the jersey.
Gone are the days. Well, let's see what Pablo can do. Doesn't have a defuse kit. So, running out of time, but there's a nice kill onto E-Fire, and he knows where the second player is as well. He's got Tick-Quack stuck in the corner. Rook's low. Oh, he could be on for it if he had a kit. If only he had a kit, but he does not have a kit, and so that is going to be, unfortunately, the end of the game. It was a nice try. We've got to give him some credit. It was close, but no cigar. 13-2, a easy victory in the end for Chinggis Warriors, and they will walk out of this group as you'd think the second seed, unless change the game struggle in their next matchup against Ravens, but that's good enough as far as Chinggis Warriors are concerned.
Yeah. I mean, pretty comfortable game for them. They were just really not pushed too much by Ravens. Unfortunately, the death of Japanese CS was not greatly exaggerated.
It's not over yet. They're not out of the group yet. So win the next game.
That's true. They've still got a game against Change the Game.
What would they need? What was the score in that last game? 13-9, was it?
13-9.
For Change the Game against Chinggis?
Sure. Unfortunately, Jordan, I don't even have anything to give you.
I didn't want your money anyway. I'm not that guy.
Can I give you the $10?
I'm not going to take the $10.
Unlucky.
You know what? You need it more than me, buddy. It's all good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Actually, it's
that.
probably not true. Probably I do need it more than you, but that's okay. Chinggis Warriors, pretty happy with that. 22-8 for Rooks, 143 ADR. Yami had a good time as well.
Tick-Quack had a good time as well.
E-Fire had a pretty good time as well.
Kulas was there.
That's
all that he needed to be.
Kulas gets a participation trophy for that game.
Whoa! Calm down, shooter.
So, Rooks, I mean, okay, I'll give you some deep Extremesland lore from maybe 2 years ago. When Vic first came to do an interview at Extremesland, Dobu was here. We don't speak his name anymore. We'll call him Ubod. Ubod was here. And the story behind Ubod and his name is that he was an archer. He's like Dobu is a mythological. I don't know really, but he's like a mythological archer of some sort in Mongolian history. Okay. He could shoot the bow over mountains or something.
Right.
Shoot the arrow.
Yeah.
So you don't shoot the bow.
Yep.
That would be weird. Anyways.
With the arrow.
So all I'm saying here is now Dobu's out the picture. Rook's just like, hey, this is me. I'm the guy.
That was a terrible story. You were really reaching to kind of connect the dots there.
No, that's what happened.
You just wanted to insert Dobu into the conversation to make everybody see.
No, it was because of his Pose.
Yeah, I don't know if he was holding a bow though. Like, he looked like a shooter.
No, he was definitely like this. You're trolling.
He was
yeah. He wanted to be the next Dover.
Yeah. Do you have a bow in Rust?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's actually multiple.
You might need to hit him up.
You can use a hunting bow, or you can use a I don't know what the other one is even called.
Crossbow?
Nah. Oh, there is a crossbow.
Oh.
There's actually a crossbow with 4 bolts in it nowadays.
How many bolts are there in a break?
1, because I'm bolting out of here. All right, we're going to have a short break. Hopefully, it'll be a quick one because we need to get into the next game. Ravens, and change the game. Coming up after this.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have 2 monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 CDG 的队长赖克旭，我是作为一个突破手，然后其他队员 Hacker King 阿杰是作为指挥，然后957是作为一个自由人，连皇是作为队内的一个大个位，枪特别的准啊，然后 WinSK 就自然就作为一个狙击手嘛。来到这极限之地线下，真的氛围很棒，然后酒店啊，还有酒店的训练室啊，也是屈指一指的，可以很少才能见到这么好的配搭。所以还是很 OK 的。从底层打上来的优势在于，我是认为经历了更多场的比赛，然后能磨练我们自己的心态，然后会让我们在极限危机的时候没有那么紧张，没有那么感觉急迫，所以能更好的做出一些处理。我们这次在赛前做了很多天的特训，然后上次惜败于 LVG， 一个13-10，一个13-11，在这一次总决赛我们是想复仇的。然后第一场是打 CW， 也是个贴纸队伍，我们想击败于贴纸队伍，我们想往上更走一步。我们队伍经历过一次低谷期吧，在那一次是 XPL， 然后与天路进行一个 BO3， 一场是13-5赢了天路，第二场小镇是11-13输了，然后到图10比不过了，自然就输了。然后那一次我们队伍为此骄傲了挺久，但就是那骄傲的那段时间没有怎么训练，然后导致其他比赛在海选就被击败了，所以那算我们队伍的低谷期吧。然后对于国内 CNCS 的环境与发展的话，我觉得是让更多的路人与天梯认知到战术与道具的重要性。因为目前天梯大部分都主要一个干拉，需要把更多的道具意识和战术意识放在一个天梯的环境上，我感觉整体就会进步一点。其实我们本身也只是一个民间队伍，在第一次出场也只是拿了一个高校赛的季军嘛。我们也是后知后觉才发现，战术和道具以及团队协同上是很重要的，特别是队伍的交流。因为到一定的程度下，整个队伍压力很大的时候，是没有人能说得出话的。而大家想更进一步的话，必须得让自己在压力很大的情况下，还能与队友保持沟通、保持交流，然后看看道具的情况，再进行一个残局处理，而不是说到了最紧张的情况，靠自己本能感觉来打这个残局。所以残局的交流与分配上需要再更加强一步。我们想在小组赛以2-0晋级嘛，击败一个 CW 对我们来说也很重要。我们每次与 CW 对战的时候呢，都是差一步的。大家现在都对于这个感觉蒙古队很厉害，但我们要击破大家这种想法，我们要让他们知道 CNCS 也很厉害。
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IEM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if DIAC 2 is on. DIAC is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the DIAC on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the DIAC on and also AMA, because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural, and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we will try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
Even if there is no end to the pursuit of perfection, never cease striving for perfection. ZOWIE understands without the right mouse shape, performance can be impacted, thus not unleash your full potential. Various shapes with designs validated by sports science for performance, comfort, and endurance. ZOWIE applies sports science to analyze pro player gaming performance data, researching differences in hand styles and grip styles. Apply scientific analysis to esports to ensure consistent FPS performance. Enjoy better agility and precision for long-range and secondary targeting while tracking enemies. The FK's low-profile design allows for more space and thus creates micro-adjustments between palm and mouse. Our tests show that the FK delivers faster aiming while making micro-adjustments during shooting. The ZA series provides faster and more precise long-distance flick shots. ZA's higher hump provides full palm support, balancing muscle exertion on both sides. The curvy sides enhance palm muscle activation for precision braking and greater aiming accuracy. S provides more stable and accurate tracking. The shorter design of S enables more flexibility during vertical movements. Our tests show the left and right muscles are more balanced, resulting in the most stable and accurate tracking. U provides agility and multi-angle movements for claw grippers. The left side curve reduces the thumb placement angle for faster index finger clicking. The right side curve allows easy ring finger placement to balance hand exertion and provide better stability. The EC series is designed for fast horizontal movements over longer distances. EC's rounded and smooth curved design ensures no distracting pressure on the palm, which reduces muscle fatigue during extended use. Gamers can rely on DW mice and their 4K report rate enhanced receiver, even in the most extreme wireless interference environment, such as a tournament. ZOWIE provides gaming equipment tailored to individual needs, offering options to suit various styles of play and grips for consistent performance. This is a brief introduction of the new wireless mice. The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. All mouse pads undergo rigorous quality control to ensure flawless gliding, providing players with consistent, smooth, and precise mouse movement. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature ZOWIE's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay. This is a brief introduction of the new TR series mousepad. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, ZOWIE continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello everyone, it's Nico. I'm here at the ZOWIE Experience Room in Chengdu. Here I have two monitors. One is 360 Hz monitor, the one that we use mostly at events, and here is the 600 Hz monitor, the one that I use at home and that we will also use at the IM Chengdu, and the one that I prefer as well. Today I'm gonna try to see the difference. I never really tried them to have them side by side, so this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'll just check the settings first and then we will dive into it. So let me check if Diag 2 is on. Diag is on, premium, this is what I use, and also AMA I use on high. As you know already, I haven't used the Diag on the old monitor 360 Hz. I don't know, it didn't feel right for me, but on the 600 Hz monitor I see a lot of benefits. The game is really smooth, so I definitely recommend using the Diag on and also AMA because it helps, both are connected and both help for the motion clarity. So the first thing I want to talk about is the color. We use both monitors on the same settings, so you can see the clear difference between the colors on each monitor. As you guys already know, I always like to have my color vibrance very high and to use saturation very high as well. So for me, it's very important that the picture is very visible. As you can see on the 360 Hz monitor, the color is a bit more reddish, it's a bit more orange, and it's very hard to use the high saturation on this monitor because it just doesn't feel natural. And on the 600 Hz monitor here, even if I use the higher saturation and the vibrance, the colors are way more natural and it's just easier to see opponents. They don't blend in the background. So and what's most important for me is that my eyes are not getting too tired while looking at the screen. So the 600 Hz monitor definitely benefits a lot when it comes to the color, and it's just made for CS2. I'll just play a little bit. Let's try the 360 Hz monitor first. And now we'll try the 600 Hz monitor, and we're going to try to notice the difference. I think the first thing that I notice is the motion clarity on the monitor. It's way more clearer picture on this one. I think when the player model is moving, it's way easier to see them. They are not blurry at all, especially on the maps like Ancient. It can be difficult to see sometimes because of the background. On this monitor, you shouldn't have those issues. I think for me, the clear difference is when the enemies are moving. It's way more smoother on this monitor, and it's way easier to notice the enemy when they strafe out from a certain area where you're not focused, because this monitor also helps you to see enemies easier, not just in the center of the screen, or not just on your cursor, but also on the side of the monitors as well. So for me, this is very important because it helps with your focus, and it can obviously help you in the crucial moments to just react faster to enemy. Yeah, I would say that these things are very crucial for every professional player, and these are the biggest upgrades on this one. So yeah, these are my thoughts on the 360 Hz monitor and 600 Hz monitor. The difference is very visible, especially for a professional player. The upgrade is also very visible, so it's pretty crazy because this one was already very good and I used it for a long period in my career, but this one for CS2 is just, it's amazing.
The TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Compared to SR, the TR's softer base material makes stopping easier. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. Same as the SR2, the TR series incorporates exclusive surface.
Welcome back on into Extremesland. Final game of the day coming up here for day number 2. That means it is the last game of the group stage, and this will be a match which may decide which team goes through into the playoffs. Change the Game did win their opener. If they lose here, it would have to be by a pretty significant margin in that event, then maybe there would be a world where Ravens might be able to get through instead of either change the game or Chinggis Warriors. But not imagining that will be the case. So in reality, we'll see probably Chinggis Warriors and change the game through from this group. But we'll give Ravens one last chance at it. Pilski, how are you?
I'm great.
You had some food?
I had some food. We had a beef bowl.
We did have a bit of a beef upstairs, yeah.
Yep, bit of beef, me and you. And I'm hoping Ravens come with a little bit more beef than we saw in that last game, because that was a little bit sad against Chinggis Warriors.
Yes.
Oh my lord.
What can you really say?
I don't even care if they win. I just want them to get like 8 or 9 rounds,
sure,
you know, and do something.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think it's pretty hard to even say that there was really any positive takeaways, unfortunately, for Ravens there. Yeah. You know, you might look at Sachi and say he had a couple of okay moments. Vert, I thought maybe had a couple of okay moments, but really, I'm just grasping at straws at this point.
Yep.
Let's have a look at Change the Game, though. You got to cast them a bit earlier. Were you impressed, or...?
I was impressed. I had to kind of bias check myself, as I said before, where I thought this was just going to be a cut and dry group for Chinggis Warriors, but realistically, they're a bit of a shaky team, and I think Change the Game not only outplaced them in ECL, but might have even beat them head-to-head in a best-of-3, so I'm not too surprised that they've been able to come away with that win again here on LAN.
Yeah, which in theory will mean that this might be an even tougher game for Ravens than it was against Chinggis Warriors, but we'll see. We'll see. Was there anyone in particular on that Change the Game roster that sort of piqued your interest? How do you see them doing in the playoffs? I think it's probably a more interesting conversation here as well, since we've got a bit of time heading into this game.
Depends on their seeding. I think I said it before, but if they get drawn against a Rooster or something like that...
Well, they should be seed 1 out of this group, so...
Yeah, but like Rooster's seed 2.
Yeah, I know, so yeah. That's...
So like if they get drawn against a Rooster or something like that, it'll be a close series, but I'd probably still be favoring Rooster.
Okay.
But I definitely think they're a pretty decent team. Vance had some decent moments with the orb. Hacking was good. Like Exu was good. Zero was fine. 957 was a guy with a Mac 10 running around non-stop, which was great.
Yeah, we love that. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Sort of on Inferno. Might get another Inferno out here. Let's see if the Ravens guys are happy to go in that direction. Sort of theorized that, you know, the Ancient might be a little bit better for them. It's a bit more of a puggier map who can get a lot done with, you know, not a lot. You know, you get a lot done with a little, I suppose, is a good way of putting it. But, well, they got a little done in general, unfortunately, in that match. Against Chinggis Warriors, we've got the official monitor settings of Fert here, the XL2586X. Now, that is not a monitor that I have.
You wish.
I wish.
What do you got?
2546X, I think.
That's 240?
That's a 240, yeah.
I got a 360.
360.
Not a big deal to me. I'm a bit of a gamer.
Yeah.
I'm not pushing 360 frames though, so...
Yeah, so it's kind of a moot point, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not Zowie's fault, it's my fault.
Yeah.
Getting the veto here. No train, no Mirage. Change the game. What do they ban? Does it even matter? Banning nuke. Overpass.
So Ancient is going to be Inferno again, is it?
Or Dust. Please Dust. Something different.
Yeah, let's see some Dust too. No!
I hate it here.
No. Inferno and Ancient, they're the only maps that exist in the pool.
I don't know why you'd want... I mean, who had the choice? Ravens had the choice and they chose to go to Inferno. They're going to the map that...
They've anti-stratted them.
Chinggis Warriors just got dumpstered on by to change the game. They've anti-stratted the map there.
They have.
Let's see it then.
What else were they doing in that break time?
What else are they doing?
Yeah.
Ravens?
Yeah.
There was no break time, they just played.
No, but they were watching the first match. They were here because they had to do the walk-on.
Walk-on?
Yeah. I wonder if we got a walk-on tomorrow as well.
I hope we have a walk-on every day.
We might.
I hope they do all of the teams.
Yeah, why not?
One at a time.
That'd be fun.
And we have to talk over it.
Well, yeah, it'll be me and you on the first game tomorrow, won't it?
That's a cute logo.
Do you like it? You're a fan, aren't you?
I like that.
I don't mind it.
They got a good jersey, actually. I like the color scheme. You don't see like the dark pink, kind of like maroony black. It's a bit of a moody vibe.
Is that black?
Is that black?
Or is it dark grey?
Is that black?
Looks like dark grey to me. Who am I kidding?
This track goes hard.
It would be good to see what the matchups would be. Unfortunately, we haven't got that information as of yet. But if impression is correct and it's A plays B, Nemesis would play Eruption, Lin Vision would play GGL. Ooh, that's a game.
Already.
Yep. Group C would be Rare Atom plays Chinggis, most likely, and Rooster plays Change the Game.
That's a good top A, man.
Yeah.
That's a great top A.
It is.
I'm happy with that.
We've got rid of all the teams you don't want to watch.
They're still here, mate.
It's fine. They can have a day off in Shanghai.
I mean, I'm hoping Ravens can do something here.
Aren't we all? Pink mouse. We did talk about that. Bit of a debuff.
Should have swapped out to the black and white.
That's right. What colour's your mouse?
White. Actually, right now it's pink. Because I have the Susanto mouse.
Oh.
But, honestly...
I have black mouse.
Yeah. ZOWIE black mice, top tier.
EC2CW?
No, man. I initially went with the EC. I initially had the EC. I initially did. Then I went to the FK. And then I went to the ZA.
But you got the big one.
The ZA12 ended up being my favorite. And I used that for many years.
All right, enough about that. Pilski, it's time to get in the game. Let's go! It is Chinggis Warriors watching along to see whether or not they will be first or second seed out of this group.
Put the song back on.
As Change the Game takes on Raven. Let's see which way this one is going to end up going.
Translate, Jordan. Quick.
Elfish Guy, hit Elfish Guy on WeChat. Single ladies. Why does it say that for?
I don't know. Decoys being thrown up and under by Ravens. Hacking, getting active down middle, just shifting his way down. Spotted out by Sachi, who did a good job punishing some of the aggression from Chinggis Warriors in that last game. Now peeking into second mid. That's a nice opener.
Ooh. That's interesting. See if they can put around together off the back of it.
Whoa.
There we go. Rip Pablo warmed up nicely after that last game. Takes the head off like Zoo. A couple of kills back on in, though, from Change the Game. It's not over yet. Plant is going down, and space is being taken. Furt in the back line, though. Catches Vance, who was really stomping around. It's gone a little bit ahead of 957 and 0. Still possible to recover, but not if the shots go the way of Ravens. They get the pistol round.
Nice. Smiles all around. Big 3K from Furt.
Let's go.
Hacking was borderline trolling. Let's be honest. He was in middle for a long time by himself with no help.
Streamer team. It is. Change the Game is a streamer team.
I know, but that's just so funny that that's when you said that. You think he's playing for content?
Maybe. He's probably got a lot of fans.
Well, I don't think he's going to be content if he gets booted out of the tournament.
No.
Okay. I'd take it back.
Maybe CTG just so confident. They don't need the pistol. With a start like that, they'll take it. Not a lot happening here for Ravens at the moment.
They're scared of the scout. CTG got some serious skin in the game.
Very menacing Team Fortress 2 class, the scout.
Yeah. Flash in from 957. Furt is putting in the hurt.
Furt's cooking. Smoke out. Oh, does he want to walk through it? Yeah, that would be criminal.
Nice from Rip Pablo. He won the SMG duel in carbs.
Like to able to avoid the grenade into the smoke. Rip Pablo. Tagged down a little bit here. Re-smokes through. So Ravens, the door is shut still.
Flash shot to dig side. Matt's going to start to get a little bit concerned that he's going to have a little bit of company. Another scout headshot.
He knows there's another player here now that smoke has gone down. Bomb is over towards B. Transition coming through here from Hacking. Furt Well, he needs to clear that first Orange's position, and he does. Okay, that's a critical kill. Another smoke through. I think it's going to be a little too late here, but Hacking forces them to jump through at him, and he might have just won the round. 15 seconds left on the clock. Pablo's going to have to get his running shoes on. Grenade, run.
8 seconds.
Hacking, do it for the content. Yes! He's done it for the content. He's done it for all the fans.
Like and subscribe, plus 10 followers. You'd love to see it.
That's unfortunate for Ravens. But again, it kind of goes back to what we were saying a little bit on Ancient, that they're very spread all the time on the T side. You know, you've got 2 guys that are working their way jungle side, 2 guys that are setting up for the B take, and maybe if they just grouped up there and played 4 players into the site, they might have done better.
Maybe they would have, but it's too late now.
To
They're
apologize.
Yeah. To put their funds together and come together with a buy. Hacking and 957. Going to take Fert out of the round nice and early on, so someone else is going to have to do something. Fert's done the majority of the work. Sachi also minus 6-7.
Not good. Not ideal. Smoke's going to go through there to slow Ravens down a little bit.
There's 4 CTs here, though.
That's fine. Repablo just going to contest.
3 of them had flashes to flash him into bracket. He's just tried, peeked it.
Don't need it. It's fine. Save it for later in the round.
Okay.
Yeah, we need it for the post plant.
Well, Sachi's also not been able to throw one. Mortal's entering with both of the flashes not thrown.
That's fine. It's worked out, actually. 2 for 1 there. Not too shabby. Bit of damage being done. Ravens successful in doing some decent damage there to CTG, actually.
Yeah, but they forced.
They do to get some kills, though.
Well, you'd imagine Change the Game will take this round to build up their economy, even though they lost a couple of guns in the last one. Ooh.
Kaito down early on in the round, and a bit of a contest from Ravens into Banana. It's a pit of fire. There's nothing Sachi can do about that, and yeah, I mean, I think you kind of get an idea here that CTG are just starting to disrespect Ravens a little bit. Repablo will make them rethink that.
That's how he deals with disrespect.
That's it.
In the cartel.
Block, block, bang.
Gets his Glock.
Don't know that the Glock's going to necessarily do him any favors in this situation.
Well, that's a round. It was a round of all time.
Yep.
4 alive for CTG.
Guns coming out, though, for Ravens, and so that'll hopefully be where things get a little bit more interesting in this matchup.
You think so?
What's on the line? $10?
$10 again.
Surely, yeah. Surely the answer is yes.
Kaido gonna flash Vance off of mid this time, so he won't be first pick. Vance gonna hang around though. Quick smoke onto bracket side. Does seem like Ravens might want to pick up the pace here, but Molly will keep them at bay for now. Double Molly from the CT side. They don't want any part of that fast bracket play.
No. I don't think Ravens are going anywhere too quickly. You know, they haven't shown a tendency to try and pick the pace up all that much on the T side on this map thus far.
There's the retake flash on Banana. Catches 957 very nicely. Hacking though.
Why?
Okay.
Hang on.
I mean, I thought it was just like a...
That's a bit too obvious.
Yeah. A, what's the word?
Analogy.
Analogy. Yeah.
A nickname.
It's a literal name though.
But it's literal. He's just killed him through a smoke.
Widowee.
The Woolly. He's going to set up a pretty solid A defense here. That MP9 even getting some value. Vance should go back to the scout, I think.
Oh man, it's not pretty, is it?
No.
But you can't look away. This one's doing numbers.
All right, we'll get the Ravens timeout. Let's see what they've got for us, Pilski.
Time to dig into the strat book.
If you were the coach of Ravens, what would you call?
Guys, remember Laz?
Remember?
He was okay.
Yeah.
But I'd say absolute at the level that they played at would be change the game.
Maybe.
So just be like Laz.
Be like Laz. Who else was on that team? Poem, Bass, Takeji, Rita, yeah. Crow.
That might have been it.
I think there was a few of them that floated around, but yeah.
Yeah. I just remember Bass being bold.
Bass.
Well, Ravens have gone for the Bass buy here. Tech 9's an armor. May look for a Carps pop.
Why is that the Bass buy?
It sounds like Force buy.
Okay. Is this what you would have called? Be like
Yeah,
Laz?
actually, this is what I would have called. Pretty close. I love a Carps pop.
Yep, there's the flash, or two. Like to completely blind, but still does a pretty good job of getting himself one. Vance was not aware there was a player still above him, so that's worked out pretty nicely for Ravens.
Yeah, but round's not done just yet. Can't take this one for granted. Kaito, good position in Boiler. Here's all of the footsteps. He can get this round done himself as Sachi comes up around the corner on dig side. Kaito will go down, but traded well. The Tech 9s get it done. Really nice card swap for Ravens to get themselves around. It's not really going to break the economy of CTG anytime soon, but it does at least get their foot in the door.
Yeah, a little bit more like that, and we might start to get invested in this game. I think it's, you know, one small moment of hope. Need to put a bit more together, though, before things get too exciting. Nice to see some smiles there on the faces of Ravens. Been few and far between today. Vance is not going to be able to afford the AWP here. So he's going to go down to the M4, and the banana take has not been too kind to Ravens.
The round is over in an instant. Pablo can't even really get any consolation kills. Kaito looking to get himself some exits. It's an easy one for him. Hello. Mwah. Was it a knife? Stolen away by Lakexo, I think it was. But you guys get the idea. Haha, funny. I tried to knife him.
We love a knife. There was one earlier today.
That was ASAP, I believe.
Yeah.
In the boiler room. Cluedo. Counter-Strike Cluedo.
Who done it?
ASAP in the boiler room.
ASAP in the boiler room. Scary. 5 and 2.
Wee woo.
Starting to get a little bit scary here for Ravens. Have got the guns back in hand. An aggressive push from Likes. Doesn't win his duel. Crowd's pumped.
Pablo!
Let's go.
That's my boy!
Who's in the crowd screaming?
Number one Pablo fan.
Or is it Pablo on the stage?
I'd want to say it's Conky, but he's not here.
He's
That's
not.
the kind of thing Conky would do, though.
Yeah, it's true. If Papi Chulo was here, he would do it. Absolutely.
Yeah. That guy betrayed us all. Went to the other game. I would never.
You're an honourable man.
Like Pablo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Solid hold on the B-bomb site. It's a nicely timed incend. But kind of signals to Ravens that there's maybe not a whole lot happening.
I just solved it.
What's
Zo
that?
King, Child King, Chen King, Dan King, Hacking. Oh! Chinese super team.
Chinese super team right there. Hacking, as part of the Chinese super team tryout, has found himself an opening kill onto Furt. Doing a good job of just surviving here. Doesn't really need to push the issue too much. Needs to wait for that rotation to come through. 3 on 3 here. Bomb plan's going to go down. Winnable round for Ravens. And they put 2 together.
Second wave of utility. It's refreshing that main smoke. Molly will push Hacking back for the time being. HE blowing open the smoke, but no one on Ravens overextending.
Vance is just going to go through this smoke. Never mind. Thinks better of it. Oh, there is not a lot of time left here for change the game. I think this ordinarily probably should be a save. But they're going to give it a crack anyway, and the first duel does not go their way, nor the second, which will be extremely problematic. 957, sunk cost fallacy, tries to go for it solo. Ravens hold on.
And now the money on Laxu looks terrible, 1,500.
Now, the game is actually kind of close.
The game has been changed, as they say.
The game has been changed, but not for the better for CTG.
No. And the Japanese lads looking absolutely ravenous, some might say. Running into that B side. Wow, what an alert from Pablo. One of the greats. And Kaito. Oh, my lord. Bit of a Juwan tap.
Love those.
I think Kaito's a streamer as well.
I think
that's what I was told.
The one that you told me about.
Yeah, so he's like the streamer against the streamer team. Oh, my lord. Good opener. Starting to defend a little bit of this banana aggression quite nicely. Hacking knows he's got him dead to rights in logs, but I don't think with that molly he can really secure the bag.
Nope, doesn't look like it. So looking toward Ravens to see what they're going to do, what they're going to muster in this round. They have found one opening, but Fert being low is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works. So good position for Zero to be in. Decides he wants to drop off. Grenade could be quite scary, but doesn't end up landing where it needs to.
Minute on the clock. Ravens cutting sound. CTG, though, are rotating 3 over towards this A side of the map because Hacking is able to just jiggle B with a smoke till the cows come home. It's a little bit harder to attack into this A site now here for Ravens if that's where they choose to end. And I think with the player in Carps, they're going here slowly but surely. It's just a question of when.
Yeah, smoke into jungle. It's going to kind of give the game away. Vance happy to stand and deliver. Might have
nice
thought better of that in the end. Again, another good round out from Ravens. So
yeah, they were biding their time, and the spacing was pretty clean, man.
Keeping it interesting.
3-way tie.
Possible. What's the round differential on?
When you get 13-2'd, it's not good.
Nemesis made it from a 13-2 deficit.
Did they?
They did.
Wow.
They got 13-2'd by Linvision in their opening game.
Oh, nice. Falcons at Budapest.
So right now it's -11 for Ravens, +5 for change the game. So it would be change the game that would be under pressure if they would lose, I believe, because Chinggis is +6. So assuming change the game lose, then -11 to +5, so that's -5, -6. We're doing the math because we've got time.
Carry the 1.
What's the score right now? 5-4.
5-4.
So that's a 9-round differential. Let's assume it stays here.
Yeah.
No, that's a 8-round differential because change the game are winning. So it would have to be a 13-5. 8 rounds, -8 off of 5 is -3, and 11 -8 is also -3. So if
change the game,
if change the game wins this, no, if Ravens win this 13-5,
yeah,
it's a tie. We're playing on the BO1 between these two teams to see who goes through. Let's go. Ravens, a perfect game from here.
A perfect game.
13-5. Check HLTV. That's what we need.
Yikes. Ravens looking for their timing to tackle this banana control. Kaito not quite able to punish Hacking, who's walked his way down to logs there. The molly will keep him locked in, though. I don't know that they are aware there's a player this deep down banana. Oh, maybe they are. That molly.
It's not going to spread. Hacking is going to be allowed to play that deep banana position, and that'll allow a rotation to come across from change the game to A. A 4-1 split now. Heavily reinforced A site.
Zero top porch, backed up by Vance. They are committing to this bracket hold. Hacking, in the meantime, has found one on bottom banana, another span through the smoke.
It's not looking good for Ravens' chances. Mortal just going to try and salvage this round, but he's got lots of CTs to deal with. They're all going to swing him together, and so that'll pretty much be that.
I mean, Fert, in theory, has, with perfect information, the easiest way to win this round, but he just doesn't know.
True. He probably should have picked the bomb up and run B, shouldn't he?
Yeah, but he doesn't know.
Why not?
I don't know. But he could still win.
It's okay. Volumetric smokes. It was all part of the plan.
It was all part of the plan. 957. He's a sneaky snake.
And luckily 957 didn't go down there as well. Otherwise this would have been pretty scary.
Oh, it is scary.
Okay, no way.
11 HP. 13-5. Check HLTV right now.
Laisu can't get this done. He's only got 11 HP. He needs a headshot. That's going to win it.
Just dirty off angle.
Beautiful angle.
Oh, no! Oh, it hurts.
Head in your hands. You just had to hit one bullet. So close yet so far. Don't check HLTV. 6-4 is the score. Good effort though. Have to give him credit. Good effort.
He hit the hard ones.
Yeah, on another day he wins that.
Fortunately, it was today.
Also got the opening kill there with the AWP too.
Good on him.
I liked the fake. I really did. Yeah, that was a beautiful one. Another timeout for Ravens. I don't think they've got a coach.
Can still timeout.
Yeah, but there's no extra information or
sometimes it's
opinion.
better not to have a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to a few people about that, actually.
I've said some pretty troll things.
Yeah,
in timeouts.
Bonkers did mention a couple of times.
Yeah.
They said, can you please take him back? We don't want a coach anymore. We want him back on the caster desk.
Fair.
I was like, yeah, I guess I could take one for the team.
Yeah. Well, good thing I coached you so well. Basically taught you everything you know.
That's right.
Another half buy here for Ravens. They're just going to try and carps pop again. I don't know if it's going to work this time though, is it? Especially when they have not bought a single flash. It's going to make it hard to get out of carpets.
Carps pop without a flash is pretty grim. Like Zoo's just watching the angle as well. So unless Mortal can hit a couple of bangers here with the AK, it's unlikely anything will happen in this round. They eat a grenade just as they decide to go as well. That could not have gone worse for Ravens.
So let me get this straight.
Let me get this straight. Hang on. Lock in.
We took a timeout.
Yes.
We called a carps pop.
Yes.
We didn't buy a flash.
Yes.
We got destroyed.
Rewind. It's like that, you know that meme with the Despicable Me guy and the whiteboard? He's like, call a timeout.
Yeah, yeah.
Call a tack board.
Yeah. Call the carp swap.
Call a carp swap. Don't buy a flash. Don't buy a flash.
Don't buy a flash. Run down mid.
Ooh. Kaito trying to do his best here alongside Rip Pablo, but it's not going to be enough. 8-4 the score at the end of the half. Change the game. Do kind of change it up there with that push. And just sort of pick the pace up at the back end of the half.
Bit of old aggression into the middle.
It's sad, isn't it? Because it felt like that half, there was definitely something kind of maybe building there actually for Ravens. And if that, for example, that 3v1 clutch would have gone their way, could have been a pretty competitive half actually, but just not experienced enough. Fumbling at the 11th hour.
I mean, similar to like VTM against Rooster, I think it was. Like, yeah, in that first half, there was a couple of rounds where things were happening. But if you get 13-4, then it doesn't really matter, does it?
It's true. I mean, there's a chance that they can put it together in the second half, of course. Pistol round actually has generally not looked too bad here for Ravens. Obviously, the one in this game.
True.
Do that again, and then things might get a bit interesting.
They're on the CT side now, though. Do you want to cast the rest of this one, Victoria? Yeah?
Yeah, come on, hop on.
Yeah.
Hop on the cast. Why not? Hot swap the cast.
Am I
probably getting more than him, to be fair. He's not really worth much, so... Anyway, welcome, Victoria, to the cast. Here's a pistol round for you. What do you think? Smokes up on B.
Yeah, smokes up on B. And I'm hoping Rip Pablo will do some great things again.
Me too, but doesn't look like he's really going to come into play in this round, actually, because we'll see CTG just move their way back down Banana and start to explore toward A. They've got a lot of time to work with still, so they've taken that top 9 on control. They're very happy with that. Now it's time to get Brackets control, and then they can decide what they want to do. And Brackets control has been given to them for free by Ravens, so really not a whole lot of pressure on CTG in this round so far. Nice shot, though, from Kaito. And there might be another pistol round on here for Ravens if they get lucky.
But will they be lucky again? Would you say the first 4 rounds were lucky for Ravens? I think they've had some good moments.
Yeah, they have had some, but not this one, unfortunately. 9-4 for CTG. That pistol round kind of just falls apart, honestly. And so CTG needing to put in a bit of work to finish off this map. Want to get it done nice and quick. Get the pistol under the belt.
I mean, coming into this, I think we're pretty impressed with CTG.
Yeah.
And their earlier performance today.
Absolutely. Good win for them against a pretty good Chinggis Warriors side.
But yeah, Ravens are making sure they don't end this too quickly.
Well, they're trying.
Well,
I don't know if they're actually going to succeed in that, but we'll see. Molly's in deep early for CTG. They take a lot of space off of that. That's something that has worked out nicely for them in terms of taking that Nana control, but nice kill on the other side of the map, all the way down mid. Like Zoo out of the picture. Ravens have an advantage in this round.
and they're back to Banana.
Rotate coming through. It's going to be a B stack, is it? I want to hear some...
Is this where they walk into their demise, or is this where the moment where Ravens
Let's find out.
take it all?
Here we go. Aki on his way in, into the stack side. And it's not looking too fantastic for Ravens. Unfortunately, they had the players where they needed them, but they didn't really do anything with them. So, unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Massacres are definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, there's a few other words you could use for that one, but I'm not going to throw that one out on the broadcast.
Yeah, we don't use Valorant terms.
We don't use Valorant terms. No. Yeah, very straightforward for second half here so far from CTG. It feels like now that they're on the T side, things have kind of just gotten away from Ravens a little bit. I guess maybe they're a little bit more comfortable being the team to kind of dictate how this game plays out. They obviously haven't had a helping hand from the economic situation on that CT side either. So in general, it seems like we're kind of just slowly limping toward the finish line here, unfortunately, for Ravens.
Yeah, with that, I think Pilsky should probably, you know,
take
those finishing moments.
Are we going to get an interview? Have we got the hot take before you go?
Yeah, who would we like to speak to? Who do you think?
I think Ravens have got pretty good English. We want to hear from Rip Pablo,
I know
obviously.
you do. I know you do. What question would you ask Rip Pablo?
What was the inspiration for your username?
Okay. That will be definitely the question.
All right, thank you very much, Vic.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff.
I'll send you my casting rates after this. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll. I think my email on, so you might have to mail it. Send that through. I'll get my assistant on it. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely, you know, that's asking a lot. Doritos.
Doritos, all right, fine. CC's. Kaido, oh, 1 for 1.
Not too bad.
Now the middle of the map is definitely compromised, but still a man advantage here for Ravens. The problem is, I mean, this is a pretty good position for Pablo.
It is. If he doesn't get cleared, that new box player needs to cause a bit of an issue, and Will, hacking now, knows that he's in trouble, has to win this duel, does. Nice little spray there. He does lose a lot of HP, though. The site's still not opened up for CTG. The MP9 will get a lot of work done there, of course, onto hacking, who was low, 957. Can't hold on for it. So Ravens get themselves their first CT round, 10-5. Game is not done just yet for CTG.
No, definitely not. Still some potential here for Ravens to put together some late rounds. That gun round, they've been able to pass the test. Nice boost to give them the man advantage. It felt like they kept it under control. But gonna need more where that came from. I think Fert has kind of been the standout here on this map in particular. With the almost clutch that we got earlier on, Mortal. Yes. Spots at least one player charging up second mid. CTG looking to pick up the pace.
Fert, ready to go again. Nice start, great start from him. Oh, doubling down.
Yeah, 957 in a spot of bother there. Trying to force his way up, dig. I mean, they couldn't even dig Kaito out of the pit side before Mortal swings from Balk. Low-key, Ravens, these are a good couple of CT gun rounds here.
Yeah.
Very dominant over CTG, those last two.
Yeah, it wasn't really looking like that was going to be the case at the start of this half. It kind of felt like CTG was on a bit of a walk in the park, but narrative starting to shift. 10-6, it's still a lot to come back from, especially on the CT side. You know, you can't really afford too many mistakes here. You got to keep the money healthy. Close rounds will be very much to the detriment of Ravens, even if they do win them. But at least they're showing us a little something. 957 absolutely cooked by those grenades.
Very low. Zero stomping in the carpets to his death. Does hand Mortal at least a goosh or a little dinkage. Peter Dinklage. For Pablo and Sachi. The dynamic duo on B here against the Pistols. Good molly. Yeah, holding utility in the open, not what I would recommend, anti-eco. A bit like running with scissors, but
dangerous.
It will not fall on them.
Do not recommend.
This is very winnable for Ravens.
Yeah, it kind of just feels like we're going through the motions in the last couple of rounds, and I don't hate the idea of attack timeout here.
It's from Ravens.
That is a bit strange. I was going to say, I don't hate the idea of attack timeout here from Change the Game, because, yeah, it feels like they're not like super locked in at the moment. They haven't really done anything too fancy on this CT side.
Have they already secured their way through the group, though?
They have, yeah.
They have.
Based on the round differential. Again, assuming my math is correct, I'm not here to confirm anything that is...
You're a bit of an idiot.
Yeah. I've made some mistakes in life.
No one cares, mate. Change the game.
I need to change the game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Too much trust. It's a bit of a brain rot going.
Does a little bit. Does a little bit.
A little bit limited on the util here for Change the Game. Back 10's out for 957. This guy's a certified SMG abuser. Like, when the money gets low, he actually is like, yes!
He's keen with it.
He really wants it. Oh, what was that?
Oh!
That's beautiful stuff from the man.
That's just so sad, though, for Ravens, that they've been putting the CT side together, and then that's the round that comes off the back of the timeout. It's like, well, guess we're screwed.
Not necessarily. Kaido could step up here. Multi-frag from them. Yeah. Pablo.
Multi-frag from Zero is what you meant. Second kill for the round.
Pablo 1v5. On the cold box. Iconic position. Advances on a bit of a heat up.
Yep. Sachi's not getting out of library.
14, I think you don't need to pick up a book on how to play Inferno.
Do they have those?
Maybe. Maybe get into like a fraud guide from 1.6. Something like that.
Bit out of date.
Steel YouTube video, probably.
Well, one step closer for CTG.
Yo! I mean, the timeout for Ramers almost gave them more of a chance to get organized. Not that I necessarily think that really even matters, because that was just a bit of a weird round.
I mean, CTG have got a bunch of timeouts available themselves. If they really wanted them, they could use them too. So I think it's somewhat of a moot point in the end.
On the buy here from Ravens. Kaito's got the AWP out. Where's he at? Over towards jungle. Oh, not anymore. Bloody hell. The one tap's coming out quick and fast from CTG. Round in, round out.
Yeah, Zero's in a position to cause a bit of a ruckus here as well. You've got that classic split of the T-side players. With an advanced position like this, a lot of this round and how the mid-round will play out will depend on what Zero gets done here. If he finds a kill or two, he's going to prompt a swing, of course, there, and he was aware, very prepared for Mortal to peek, and they know that they've got the player in pit dead to rights, so CTG looking like they're going to try and lock this one in now.
Save from Pablo and Sachi. If they're even allowed to do that, the money is pretty good on CTG. They're definitely going to hunt here. Look at all these players charging down Banana. Down goes Pablo. Sachi praying to God that they don't find him in this corner inside the church.
I don't know if he's a believer. I'm not a believer. He must confess to his sins.
They didn't check.
They didn't check.
Did they know?
I don't think they know.
They don't know.
They're not going to know.
What a genius position from Sachi.
Will it make much of a difference, Pilski? The 4 and 15 M4 going through to the next round? I think not.
Be inclined to agree with you.
As unfortunate as it is to say, the time seems limited for Ravens. It's been nice to have them here just to get a bit of an idea of where the Japanese CS is at, because Ravens are typically the team that actually does pretty well in those Japan domestic tournaments, but certainly not being able to make the step up here internationally just yet.
No. A couple of decent moments from some of the individuals. Vance charging up Banana. Toasting his toes to the molly. The flash will at least mean that he's not going to get a pick on the cross. Follow-up utility here for Change the Game. Going to get them a little bit more control. Sachi trying to push forward, but punished for doing so. And that's a CT smoke in the choke point there. Very early on in the round when there's not much util left over.
Oh, another player drops for down. And this, again, should be the beginning of the end. As Zero will just sort of poke around at apartments, but the rest of the fellas are going to work their way into B. That was the last defender. Pablo goes down. Zero catches one on the rotate. Might even get both. Kaito will ensure that's not the case as he hits one, but no more. 13-7 is the score. CTG securing their position out of this group as the first seed. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Ravens. We'll say goodbye to the Japanese squad that has come to compete here at Extremesland. Nice to have them here, but yeah, not cutting the mustard, unfortunately.
No, definitely not. And I think, you know, in a group with Chinggis Warriors that changed the game, these are both some pretty decent teams in the Tier 2 kind of ecosystem in Asia. If you're not really able to be competitive with those teams, then, you know, it's going to take a little while.
Yes, yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, I look at this group and I feel like, honestly, it's probably one of the weaker groups in terms of the teams that have come out of it. You don't have one of the big names, which in my opinion are Linvision, Rare Atom, GG Hao. You know, I obviously give a bit of credit to Rooster as well. There's a few other teams in there that I think can definitely cause a bit of a ruckus as well on their day. Again, Chinggis Warriors are not even at like full strength. I don't feel like this is a full strength Chinggis Warriors side. They lost controls a couple of months ago, obviously to the Mongols. You know, still kind of like figuring out how that's all going to look at the moment. Change the Game, again, a bit of a more of a Tier 2 prospect within the Chinese space. Certainly a step below the likes of Linvision and Rare Atom, and you know, Tyloo obviously as well, goes without saying. So yeah, I agree. It's kind of a little bit of a weaker group, but you know, we may prove that wrong tomorrow when we get to see these teams in the playoffs playing against some of the other groups, teams that have progressed, changed the game. Pretty across the board performance from them there, though. You know, solid stuff really. I think from everybody. Unfortunately for Ravens, a couple of the fellas having a really tough time. Zero will take the MVP. He's 96 ADR. Pretty happy with those numbers. Still haven't figured out what WE means. What's WE?
WE? Where?
On the bottom right.
Don't know.
10.8 WE.
Not sure, but Zero was very sharp on some of those entries. Like when he was charging up bracket side, just, you know, snapping necks, it was pretty nice to watch.
Yes.
You know, it seems like he's someone that mechanically is one of those sharp Chinese rifleists to keep your eye on.
We should keep our eye on these graphics as well, because hopefully we are going to get a playoffs bracket graphic here at some point, and at least in this one we can see which of the teams have made their way out of the groups. Linvision, Nemesis, Eruption, GG Hao, Rare Atom, Rooster, CTG, and Chinggis Warriors making their way through. So I would say looking at that, no major surprises for me. I probably would have put Deep Cross through over Nemesis personally, but other than that, every other team, I think for the most part, was a very expected team to progress. Some of the seeding could have maybe shuffled around based on some of the expectations, but realistically speaking, we've got 8 teams that we would have wanted in the playoffs. I'm happy to see Nemesis there. It's, for me, Nemesis versus Deep Cross is much of a muchness, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 8 teams I think we've got going into playoffs are going to be a pretty solid contest for one another, and yeah, hopefully we're going to get a good top 4 as well. But we'll have to see how the seeding plays out and what teams are going to play against, what the matchups are going to look like, because that really, I think, is going to have a big impact on how these playoffs do play out.
I would agree. I really wouldn't be too surprised to see some like early on clashes that are some of the better teams in the tournament playing in the quarters or the semis a little bit earlier than you might expect, but that's fine. Like, I've watched enough esports events at this point to know that the semi-finals is usually better than the grand final anyway, so it's just something you got to come to terms with at the end of the day.
Yeah, look, again, I guess now that we're at the end of the groups, we can say goodbye to Deep Cross, to Sensation, obviously to Ravens here, and VTM, and yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for playing. Good effort.
I think Deep Cross is a great team to keep your eye on in Asia.
So sad.
I think they're definitely up and coming. You know, they've turned a couple of heads in a couple of tournaments lately, so I hope they stay together. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can potentially put together next year. VTM, I don't think they played anywhere near their level this event, so I'm hoping that you get to see more from them next year. And for Sensation and Ravens, I think it's pretty much the same story. I don't think either of those regions and those teams are necessarily ready to compete at a tournament of this caliber, but they'll never be ready to do it unless they keep grinding in their region and they keep getting opportunities like this one.
Yeah. I mean, look, I know at least in the case of Ravens that they are playing quite a bit domestically in their region. What would be kind of cool to see is maybe you know, some of those teams getting together and playing against each other a little bit more. You know, maybe VTM and Ravens. But let's hear from the interview. Hand it over to the stage.
Ravens Furt. Now, Furt, before anything else, we've been having a debate about how to pronounce your name. So I don't know if I pronounced it right. Can you clarify that for us?
Many people call me Furt, but when I'm playing with Brazilian friends, they call me Furtive. Yeah.
第一个问题是问到了 Fur 啊，他来到我们中间接受我们的赛后采访，也想确认一下他的 ID 是不是正确的读法。他也刚才纠正了啊，很多在巴西的粉丝会叫他Fujimi， 我也不确定我说的是不是对正确的啊，他确实这个读音会有一些难。
You don't want to try?
Okay.
Furtive. Oh, we got the nod of approval here. Now, from what I understand, you guys didn't have a whole lot of time to practice coming into your first Extremesland. Would you say, were you surprised by the results today or moments that happened in the game, and how you felt even coming into this tournament at all?
The result against CW, I hope to get more rounds against them. But on this Inferno against CTG, I think we actually played very good against them, but we made some mistake also. But this was a very good experience for us.
那第二个问题也是问到了，对于他们到来的极限之地第一次参加他们的比赛，刚才也说到可能有准备的时间也比较多啊。对于他们目前取得到的结果来说，会不会有一些期待，还是有更高的想象空间？菲尔刚才也说到了，今天对阵 CW 的这张图，其实他们可能想打更多的回合，他们觉得这个比赛的进程还是比较快，可能想更多的回合会获得更好的一个试炼的过程。那对阵 CTG 的话，他觉得这张 Inferno 他们整体打的还是不错的，虽然他们犯了一些失误，但是总体还是相对满意。
I completely agree with you. We saw Ravens perform a lot better on that second map against CTG. Would you say this was closer to what you guys have been preparing? And were there any specific moments that you were proud of your performance or maybe your team?
Actually, we didn't have a lot of time to practice because I was very busy with my graduation thesis. So after qualifying for this tournament, we actually had like only a few days to practice. But to be honest, I'm very surprised to have this result. But so yeah, I mean I'm proud of like during the practice we've been like having some bad atmosphere because like for not having a good communication. But coming to this tournament, I could felt that my teammates, they were communicating very well compared to the practice. So yeah, I'm very proud of them.
那第二个问题的话，也是说到跟 CT 这场比赛，因为打得比较接近嘛，其实你们过程当中还是非常的焦灼的。这是不是你们一种训练过程的一个展现呢？也问到Fer是说到，确实我们在前面准备的时间也比较多，但是晋级到这个赛段，我们过来的准备时间并不是特别长，但是我们总体还是相对满意的。跟第一个问题他的回答是一样。那他对于本次结果、队伍所取得的成绩以及大家展现出来的团队化学反应，还是非常自豪的。他觉得可能在一开始的训练的时候，我们的沟通交流并不是特别的紧密，但是在比赛真正一打起来了，我们的化学反应也就慢慢的也就起来了，大家越来越熟络，越来越紧密的交流，配合也越来越多。
Now your team does have, Brazil, I believe, and of course it's a Japanese team. And you have fans from both countries supporting you. Do you have any message for them? You can say it in Japanese or Portuguese if you would like to.
Alright, so let me, okay. 配信見てくださっている方々、応援ありがとうございました。残念ながら、思った結果を出すことができなかったんですけど、今後もいっぱい練習して、頑張ってもっとより良い結果を残すために頑張っていきたいと思います。So next in Portuguese. Muito obrigado para as pessoas que torceram para mim, para os meus amigos, meus teammates. Esse torneio foi torneio bem difícil para nós porque é uma grande experiência, primeira vez jogando contra os times bem grandes, mas só que eu acho que a gente já conseguiu aprender bastante coisas. Então, vamos ver no próximo campeonato como que a gente vai se sair. E tomara que no próximo ano a gente consiga classificar também se tiver classificatória. E é isso. Muito obrigado.
最后的话也是让Fer用2个他的熟悉的语言，2段家乡话去跟他的粉丝、家人、朋友去表达了感谢。我们也祝福Fer。
And last question, do you hope to compete one more time in Extremesland next year?
Of course, why not?
下次还期待来到我们的极限之地的舞台吗？当然了。
All right, thank you so much, Bert. And we're going to send it back to our casters to close it out. That was the very last game of groups, and we're going to go into playoffs tomorrow.
明天我们将会进行淘汰赛的比赛了。那在我们的结束采访之后，我们先把画面交还给解说席。
Indeed, certainly nice to hear there from Ravens, and unfortunately commiserations as they will be exiting the tournament. But what Vic says is true. Playoffs tomorrow, Pilski. The games, I think, should be getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've honestly got a pretty nice mix of teams in the top 8. I think not only are you seeing some of the teams with less expectation behind them, like maybe a CTG being pretty competitive. There you go. You are going to get finally the playoff bracket. Nemesis against Eruption could definitely go either way. JJH versus Lin Vision Gaming could be the bloody grand final, and we're going to get it right at the get-go in the quarters. Single Elim, Rooster changed the game, and then Chingus Warriors, Rare Atom. This is a pretty lopsided bracket, actually.
Yeah, so A plays B, C plays D, as was the information that we got earlier this morning. We were correct in those assumptions. Yeah, interesting matchups. Obviously, a chance at a few rematches here as well if some of the teams that played each other do both get through from their respective games, but it'd be very interesting to see how things go. I would say bottom side of the bracket looks maybe a little harder to get through, but for top side bracket, I'd be looking at Lin Vision and GG Hao, whoever makes it through from that, probably being the team to go through to the grand final from that side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Definitely don't miss that second match. I mean, that could definitely be the grand final as far as I'm concerned. So that's going to be tightly contested. But I'm pretty happy with all of the matches, to be honest. I think that, Nemesis, I'm keen to see what particularly Nemesis and Change the Game can do, because these are the teams that you won't usually see at this tier of event that are kind of grinding in the tier 2/3 space. So I'm hoping that they kind of step up, because for some of those teams, even Rooster, I'd put in that bag, actually. They don't really get as much of a chance to compete internationally as Rare Atom, Lin Vision, even GG Hao and some of these Middle Eastern mixes. You will see more at some of these minors and MRQs and stuff like that. So I got my eye on some of the little guys to see if we can get some quarterfinal upsets.
Yeah, definitely some matches that are pretty interesting. I mean, I think that generally speaking, that's what you're going to get out of these quarterfinals. All of them feel like they've got some element of something to kind of sink your teeth into. So we're looking forward to that one tomorrow. That's the end of the day today for day 2 of Extremesland 2025. I do hope you'll join us again. Tomorrow will be a bit of an earlier start, by the way, because we've got 4 best of 3s to get through. So make sure you're here a few hours earlier than you were today. Until then, though, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.